Hopefully my mic is still working. It is solid. Why am I still watching this ad? I need to get all my talking points from Dylan. It's not a military. Six countries represent over 4%. They're such like diametrically different countries. Streaming, by the way. Yeah, I gotta go on a show at 7. Dude, you know there's an alliance between Russia, India, Brazil, China, and South Africa. It's just like there's so many different like. Well, I know it's just an economic thing. Sure. It's just like such an like they're not even close to each other. I mean, three of them are. We're still 15th century. What do you mean? However, the BRICS countries are diverse, their political systems, economic structures, and strategical interests, and the alliance faces significant challenges in maintaining unity and achieving common goals. That's what I'd figure. Making notes for the thing because I don't know enough about this type of stuff. I feel like I never have enough time to prepare, but it's fun to be forced to do research. Or not forced, but like want to actually look into this stuff. Like have a reason to, because it's not like it affects my life like on a daily basis. Africa vlogs. You just want me to look up Africa vlogs and videos. Just any African vlog or video. What do you mean there's still USSR? China and North Korea were never USSR. What are you talking about? I feel like you're just making shit up now. You could consider a house box, sure. Desk is messy and it's stressing me out. I want to do my makeup too, so I'm gonna. But then I have to fucking read subtitles. He looks really, really weak in this video. Putin, I mean. No country is superior to others. No model of governance is universal. No single country should have dictated the international order. He said in the article. None of these came with videos. I will continue watching the Dylan Burns video. Of course, they wait till right as I start streaming.
Military alliance. It would be impossible for BRICS to be a military alliance because BRICS goes between so many countries with so many different competing interests that aren't as ideologically aligned and or geopolitically aligned that it would be impossible for them to form an alliance. It's going to be hard for China and India to form an alliance when they have border disputes that lead to their soldiers killing each other in the last 100 days. Not in the last 100 days, but killing like soldiers in the last few years. It's going to be difficult for Brazil and China and Russia to form an alliance when Brazil also has a lot of interests with the United States, and Brazil is more in the backyard of the United States. Okay, you can walk by, it's fine. I think a lot of people bring up BRICS because by saying like there's this new alliance forming against the international order the United States has formed, you can get more attention.
I feel like I've never had to learn this much about geopolitics.
You can get more eyes on you because being a doomsday profiteer is pretty profitable. That's why there's so many people talking about the end is near when it comes to nuclear weapons and all these other threats, because it's a lot more entertaining, it gets a lot more viewership to say the end is near than, well, it looks like that the international world order does have some competition, but let's also remember that these nation states have competing interests and they're not perfectly aligned. And so if Russia invades Ukraine, that doesn't mean China is going to be like right behind them, because China also doesn't like the nuclear threats that are going on, and China has its own concerns to worry about. In fact, China even has some conflicting interests with Russia when it comes to their territorial dispute. And then like once you get to that level, like that level of nuance is no longer, that's the reaction you're gonna get from people, because it's boring and it's not saying the world is gonna explode, the world's gonna go boom boom, and everybody's gonna die. It's not as spectacular. And I think that's why you'll see people like, for example, Jackson Hinkle or Jimmy Dore or Kim Iverson especially. Remember when Kim Iverson made the accusation that it was the United States and Israel that blew up the port in Lebanon, and their evidence for it was, well, they could have the motivation to blow it up to stop a Chinese economic deal in the Belt and Road. There was no evidence. Her only evidence was that somebody at one point blamed faulty fireworks, which she said was to pin it on China because China's known for fireworks. It made no sense. But she said it because it was spectacular. It was, whoa, you know it was the CIA in America? And nobody even listened to wait to see if she would actually provide evidence or put on the critical thinking hat. They just accepted it because it was spectacular and a lot more difficult than saying, a lot more entertaining and going to get a lot more viewership than saying, hey, it looks like that corruption in Lebanon is so immense that even the most basic of maintenance could not be done. And it looks like that led to a disaster here. Because corruption is a lot more boring than CIA, Mossad, espionage, terror attack. Not as spectacular, not as entertaining, and not going to get as many eyes on your reports.
I turn the candle on. Big candle.
Westerners can cope all they want about Sino-Russian relations, but the reality is that China is making deals and has no interest in aligning with either side and taking advantage of any opportunity for mutually beneficial relationship. I don't know what you mean by like cope exactly, but China's out in it for themselves, and it would not be beneficial for China to send troops
you can't even fucking see it.
into Russia to defend their holdings in Ukraine that they've recently annexed. Right? It doesn't make any sense. Why would they care? Would they really want to see any sanctions expand to them? Would they really want to put themselves in the same bubble as Russia is right now with the amount of diplomatic isolation Russia is suffering right now?
Right.
Would they really want to even expend the resources to do this when they're busy with their own plans of nation states?
What is Project Women?
Try to conquer. It just doesn't make sense. They have other issues to worry about. And so the idea that they're going to like really stick their neck out for Russia here, outside of just like basically, you know, words of comfort here, words of comfort there, and maybe some diplomatic support on the international stage, China's not going to do anything. It's really not going to do anything. The most I could ever
playing Microsoft
is maybe small-scale weapon sales.
Simulator.
That's like the most I could imagine. So when a few days later, a further escalation threatened in the form of an offer by the Polish government to supply Ukraine.
I'm really bad at flying a plane.
Entire fleet of Soviet.
I am, however, good at flying a helicopter.
Jets, the Chinese grew concerned. In truth, there was little likelihood of the Polish MiGs making much difference on the battlefield. Poland's 26 to 33 MiG-29s had been made in the early 1980s for the East German Air Force and had been sold to Warsaw for the symbolic sum of $1 each in 2003. Romania, which owned 20 similar MiG-29 jets, had decommissioned them many years ago. Nonetheless, a NATO country.
Do you think one of these jets were like the ones that
an important, symbolic, if not necessarily operationally significant, step towards direct NATO involvement in the conflict?
What is his website?
Initially, Washington was positive, but a day later, on March 8th, the Pentagon abruptly reversed its position, pronouncing Poland's proposal not tenable.
You see your on here? Yeah, I did it.
I don't know what we got out of them for this. I hope this we hear that we got a lot out of them for this, but 30 extra jets is significant, even if we're just getting the parts out of the jets for other jets. Definitely, as Ukraine is trying to maintain or not even maintain, stop the Russians from gaining air superiority.
Oh my God, stop.
The Russian Air Force, like a significantly large Russian Air Force. I don't know what could have been offered that could make up for possibly like 33 jets.
Oh my God, from the 80s? No way.
Ukraine. I think it would have been I don't think it would have like changed the balance of the war, but it most certainly would have been helpful. What changed Washington's mind?
I mean, it did look like this.
It was an urgent and confidential back-channel initiative led by the UK-based Institute for the East-West Strategic Studies, involving former European leaders and senior officials, and ultimately endorsed by Chinese leadership. Ever since Putin's
if they work, they work.
February declaration on nuclear readiness, the PLA had been reaching out through military to military, as opposed to diplomatic or political channels, to senior Russian general officers.
Speaking of airplanes, I feel like I'm drinking out of like those cups that they give you on airplanes. I guess I basically am.
With whom they had made personal contact over a year of joint military exercise and military procurement talks. Beijing's aim was to ensure that even if there were a political decision to use nukes, the Russian army would insist on sticking to its long-standing nuclear military doctrine to use them solely if provoked by attacks on Russian soil. Though these unofficial Track 2 contacts, Washington and the PLA agreed, unusually given
do you think he's like incredibly loud in person?
That if the U.S. stopped the MiG deal,
I guess I have seen him in person. He is like really loud like this.
Putin's nuclear threat on an operational level. It worked, said the Chinese source.
Sorry, I'm not focusing.
The U.S. decided that supplying the aircraft was a step too far. Now, okay, so fuck.
This video is from 3 months ago, by the way.
That is interesting. That's different than what I expected, because when I heard there was like a nuclear guarantee, I expected like, oh, the Chinese tell the Russian government that they wouldn't support them to use a nuclear weapon. But this is different. This is different than that. This is getting generals to talk to the people Putin would order to carry this out, saying, hey, if you carry this out, that's going to be a problem. You shouldn't do that. So this means this isn't even trying to convince Putin. This is trying to convince the people around Putin from the...
Yeah, so this is also an interesting thing about China, like, and not like completely demonizing China the way that like a lot of like warhawk people type, like Republicans who have no interest in actual geopolitics think that China is that we don't have to police the world by ourselves necessarily. I know the idea of like being the most powerful is comforting to people, I guess, and it's just also, you know, kind of like, yeah, you want to be the best, sure, whatever. But I think it is incredibly helpful to have two sides to, like, you know, hegemonic power, like, for obvious reasons. Because if you have three and the other two can have two different approaches on how they de-escalate things. If it's just 1v1, right, then you don't have a moderator, so to say. So it is kind of useful, say, to have I mean, the balance would probably be like 3, right? Like 3 very powerful superpowers that can kind of keep each other in check. Yeah, mom and dad of the world? A little bit. I mean, what is it? Like the strongest structure is a pyramid? Just like the scheme? I don't know why I said it like that. But, so, obviously, Putin can't, like, just back out because, oh, America and Ukraine won, right? Like, he doesn't have an exit strategy through that path, or he's, like, gonna get, like all the, like, you can't really spin that in a positive way. However, they can spin that in a positive way of them just completely backing out of the country if it's related to China. They can make up some shit, you know what I mean? Like, and as we know from this article, sorry, I started watching the video a little bit partway through here. But in the video, we talk to China all the fucking time. So it's not like China knew about the invasion before it happened, but they didn't. But he told them that. Well, I'm just being very broad, obviously, with what I'm saying. I'm not saying the direct statements. That they were only going to go like to a certain. They weren't trying to take over all of Ukraine, and they were kind of like, okay, that's fine, I guess. in whatever words, because they just wanted like a smaller part of like Crimea or something. So when they actually did the full-scale invasion, obviously China did not support them anywhere near what they were expecting. There was, because I remember when it happened, a lot of people were like very surprised that China was like, "I'm not fucking backing you, bro." Like, Oedipus complex. Oh no. And Chinese women. Yeah, stop fetishizing Asian women. Like, ah! The aesthetic, I guess. Up on my desk. Organize this book. Because I don't need the eyelash. Marky's here. Well, there's a difference from having a thing for the traits, physical traits of Asian women and finding them attractive versus fetishizing them. Like, just because somebody is Asian, I feel like shouldn't make them like hot, because I feel like that has a lot of toxic and okay, so there's a really big cliche, especially among like fucking weebs, like psychotic. And I'm not saying either one of you are like this, obviously, but I'm just saying there is a where they see like Asian women as very like subservient and like docile and like kind of the same way that people think of like Russian brides, like where they're like not corrupted by the West type of thing, where they're more of a like a trad wife type thing. And that tends to seep into directly like very misogynistic values, obviously, and people that hold them. So if we're talking about like a lot of people, I don't know if it's as common now, but it definitely used to be. Like, there's a whole cliche about the libertarian with the Asian wife meme. Yeah, not corrupted by the evils of feminism. Yeah, that type of stuff. Where then they just like think that they are I mean, it's just a misogynistic view of women as like kind of like your servant or whatever, and like the fetishization of like the exotic nature as well feeds into that, which is not necessarily that bad. I think if you're really going to talk about exotic, and you're like genuinely talking about like they're like they just look different than something that you're used to. Like, I mean, okay. But the problem comes in where it's more of like you're not really looking at the person at that point. You're looking at what they represent or the concept and not the human being. That's where it becomes really problematic. If you just find like the appearance of Asian women, like the certain phenotypes that go with like, like I don't know, the double folded eyes or solo folded, I don't know, whatever. I have kind of like a in between of them. But because I am half Japanese myself, obviously. But like the flatter faces or any of like the physical characteristics, like the hair, I don't know, whatever. That's fine. I have no problem with that. I think nobody has a problem with that because like people like who they like. Like it doesn't matter. It's just like when the reason why you find somebody attractive is because they're like a representation of like this idea of somebody, like that's where it's like a fetishization of that, where you're not really seeing the person. If you get what I mean. Well, no, because to like archetypes, well, I don't know what you mean by archetypes. Like, what do you mean, like in people? Like, I think that's like you can like people's traits, but I think that you shouldn't have like the concept of like all Asian women are one way. Like all Asian women are going to be like subservient or whatever. Like I feel like it's very dehumanizing. Rumors are people too. That's not true. I'm actually not real. I'm an AI. You know what? You can fetishize VTubers. That's the only ones you can do it to. Are more trad than Western girls, but I mean Western girls. See, that's also the problem here. Then Western girls, I am Asian. Like this is a problem with like all like foreign looking people, where you kind of sometimes run into that idea of like, oh, the women that look like they might be like exotic or different or whatever, like you assume them as being other and you don't think that they're just Americans. Like I'm just a normal ass, I mean, I'm only half, so I don't get like the same bullshit, but a lot of people, I think like this weird assumption that like I was gonna say like really Asian looking, I don't know what that would mean, but more Asian than me because I'm not fully Asian, that they're like foreign and like they wouldn't have the same American values, and that's again problematic for lack of a more specific term. What do you mean when you say archetypes? Looks different from the white women you grew up with. That is not true at all. That is absolutely not true. Have you ever seen like those people like who are married to people that and they look like brother and sister? I've seen that so many times. I feel like people are more inherently well, speaking of Oedipus complex, like I think a lot of people tend to flock towards somebody that looks more familiar to them. I mean, brought up in China, Japan, Korea, whatever, Asian ethnicity girls in the West, I would assume would be just like West. Yeah, I know, but the fact that like that's not like the differentiation is like. It reminds me of that one scene from fucking Captain America. It's just a really a Japanese soldier. I probably shouldn't have put in Japanese guy. Wait, is this just like a... Oh, never mind, this is like a goof. Alright. Alright, it doesn't matter. Okay, the part of the movie is like, oh, we got the enemy fighting with us now, and then like, because he's looking at like a Japanese soldier that was being liberated. I don't think it was the Captain America that said it. It was one of the other people that was getting liberated. This is like the first Captain America movie, so nobody's gonna fucking remember it because that movie is very weird and not very good. But anyways, and then like he talks and he's like, dude, I'm from Sacramento. And then they're like, oh. Asia would be more aligned with those values too. Let's be real, you don't think about the white girls that brought up in Asia. Oh. Oh, right, I gotta start virtual camera. Mic, enter studio. Then I have to go to the Discord. That's the whole thing. And of course, I'm the only one that shows up early. Hopefully this is working. Looks like it is. Okay, cool. An English girl who lived here whole life in Malaysia. Well, then why did you call her an English girl? That was oddly specific. What? Oh, somebody's bitching about Vosh yesterday in the Discord. They're posting a video from like 3 years ago. Oh my god. People hate Vosh so much. It's so fucking funny. Like, they just want to clip chimp his ass so hard. Because it's like, DGGers. It's really hard to say. Brought up in Malaysia. Okay. Did she have like a Malaysian accent? I just don't know what like type of how that life works. Not that it really matters, I'm just curious. Okay, so you have a specific like relationship with that. I think that you would agree that most people don't. They don't think when they say like when we're talking about like Asian girls, they're not talking about like white people, you know? They're not thinking about white people living in Asia. I think they probably, even if you said like what you're saying, they probably still assume they still have the same like Western values, I guess. I mean, was she like super Malaysian, like trad? Like, is that? Like, you said that you're assuming they have the same values, but it seems like you have experience with somebody like that. And again, we're doing a debate on Sunday. That'll be a one-on-one against a psychotic vegan, I guess. That should be fun. That's so funky. Well, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, whether I trust, Sheeta, that your intentions are good when you say that, it just gets a little not necessarily, I don't want to say concerning, but I'm just saying, like, it can come off a certain type of way, so maybe just the way you phrase things, be a little bit more careful about it. like being, I guess like by being careful, I don't mean like lying or anything. I just mean more like explaining that it's, you find Asian women like physically, like characteristics of Asian women or physical. I know I'm kind of like word policing, but like physical characteristics of Asian women you find particularly attractive. Or like soft girl Pilates trad. I don't know what that means. Soft girl I think I can wrap my head around that. Well, she had a British accent, so like I feel like it couldn't have been her whole life then, because wouldn't she pick up like the speech patterns? Like if she grew up, like I knew an American. I was friends with somebody in high school, like one of my close friends, Gabby, and her parents were both British, but obviously they lived in America, so she didn't have like any like accent or anything because she was born here and lived her entire life here. She didn't have any sort of accent. I just find it kind of interesting that she would keep that. I don't know. Maybe she only hung around in like English spaces. Could she speak? What do they speak there? Not Tagalog, right? Malaysia? Would that be? I have no idea. Oh, a British private school. So I mean, like, then she wasn't really that engrossed in the thing, I guess. But you know, it is what it's like. It's like basically how what's his name lived? Who's the one who wrote Animal Farm? He kind of grew up like that type of way. I think it was like in like Imperial India or something like that. American twangs, interesting. Mixed accents. Yeah, probably sounds like Andrew Tate. He's all over the place. That'll be us eventually, right? I like short women with monolids. Is that what it's called? Monolids? Monolids? Oh, yeah, I kind of have like half of it. Dude, it's so like annoying that like I can never like no makeup tutorials work for me because I have such a unique eye shape. I don't like her being outside by herself. I feel like she's gonna get picked up by some big ass hawk or something. Oh, did you hear that? Do you know who Ollie London is?
Hey, everybody's showing up.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm okay. So excited.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Why are you so excited?
Can't hear my voice.
No. No, I can't.
I know.
Ollie London is like
I lied to you.
here.
I'm not excited.
Why would you lie to me?
Because that's what people do.
Dude, you're better
Get
than this.
reality checked.
No, be better than this. You are better than this.
I tell kids that 2 + 2 = 5.
This person basically just wanted to look exactly like Jimin from BTS. And now they say that they
so
regret
you're the one
it.
dragging down the U.S. math
So
score.
he's kind of like going on this like.
It's a secret Asian
Oh
invasion.
my god!
I'm
Shut the
calling it
fuck
now.
up. He's like, he's like going on this like right wing thing where he's like detransitioning. Yeah, I know. It's the Discord. Because I'm sitting in the waiting room for the Discord. I muted it. Sorry. But now he's like on this like detransition arc. But he like wanted to make his eyes look like Asian. I just find it very funny. Thinks he looks like German. He's got nice lips. We love that for him. I mean, this person clearly is just like obsessed with plastic surgery and is like way too wealthy for some reason. I mean, it didn't really work. He doesn't really look very Asian. But I know they have like things in like Korea and Japan and stuff. I remember even seeing them in like magazines where it's like kind of like tape to make your eyes look like less, or make your eyes look more white. Like less like whatever you said the eyes were. Oh, that's understandable. But I feel like you should. Imagine just being a dog, just like not having to do anything, just like having everything taken care of. Well, I'm not saying to keep it in check. I'm just like giving you suggestions on the way you word things. 'Cause I think it's it sometimes comes off a different way. And I mean that like not that I'm personally offended by any means. It's just like I don't know, advice? Does that sound patronizing? I didn't mean it that way, but like just maybe I'm wrong and I'm being like way too sensitive to it because I did have a lot of like people like, oh, you're Japanese, that's hot, like type of thing, and it's just like, oh, epic cringe. Oh shit, 7, so I should probably pay attention here.
No, I haven't bit
Human
that
rights
bullet.
are given to humans.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like,
Category human.
I will deal with giving human rights to commies instead of embracing the anarcho. All right. Like, let's do that.
So what you're saying is it's better to have communism than to be free? Got it.
Pretty much, yeah.
I hate freedom.
Freedom, 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 whore. Freedom, freedom, freedom.
Yeah, how big is
whore.
your American flag in your room, bitch?
Hi, Nina.
Hi, how are you doing?
Do we know each other? Why do you know I have an American flag in my room? Or are you talking to Lactoid? Because I know he has one too.
I feel like the American flag in the room is just like a way for people scrolling through just chatting to be like, he's on my team.
Yeah, that's why I have
Like, it
one
doesn't even
now.
really mean
I want to
anything.
trick him.
But I'm not.
60% chance of
Usually
being
I'm not on
conservative.
their team.
Go.
I would like do my other stuff in here, but it's a little bit too racy, so I'm gonna.
Racy?
leave it be.
What? Wait. What do you got going on over there?
Well, racy or is it racist? Which one is it again? I don't know.
Well, I don't know. What is it?
What do you? What
Is
are
it
you
like
doing?
a Nazi flag or something? Because yeah, that would be pretty fucking racist.
I can tell you definitively, it is not a Nazi flag.
Oh, thank God. I was worried for a second.
Flag?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the fascies.
I don't. Yeah, you're not
Nah,
actually allowed to have a Confederate flag on stream.
I was gonna
Hilariously
say.
enough.
I think you can.
Yeah, no, you can. It's
It's
TOS
fine.
here for Twitch.
Oh,
Yeah, it's TOS.
Based.
Switch.
based.
That's bullshit, dude.
You're
It's
bullshit.
based.
Shut up.
My
I do think it is
speech.
funny though. Yeah, I think
Wait, doesn't
People, hey, yeah.
wait
there we go.
doesn't like some state flags have the Confederate flag as part of it?
Yep.
they used to.
No, didn't Mississippi change that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Did
Mississippi
they?
changed it. Yeah, they did.
There might be a couple more, but last I heard, Mississippi changed theirs. And it
Yeah,
used
they
to have a
cucked out.
Confederate flag.
Dude, Florida needs to change their flag. It's so ugly.
It is kind of funny though. So I had to to order my Confederate flag. I had to order it from like a special website. But to
Wait, so it
order
is the
my,
Confederate flag?
No, I don't have it hanging up.
Gotcha.
But in order to get my Taliban flag, I just got that right off Amazon.
Wait,
Kinda funny.
what?
Does the Taliban have a flag?
Why? Yes,
Oh, did
they
you
do.
guys
Why do you
hear-
have a No. Why does he have a Taliban flag? Let's get to the
I
real
think he's just
questions.
making a joke. But did you guys hear that?
I hope so.
The Taliban is
Fighting
getting
against U.S. imperialism. It's
no,
for
the
freedom.
the
Smack the
Taliban
shit
are
out
getting
of that.
really pissed off that they're having to work desk jobs now, and like they're like getting really cynical about like capitalism and shit.
Wait. Shock
Hilarious.
capitalism based, but shocking that the people who actually won their war now actually have to administrate and they don't like it. It's
Yeah.
almost like no
Leading a
one likes to do
country
governance.
is really easy. Actually, running one is
It's
a
a
whole
bitch.
different question.
Yeah.
It's why I hate these revolutionaries. They're like, oh yes, we shall charge off into the glorious revolution. I'm like, yeah, and then you have to run it.
Yeah,
Good
keep
luck.
licking the boot then, bro.
Oh, I love the boot. Leather is so fucking tasty.
This is a very universal law.
Oh,
The
that-
same thing
that
happened
leather
to
is
Iraq 20 years
so
ago. We came in,
tasty.
we took down Saddam Hussein. It's like, okay, now it's time to
So
run some
tasty.
stuff, and we massively fucked up because obviously running a country is totally much more difficult than actually creating one.
Yeah, it's why I have a problem with leftists because they suck at running
My chat
countries.
has fact checked you, Lactoid, and apparently you cannot buy a Taliban flag on Amazon, but you can buy an ISIS flag.
I will literally send you my fucking Amazon like order history. It is for sure a
Well,
Taliban flag.
It might have been a thing. That's
All right,
just what
send
they're
it.
saying. I'm not saying we
We'll send
trust
it.
the fact checkers, right? I'm just saying apparently they showed me Islamic Emirate, Afghanistan outdoor decorative.
The
tags.
the hilarious thing though is when I found like the obscure site to order the Confederate flag,
What's up, Icon?
they also sent a whole bunch of anti-drug propaganda along with the box. So I opened
Oh
it up,
yeah,
it's
because
like,
you were probably
"Weed
too
will-
high.
Weed will kill you. It was like in the big bold
But
letters.
here's
Right.
the real question: Was the Confederate flag made in China?
Absolutely.
I didn't check that.
I bet it was. I bet
Probably.
probably was.
I think
Oh,
they're all
that's
homemade.
funny.
materials made in China. But yeah, that's literally the first thing. I love.
Wait, would it be
like,
better if it
you-
was made in the Union? Like that would be kind of a slap in the face to the
Ooh.
Confederacy.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, everything would be.
But
It'd
I
also be more expensive.
stepping into
Made in Illinois.
this you guys when like you're stepping into like your conversations. Because the first thing I heard is Lacto talking about getting his Taliban flag. Like it's just like great way to get started. But yeah, thanks all for being here and on
Canadian
top.
Taliban.
Yeah, right.
True, yes.
Canadian
Where's that Canadian flag, Lactoid?
I'm putting my ice cream.
That's one of the few I don't have. I have a lot, but not that
Do you have an ISIS flag?
one. No, I figured the Taliban was enough to put me on a list. Number of
Enough
lists. that I-
coverage on.
Just Islamic terrorism. This covers the whole thing.
Okay, all right. So, Ty, you there?
I just cover all my bases by saying I hate all Muslim. That's how that works.
Okay,
Way better.
Thank you. Much appreciated. When
It's a lot easier. I don't have to be like, oh, these are Wahhabists, these are Salafists. Like, you don't have to worry about any of that. Just hate Islam. It's an easy thing to hate. It's a shit religion.
Based.
I'm told that's Destiny's
It's pretty mid.
stance on these things.
You know what I mean?
Well, let's
You get to, you all,
clarify, and I agree
as a
with him,
bonus,
too.
as a
Religion just
bonus,
sucks.
you also get to hate Sneeko and Andrew Tate as part of that category. And you don't even have, you can just be like, wow, they're Muslim. You know, fuck them, right? Like it's an easy out.
They're uniting the left and the right of their bigotry.
Right. You just grab Christopher Hitchens' God is Not Great and you throw it at them if they argue at you. You say, read it.
All right. As soon as Lactoid decides to make a reappearance, right, a grand reappearance,
I like
he thought
his
like his
granny
original. there you go. It's
know,
not
Fergus,
like
that's
his
gonna be
original
s-
appearance was green.
I don't comb my
Yeah.
hair, but I was combing my beard. Okay?
That has
Okay.
got to be
Okay.
so uncomfortable, Lactoid. How do you sit in that chair?
So I actually have to sit in this chair because, like, whenever I sit in anything else for long periods of time, it kills my fucking back, dude. This is the only chair I found, like a flat surface, that is just the most comfortable. So.
explains a lot about you.
How old are you? Do you have your
Wait,
back
hold on.
problems
If you're
already?
combing your
Fuck
beard,
that.
does that mean you're being dishonest?
It's because
Like
he's a
you're
lawyer and
presenting
he's
yourself as someone
Ooh.
you're not by combing your
That's
beard.
that's a good question. That kind of.
No, it's just hygiene. It's just hygiene. He's a very sloppy eater, right? And he has some, some flavor savers in his beard, and he wanted to get them out.
Just say you're thinking.
Right, but that would be honest. Like the food in your beard is like honest about who you are, and then
It's
you're-
true. Showering is dishonest. This is like a
Yeah.
honest, somewhat of a good. Like there's a level of dishonesty with.
Wait,
We've
isn't
talked
that
about this.
isn't that chair dishonest? Like, shouldn't you have like back problems and be like hunched over? Isn't that like your natural then position?
No, because gamer chairs aren't natural. This is more natural than the chairs you all are sitting in. Let's be honest.
No, sitting
made
is
of
not
wood.
natural.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm not sitting in a gamer chair, thank you. I'm sitting in a chair that's rated for people that are giant fat asses like me because I'm
Official
6'5" and 270 pounds, so I need a 300 plus
Jesus.
rated chair.
You're the
I've
end cap
actually
pole,
been
literally.
legitimately considering a streamer setup where I'm sitting in a Barca lounger. Like literally all my computer stuff just around a lazy boy. Like I don't know
Yeah,
why
that makes
nobody's
sense.
thought of this.
That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm sure someone has the weird
Flowing
shit
with the
that people
meme.
have done in their streamer setups. All right, let's get started here. All right, let's. Oh man, an interesting place is the opening the pre-panel goes. All right, from Taliban flag to Lazy Boys. All right, fair enough.
Those are not
so-
mutually exclusive.
I don't I don't think so. Probably not. Venn diagrams, I think, they intersect more than you think. Hello all. This is the Rubbery Roundtable, which we have. Oh, here's another one. All right. The Rubbery Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8
Fair
p.m. Eastern. Yeah, we've got a great group of guests here. Excited to have them, guys. If you are new to the channel, hit that follow button. If any of this is interest you or anything that just happened here, or the potential, right? There's a lot of potential of this channel. Hit that follow button. Follow us on YouTube or subscribe to us on follow us on Twitch, subscribe to us on YouTube, or subscribe to us on Twitch because then that money is involved there. But yeah, hit that follow button. If you haven't done so. Okay. Let's start by introducing our friend Lactoid back with us again. All right. On the terrorist watch list, as we're finding out. How are you, friend?
I'm on a lot of lists, but thank you, Prime. I really appreciate it.
True.
Yeah, you can find me at Lactoid TV almost everywhere.
I think and something else. Last week we had trouble with audio. I think it was with like my noise gate. So let me know, guys, if you guys have trouble hearing me. So next we have Scott. Scott is with us again. So happy to have him. Right. He looks happy. He's already a smile on his face. So I'm guessing he's gonna stay calm, gonna stay collected, right? Right, Fred?
No guarantees. As a real libertarian and an anarchist, I'm on far more lists than Lactoid is, especially as someone that currently still holds secret security clearance from both the army that was renewed when I was working as a census field supervisor for the post enumeration survey. So I assume I'm on every list. So if you engage with me, just know that even if I'm not recording, someone is. You can find me though, nevertheless, Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, have at it.
Okay.
And obviously
right.
Twitch, because Twitch.
Lactoid, do you remember the like I know you don't have an ISIS flag, but you said you sent one to Scott, I think, right? I mean, Scott with his security clearance, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you must have received that flag, right? Like the ISIS flag, anything?
I didn't get it in the
Okay.
mail, but
didn't get it in the mail?
that's his fault for not going with FedEx or UPS and trusting a government institution to actually properly mail something. If he had recognized the failures of government, he would have mailed it via UPS, and I would happily have my ISIS flag right now. But I just don't. And
Okay.
all
right.
that's on Lactoid.
All right.
I'll
Hope it's
think
a high
about
government clearance. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, once again, the calmest person, even the pre-panel, the calmest person here. How are you doing, Corey?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me on. It's technically been 2 weeks since I've been on. I will fully admit I was going through Prime withdrawal. So I'm glad to be back and to get my dose and to be here with these familiar and fine faces. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. I guess basically at this point, I'm a science and fitness streamer. I stream my workouts and I cover science and research. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you, thank you. Jay Chow, haven't
What's
seen
up?
him in a bit.
I know. It's
Tempted
been so
them with
long.
the-
I thought I lost you forever successfully, but no, you messaged me. Now I'm back here. Yeah, I studied political science and international relations. I base a lot of my commentary on those subjects. You can find me on JChow Live, on Twitch, Twitter, and other places.
Oakley dokily. Next, another person we haven't had here for a long time. That's Erudite. Hello, hi, you in your leather jacket. That's looking good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How's my sensitivity? Am I coming through on the mic? Okay,
Mhm.
on Discord side. Okay, good. Hi. Yeah, sorry for Nick bailing and me filling last minute, but I'm glad to be here, and we'll see how this goes.
It's like -1 minute. Like, thank you, not to Erudite for coming through. One day we'll have her husband here. We've been fighting for it for months now. One day it's gonna happen. But yeah, thanks for being on. Next we have our friend Tiberius D. Ty, who I was just on his program on this Saturday. It was a lot of fun. We had a really good spirited debate. So I appreciate you being here, friend.
Appreciate you inviting me. It's been a while since I've popped my cherry over here on the PrimeCayes panel. Good to be back, and it was great to have him over on Saturday Night Lights. You definitely go check that out. Pretty sure every single person has been on Saturday Night Lights, so this is on this panel. Unfortunately, Erudite, when she was on, had a wild internax that she ran into, and so that one was a little crazy. So hopefully we can bring her back and make her feel a little bit better on that one. But yeah, you guys can check out Saturday Night Lights. It's kind of what I do for my panel show, and then I largely talk geopolitics if anyone has me on their panels. So good to be here. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next, we have a very special person, right? Her name is Nina. All right. Let me tell you about Nina. Okay.
Doobie fan number one.
Doobie fan number one.
Never meet your heroes.
Holy crap, Doobie isn't here.
Nina, on her very first week, right? She did was like, which is pretty much impossible. She became Scott's friend, his best friend, right? And Scott was just inconsolable when she wasn't around later on, right? So had to bring her back, right? Anyone who could play well with my friend Scott is a person who has to come back again and again. And then on her second week here, right? She did something which it just hasn't happened here. It's kind of my fault, but she called out my friend Lactoid. She let people know, look, Lactoid's law degree is drawn with crayon, right? She called him out. I couldn't do it. Look, I wouldn't do it because you're my homie, right? But you're a fraud. Nina was the truth speaker there, right? So I thank you, Nina, for all of that. I can't wait to see what happens tonight. But how are you, friend?
I'm good. Thank you again for having me. It's always a pleasure to meet my best friends in the wild, obviously. Specifically Scott, also the best libertarian as he thinks he is. I feel like I can't really live up to that intro, but I'll try my best. I stream on Twitch every day. I'm on day 50 of streaming in a row. I just want to see how long I can do it. I usually stream around 7 to 8 p.m. and you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Nina, and I'm very excited to get into it.
All right, yeah, you don't have to try to outdo yourself previously, right? Just play nice with Scott and call Lactoid a fraud like all night long.
It is my favorite thing to do.
And you'll have plateaued at least. All right, and next our Dark Lord and bearded person, Aiko Rich. Aiko is here.
Have
Aiko,
I
thanks.
inherited the Dark Lord title since Doobie's gone? Is it like I'm his number 2 now? Is that what you're saying?
Number 2. Yes, exactly what I'm saying. His Dark Apprentice.
I am inhabiting his square in the Brady Bunch. position.
But thanks for being here, friend. And how are you?
Doing great, doing great. I'm a little disappointed to see that Nina's no longer standing. I thought she was going to outstand Phil. I think it would have taken at least a week to do that.
If somebody else stands, I'll stand.
Oh, okay, all right. The challenge is out there. Maybe our Swedish model on the top left will give you a run for your money.
All right. I don't know what's that about, but I'll assume it's funny.
Yeah.
Let's.
It's just Phil KOE. You know how he stands all the time when he's talking or whatever.
Oh,
Nina
yeah.
noticed, and she doesn't like to be outdone, so she started standing.
Okay. Yeah, we love our friend Phil. God, we need to get Phil back here. Because Phil's
Yeah.
amazing and lovable. All right. So, topic 1. China is attempting to take the lead in solving the Ukraine-Russia conflict. It has actively put forward a plan and is working closely with Moscow and Kyiv in negotiations. This follows similar actions in other areas around the globe in which China has taken center stage to solve issues. Does the US or the West in general lose anything when China helps resolve a conflict? If the goal is peace, or at least non aggression, does it matter who delivers it? Does this necessarily displace the US as the world leader, or just assist in its goals? Should the West feel even slightly threatened by these developments? So yeah, that's like the big thing in like foreign policy people are talking about is how China is making these tours and talking to at least Putin and is trying to move the ball forward, right? People are casting all kinds of aspersions on their intentions, but they're pushing the ball forward. And so, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? And should we welcome it? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid for opening statements, and we're going around.
Yeah, so in the context of world politics, who handles these negotiations absolutely matters. We know where China's interests lie, not only in relation to Russia, their interest in making them into essentially a gas station, a vassal state, but also their goal to subvert the US to become the global superpower. I don't think we should stand in the way of peace, right? If they happen to come to some kind of resolution, that'd be a good thing. But we should feel threatened. And to be frank, the goal here is for Ukraine to become part of a Western power hegemony. And anything less than that is a loss. So if the negotiations start impeding on that goal, then I think the West should potentially somehow get involved.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Scott.
Yeah, so I mirror many
The
many
fuck?
sentiments of
Wes is
Lactoid
already
here.
involved.
The thing is I'm kind of two minds about this because obviously the American empire I'm not a big fan of, right? And so it is a threat to the American empire the more that China succeeds on the international stage.
It's not.
I think what's probably far more concerning for America is kind of the Belt and Roads Initiative linking up with Saudi Arabia's 2030 Vision 2030. Them building plants in China, them working together a lot more. The recent Saudi Arabia Iran deal that China
Way of
brokered,
peace talks? No.
this puts the real question in threat. And the real question, the real threat here is, will Saudi Arabia end up selling oil to China in yuan? If that happens, everything else is just a very minor thing. And
What?
so
Who
the more
cares, Chad?
respect they get in the international community, the more play they have. I think that like kind of like outlandish thing that Saudi Arabia like kind of threatens us with every few years becomes closer and closer to reality. In terms of this deal, well, the West already ruined every chance it had for peace in May of last year when there was going to be a peace negotiation,
Oh my
almost
god.
certainly, between Ukraine and Russia.
Oh my
And
god.
Russia was going to keep Crimea solidified and the Donbass region was going to be independent. And they weren't even wanted to bar them from NATO, but they didn't want to necessarily stop them from having
Oh my
defensive
god.
treaties.
I'm gonna lose
So it
my
was
mind.
really a Pyrrhic victory for the Russians. And then Boris Johnson and the West came in. We don't fucking negotiate with Russia. We want this war. The West wants this war. They can't negotiate peace
I'm
anymore
gonna
because it's very
blow up.
obvious that America wants this war, that the corporations want this war. China, on the other hand, is kind of sitting in this weird place where like they can kind of play either side, right? And they can kind of fund either side. And so, yeah, we shouldn't step in the way of China doing this, but is it going to hurt us internationally if China gains more respect? Yeah, and that should be a concern because, I mean, I don't know that I like picking my masters, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I like China. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what other people's thoughts are on this. But I think the real issue is the more respect they gain, do the dominoes kind of start to fall, and in terms of us having the reserve currency, because that's really what our global empire is really about.
Wrap it up.
Corey.
Yeah, well, I'll keep it short for obvious reasons, because I am short. I echo many of the same things that Lactoid went through, and even some of the same things that Scott just echoed. Where I'm under no delusion that China has the ultimate, virtuous goal of peace. It's a political move, but I also don't think the U.S. has some sort of a monopoly on peace brokerage. And so, whatever actually brings about peace, I'm all in favor for it. And I'm not, at least currently, not all that concerned of any sort of rise in China. Maybe at some point I will be, but as of now, I don't think this is some sort of huge power move yet. And I'll leave it there for now.
Hey, Chom.
Yeah, so I think analysts and policymakers in the West are correct in being concerned. Part of China's foreign policy is criticizing and differentiating itself from the West. So in this case, China is going to paint itself as the negotiator, striving for peace, frame the West as instigators of war. And of course, this is a bad faith spin. And the West is strong and united, but China's target audience is the rest of the world, who largely have not joined the West in condemning and sanctioning Russia. And countries leaning towards China are not good for the rules-based order. So there's that for the West to worry about. But despite all this, I think the West will continue to be the world's hegemon and the leader of the free world. And while the United States and China see global affairs as a zero-sum competition, the rest of the world doesn't, and they would be very happy to just reap the benefits from both sides, which means that the United States still has a chance to win over the developing world. And while the goal is peace, it's not the only goal. Just as the West has an interest in Ukraine regaining its territorial integrity, China also has an interest in reducing Russia's consequences. And implementing the peace plan today would largely benefit Russia at the detriment of the West and Ukraine's goals. So peace can be achieved, but it should be under certain conditions. And lastly, the West shouldn't feel threatened by these developments because I don't think it actually is threatening their stage in the world, but they should soberly think about how to prepare themselves and develop a strategy that will achieve their goals in a more multipolar world.
Thank you so much. Erudite.
Yeah, so when it comes to geopolitics, I'm pretty clear that it's not in my wheelhouse, and I try to pride myself at trying to stay within scopes of talking publicly about things I know something about. And it seems like there's lots of people in the panel that know a lot more. So probably the role I'm going to occupy in this section specifically is more of the critical student than somebody with really big opinions with not a lot of information behind it. When I look at something, for example, like the question, right, between China and Ukraine and Russia, I think a lot of people just want to immediately weigh in on one way or the other. But there's a lot of questions of what does the peace look like? What does it mean for Ukraine specifically in these peace negotiations? Is Ukraine getting what they want, or are they getting steamrolled in their sovereignty? And so for me, I have a lot more questions about what China's peace would actually specifically look like than just China bad or US good.
Thanks so much. Ty.
Yeah, I got two real points here that I'll make really quick. The first is I think the first part of this topic is a little erroneous because China's relationship with Ukraine is functionally dead. China's been seen as largely pro-Russian by the Ukrainian basically leadership, and so while there's these overtures, it's more of a symbolic dance. If there is any kind of credit that China deserves, it's actually the Saudi Iranian relations. Excuse me. They've actually been able to help mediate some of their relationship to where the Saudis and the Persians are talking, which is actually really surprising. I do find that a bit concerning because they're building a bit of an anti-Western coalition, which obviously I'm against. But if there's any points that they deserve, is that. Finally, I do want to get into, if we can, and during the open panel, how much the U.S. is openly now in favor of ending the Putin regime by any means necessary. I don't think people realize that's actually what's on the table. But yeah, that's my opening.
Thank you, Nina.
Okay, hopefully I didn't mute myself. I did mute myself. Jeez. Okay, so this is obviously a lot of moving parts here because all geopolitics obviously is going to be like that, right? But to answer like a lot of the just base questions, like does it matter who brokers the peace? I agree with Nancy Erudite where it's like it depends what that looks like, right? So like it really doesn't matter at the end of the day if China talking to Putin, right, gives them an off ramp to leave Ukraine and save face. I think that's actually a really powerful way to go about it by going through maybe instead of like being like, oh, we're taking the L from America, we're like, oh no, we're taking a W from China or something like that. So I think that's totally fine if that's like where it's going to end because China had a lot of did have a lot of economic value in Russia. Obviously, the fucking ruble just got gigantic nosedive after, the invasion happened. And war's not good economically for them. So if we're talking about every country, obviously is always going to try and benefit themselves first. That is just always how it is, and that's kind of how it should be to a reasonable extent, right? But there is no benefit for China to have Russia, one of their biggest economic partners, where they had $19 billion invested in their industry, to have them invading another country and then getting sanctioned. There was no benefit for them. On top of that, Russia lied to them. They said that they were not going to actually try and take over the entire country, if I'm just being very general about it. So they're pretty pissed off about that too to begin with. And I don't know if you guys saw like the article that Prime had linked, but like Putin looks like scared when he's talking to Xi Jinping. So I think really this is like the option that's happening right now is really just kind of like a way for them to kind of like off ramp this conflict to but not be able to be like, oh, it's just like we're doing to America. And I think also people think that America and China are not actually like incredibly aligned. I know I'm going on a little bit. This is my last point. Sorry. But like China and America talk to each other all the time. Like there is like meetings that they had like 4 months ago, or that it came out 4 months ago that like we economically are so based off of each other, like so like symbiotically related that it's not like we're like these like crazy like diametrically opposed enemies. Like we actually like align very well together economically. And I'll go ahead and leave it there.
Nina, you never have to apologize for going long. Not while your best friend Scott is on the panel.
Yeah,
Let's be very clear about that. Let's go to our and finally, our friend Aiko.
Why are you trying so hard to make this a thing?
I'm just recognizing, right? Like giving the pop recognition.
Just let it happen, Prime.
I'm just saying. All right,
just let it happen.
Aiko.
Yeah, you have to have faith in that relationship. You don't have to ship it. You can just watch the fireworks happen. All right. So listen, when I think about China and what it's been doing lately, I think about, which is interesting, fossil fuels, because all of these countries that China's making these overtures to, like making Saudi Arabia and Iran sort of kind of work together. That, of course, we know about their relationship with Venezuela. Their relationship with Russia is like improving, constantly, as we can just see here. And what those countries all have in common is that they are fossil fuel countries. They're specifically oil. And there's another country, Australia, which is the number one source of the highest quality coal in the world, and they had a falling out with China like over COVID-19, and China's been patching that relationship up too. And it's because they're trying to fuel as much economic growth as possible off of relatively cheap, discounted fossil fuels, even as they maintained like their position as the number one manufacturer of renewables like wind and solar technologies and batteries and everything, EVs, everything. So they're laser focused on energy. And it seems to me that it's going to be very difficult to eliminate that as a threat, like for our country. And one of the things that they're doing to sort of increase their legitimacy here is to try to become this broker. But in the process of doing so, they're obviously not providing any good options for for Ukraine in this deal. Like it's even as nebulous as it is, even if you were to do the most good faith interpretations of what the offer is, and we can get into this on the back and forth, there's really nothing in this offer that could in any way be appealing to Ukraine, in my opinion. Like the West doesn't have to like tell Ukraine not to do a deal like this because it is not in any way acceptable to them specifically.
Open panel.
Can I just say for the record that I think we should be a little careful when we say like, what does that deal look like? I do understand that, right? No one wants a peace deal where like Ukraine is just like totally subjugated by Russia and they give up, right? Like that's like nobody.
The Republicans want
that.
that. Let's be real here.
Maybe
you
the
got to get off
populace
Twitter.
I could probably
but
answer
regardless,
this, or like at
anyways,
least give a
like,
little bit of clarity on
no,
what this peace deal actually could look
I
like.
actually haven't asked a question for you to answer yet. You're just interrupting because you don't like where I'm going. So what I'm saying, like,
I have no idea where
I
you're going.
understand that, right? But I think it's also important to say that like letting the perfect be the enemy of the good in a situation where war is continuing is almost a diabolically evil thing to say. Like, well, it's not quite the right time for a peace deal, so let's keep letting people get bombed and killed is actually like honestly I find to be like a contemptuous.
Okay, so
and
you don't have any
disgusting thing to
actual
hear.
like solutions. You're just kind of virtue signaling.
No. I don't think he's. I think the issue.
What?
He's not virtue signaling. The issue is that I think he's like creating
Yes,
a bit of like a
Scott.
false dichotomy that doesn't have to necessarily exist. Like I agree with you, right? We shouldn't say if it's not perfect, we should just abandon it. I would agree, right? Just logically alone. The issue is that I think that there is an important question, which is saying like when there's this level of distrust between like multiple like international bodies, I think it's reasonable to go like Corey said, nobody thinks China's going there just trying to be like a nice guy to save Ukrainians. Like nobody thinks that that's happening, and I know you don't think that that's happening. And I think it's reasonable to go, is the peace treaty that's being signed in any way keeping anyone's other than like maybe Russia's interests in mind? Because if the peace treaty basically just ends up with exactly what Ukraine doesn't want, then it's not a good peace treaty. I mean, they probably won't sign it anyway.
Could you explain how that's a false dichotomy where I'm saying there's only two choices?
So you
'Cause you
said
accused me of
letting
making
the
a logical
perfect be the
fallacy.
enemy of the good.
Yeah, how is that a false dichotomy? I'm not saying that there's two situations. The other individuals stated that, well, that depends on what the deal looks like, and there have to be right conditions met for us to accept a peace deal. And I'm saying, well, we should be careful about when we say that, because it is always better. It is better that a country be subjugated than it is that a war continues and people constantly be bombed.
Oh no!
Like, come on.
What?
It's preferable. Yes, it is preferable. It is preferable.
So you
that we
do want them
stop
to win
war.
then? What do you mean?
I got a
Nuclear
whole
power.
bunch reductios would go
Can I-
down, right?
may I
Civil
ask a
War, Nazi Germany, we can hit them all if you want.
May I ask a clarifying question?
French to
Like under what metric are you using to come to the conclusion that subjugation is better than war?
Under what metric am I using that subjugation is better than war? That slavery is better than death itself? One can escape slavery, one cannot escape death. Therefore, one is reversible, the other is irreversible.
Would that be a consequentialist analysis?
How can
It's not a
Ukraine escape the
consequentialist
subjugation of
analysis to
Russia?
say
Sounds like it.
that like one evil
that
is
is
corrected
war.
and the other can't.
I think by definition it's a consequentialist analysis.
Oh my
Sure.
god.
This kind of gets a
Well,
little
I
similar
know you
to
have this
Holocaust
weird- you have this
apologia
weird-
a little
this-
bit. Like, what do you mean? Like, what
How many
the
buzzwords are
countries?
people going to throw out? Just
What
make a
the
fucking
word
argument.
Holocaust
It's
or the
not
word
Holocaust,
apologia? Which one's the
apology.
buzzword?
I'll make an argument, right? The argument is in certain circumstances, war is not profitable. But we can all think of circumstances in which the risk of subjugation and the amount of people that are going to be subjugated and the life that they're going to live is worth fighting against, right? The just war theory. I mean, I'm assuming, and I actually don't remember your answer on this, but I thought the Civil War, like marching to the South to liberate the slaves, that was justified, even though it killed a whole fuck ton of Americans and a bunch of Southerners.
There's no justification for either the North or the South in the Civil War.
Okay, so you got a
The
Michael
Civil War
Tracy
is a totally different
perspective,
thing.
where like we shouldn't have intervened in World War II.
Of course, we shouldn't have intervened in World War II. I'm an anarchist libertarian. Like,
You're neither one.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have lost.
You
the
also
plot.
So basically,
you
yeah,
also
I don't think we
don't
can actually
believe
engage
you
with
believe
Scott
in
in
borders,
geopolitics.
bro. Like, what are you talking about?
What-
You're gonna call yourself an anarchist?
But if you're a libertarian, surely you
Yeah,
believe that
it's
liberty
so
is worth
crazy
fighting for.
that some.
yeah, liberty's
It's
worth
so
fighting for,
crazy.
right? Live on your feet or die on your feet.
Wait, why are
rather
you
than
even in
living
this
beneath.
debate?
There's
Yeah.
a very big difference. There's a very big difference between liberty
Just
being
let us
worth
subjugate
fighting
you.
for and governments that tax people going to war in other countries.
Wait.
So
Scott, you have a gun in your background, right? We're talking about like using war and violence to prevent somebody else from subjugating you and interfering with your rights. Isn't that like what libertarianism
Look,
is
I never said that like Ukraine should stop fighting. What I said is when the entire fucking global hegemony is funding and supporting and pushing forward a war with a nuclear power, that it is always going to be better to stop the war with a nuclear power and deal with those consequences later and fight in the ways that we can fight, so that, I don't know, we don't push a nuclear power into a larger conflict.
well, to be fair, Russia is wait.
Right now, as it stands right now, Ukraine and Russia are both running
Russia's
psyop
nuclear
campaigns
policy
to try and
is
accuse the other person of moving into Moldova. And if that fucking line gets crossed, then all of a sudden we're talking about an actual NATO ally, not a pseudo NATO ally. Right? Like this is a dangerous place that we're in.
Moldova's not in.
Moldova's not in NATO.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that's
not Moldova. The fucking the T fucking like city state.
the trans
countries
people.
recognize-
They are
They're
also
not in
not part of
NATO as
NATO.
well.
Turkey.
Transnistria is Moldova.
No,
It's
not
just
not
a
not
breakaway.
not. It's a breakaway, but in order to get into Moldova, you have to move troops. Well, I guess Russia wouldn't have to, but I mean, Ukraine would have to move troops through NATO allies.
Tanzania, close.
No, they border in Moldova.
Yeah, like Ukraine
I gotta look at the map
borders Moldova, bro.
Yeah, take a moment to look at the map so you know which you're.
Let me look at the map again. I might be wrong.
Oh my god, that's the
That's fair.
origin of humanity.
Chow, I
That's
haven't got
fair.
Chow, I haven't got a chance to ask you this question. Like, what's your end game for Ukraine? Like, where do you want this to end?
Obviously, I would
Jesus.
like this war to end, right? But then
Right,
the
but,
big
like,
question, the big
what's the
question
war
is like
goal?
under what conditions?
Yeah. What's the war goal here?
The war goal, at least for the West as well as Ukraine, is to restore its territorial integrity.
Okay.
And I think that is a really fight to fight for. Now, the question before was, okay, what does this peace plan look like? And China does have a position paper, essentially. It has 12 points that includes respecting the sovereignty of all countries. But I think we're getting a step ahead of ourselves when we're thinking about the peace plan. Let's ask ourselves, what are the steps to actually get towards that peace plan? And that often includes a ceasefire. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to be getting a peace plan. So the fear from both the West and Ukraine is that if there were going to be a ceasefire, then it is going to allow Russia to organize itself, to mobilize more troops, mobilize more of its logistics, get more organized just in general, and then launch another offensive maybe in the summer. And this is just not good for Ukraine. Just because there is a ceasefire, especially when Ukraine has the momentum in pushing Russia out of its territory, then yeah, like it's just not good for them.
It doesn't have the momentum right now. That's the problem.
It's
Okay, yeah, because
it's
of
muddy
winter, like it's
yeah,
pretty
it's
much
muddy
of a
season right
stalemate,
now.
and like there's the Battle of Bakhmut. But if you were to compare everything that's going on in Russia and all the support that's going into Ukraine, as well as thinking about the moral, how moral is the Ukrainian side versus the Russian side, then like chances are it's Ukraine that has the momentum.
We'll know in May.
Over the
don't
year,
know.
okay, they liberated Kherson. They've kicked out Russia for like in the northern part. Like, do you not see this? Like,
Yeah, they thought they were
really-
gonna win in 3 days, dude.
I fully, yes, I'm not denying their brave defense of the motherland and the fact that they took back a whole bunch of territory after the couple months, right? I'm not denying all those wins. But the reality is, for the past 5-6 months, it has been stuck in just like a complete quagmire, and there's been barely any movement, and all the movements on the Russian side, they're just doing nothing but gain territory right now. That's the reality.
no,
And
That's not
that's
true.
right now.
now-
I'm pretty sure
That's
If I
not
could
true.
ask Just as
What
somebody who doesn't know anything, could I ask Lactoid, is that different from what, like, this feels like an aside point? Like, it felt like what I was hearing Chow, at least what I wrote down, is he's talking about ceasefires in and of itself, like the beginning stages of a peace talk is a ceasefire, and Ukraine is afraid to go even into that because it could fuck them. Because even if say there isn't momentum, I would say there is at least like pressure for Ukraine to get things going, because they're probably more likely to get benefits from allies. They're more likely to like have help just like in the public opinion. Whereas if you go into a ceasefire, people will look away, people are going to stop caring, and then Russia has the time to basically reorganize its logistics and hit them even harder, and maybe this time they'll steamroll them. I think that's what Chow's saying. And so I understand what you're saying, like maybe like in the actual lived fight, maybe it's more stalemated, but would you agree that this is a reasonable concern, like more to the actual point, that this is a concern for why we maybe want a ceasefire in Ukraine?
I think there's very clear political reasons. If I'm not mistaken, the Ukrainian government passed a law saying they're not going to negotiate with Putin specifically. That's how angry they are. They're pissed off, obviously, and they don't want the I guess the embarrassment of losing the most valuable territory that exists within the country. Now that being said, I don't see any other way this gets resolved in the long run. It does need to be fought out for a couple more months or a couple more years, even probably. And should we prevent them Russians from gaining more territory? Yeah, but I mean, either there's going to be a ceasefire with the territory now, or I mean, unless the Ukrainians fucking surprise us all again, who knows? Could happen.
I mean, the Russians can just leave. Like, I mean, they could just stop.
They're not going to do that though.
Yeah.
Okay, but they could. Like, I don't know why you're
They
denying
could,
that
but
reality.
could
We say there's
happen,
only
like-
one way.
Well-
That's very silly
well, he
because
would
they
say
could
the
straight up just
opposite.
leave.
Well, he would just argue the opposite. Ukraine could just like roll over and let them take the territory. Like both of these things are
Okay,
theoretically
but-
possible, but both countries' interests are completely vested
Right.
against that.
Exactly.
Okay, but one would
Well,
be.
of course, let's like talk about what is realistically going to happen, and when we're going to be talking about that, then we have to be concerned about, well, what are the interests of both sides? And the sad reality is that Russia has interests that are irreconcilable with the interests of Ukraine and the West. This also includes China, and that's why there is this quagmire. That is why geopolitics is just so complicated all the time.
Well, I think why this resonates
Hard
so
question.
well with a lot of like, people, like this particular conflict, is that there are aspects of that are pretty simple. With them invading, there's no reason for them to be invading this country. There is a big reason for the Ukrainians to defend it.
There are reasons.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm not going to say directly there's like no reasons. Okay, I don't know if you're going to be like that, like
I'm gonna revert
reductive
back
about
to 1
it.
year ago.
Okay, so which one? What do you
There
think
are
then?
good reasons. I'll even
Like
say that,
what?
but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like
What was
what?
Erudite's question?
I'll explain in a second, but I didn't want to overtalk somebody.
Yeah.
I'm about
Erudite,
to
go ahead.
derail, so I have a different question. So
Okay.
Sure.
Well,
sure.
sure. No, Nina, do you want that
I have
question
a better
answered by
derail.
Lactoid?
I
was
would like
wrong.
Lactoid to
I was
answer
just
that
straight up
question.
wrong.
Yes.
I thought they had to go through NATO allies and what deal with the city state in Moldova, but no.
God damn
I'm
it,
just-
Scott.
fucking
was just
base
dumb
Giga Chad.
and was wrong. So yeah, I
Credit
was
to
just
you,
wrong
yeah.
on
Fair
that
enough.
one. All right, there you go.
Fair
I had to
enough,
like
fair
look it
enough.
up.
Let's go.
Thanks for
Yeah.
pointing that.
Lactoid, answer that question, then we'll go to Erudite. And then yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to frame this in to make it be as close to the kind of topic question as possible, because I feel like a lot of the resistance that comes with even accepting some kind of ceasefire or accepting any kind of diplomatic solution here is this belief that Ukraine is fully 100% correct in everything that they've said, and Russia's just evil, right? They're just the ontological evil. They're
nobody's
like
saying
Nazi
that.
Germany. I'm not saying so. I'm telling you what I've noticed about like contemporary culture. I'm not
Sure.
saying you're necessarily saying this, but this
Sure.
is just what I've noticed. Russia is evil, and I disagree obviously with Russia in a lot of ways, and I do overall think Ukraine is justified. But when we're looking at the reasons why Russia did what they did, there is a lot of justification. The main justification is when you look at every poll prior to Russia's intervention in Crimea wanted to leave Ukraine. The vast majority of the polls indicate that Crimea specifically wanted to leave Ukraine
Those
and join
polls
Russia.
were made after they were occupied, my dude.
No, before the occupation, and they were done by the UN. According to the UN,
That's
Crimea
Crimea. Lactoid,
yeah,
that's Crimea, but
that's
that
Crimea.
doesn't explain
We'll get
the
to the rest of them.
2021 invasion or 2022. Excuse me.
Well, hold on, we'll get there, right? So the Crimea is important, right? That absolutely is relevant when it comes to Crimea, the initial part of Russian aggression, essentially. Now, the other areas, specifically the Donbass, are a little bit more contested, especially when you look kind of split halfway through. But there was tremendous amount of Russian support in those areas. In fact, after the civil war that began there, support for Ukraine essentially evaporated within the areas in rebellion. Now, this is important because the reason why they rebelled and the reason why Crimea shifted was because a democratically elected president was overthrown in an unconstitutional revolution. Just factually what happened.
Stop! You're gonna say that
Euromaidan
Yanukovych
was
was
not
democratically
constitutional.
elected?
According to the UN
wasn't a
that
Russia
audited
puppet?
the election, according to the UN that audited the election, according to the United Nations, Yanukovych was elected in a free and fair election in Ukraine prior to
Are you
Euromaidan.
purposely leaving out that Yanukovych like ordered for the snipers to like kill Ukrainians?
That is
course
so.
he is.
I'm not leaving that out. So there is no constitutional reason why ordering police to shoot rioters means that you can just be unconstitutionally removed. That's not a thing in the Ukrainian constitution. Second, the rioters had already occupied multiple government buildings at the time of the shootings, and the shootings were at the people who were occupying government buildings. Now, do I think it was justified? Probably not. My understanding is the rioters were armed with petrol bombs and rocks. They didn't necessarily have a lot of firepower. They were just kind of occupying things and throwing rocks at buildings and storming government buildings. But we had a situation in America where an unarmed rioter was storming a government building and got shot and killed. And this idea of, well, can we justify overthrowing Biden because we had a cop shoot Babbitt when she was storming the White House? Well, if we're going to establish that we can start shooting rioters storming government buildings, well, then
Isn't that
Of
like the
course-
most American thing to do?
yes.
Is to overthrow a government that is like being tyrannical
Yes.
and subjugating its citizens in a dictatorial fashion.
Go watch
Revolutionary
it.
war.
you can launch an unconstitutional revolution. But what I'm saying
That's
is that
literally what America
Russia
was,
has
bro.
a good reason.
I mean, I
Russia
think we
has a
could
good
actually go
reason,
back to
man.
some John Locke
Lactoid.
theory and argue that
Lactoid.
like the people have the right to
Yeah,
overthrow their government when they believe
So
that
does
their
the
government...
Donbass not have a right to overthrow Ukraine?
Is it the Donbass doing it?
Yes, overwhelmingly.
Oh,
Entirety
it's definitely
of
not just
Ukraine.
Russia then,
No,
huh?
it's not the Donbass
You're
doing it at
asking
all.
me
Did you
if
forget
the
about the
Don-
little green
That's
men?
kind of
okay.
ridiculous.
So
That was
so
in
first of all,
Crimea.
Jay Chow, like I get it, but like if we go through like clips and other interviews of you talking about January 6th, I'm sure you're not going to be on my side that they should have been there, right? I'm pretty sure you're going to be like freaking out about how they were terrorists and they needed to be stopped. Nevertheless,
Well,
I
I'm not
just wanna
actually
add,
staking out my position here. I'm just interjecting with some theory and maybe some arguments as to what could we alternatively think. So like when
Right,
it comes
you're just
to
saying things
when it
you
comes
don't
to
No, but do you think that the
Euromaidan,
Americans
I
couldn't
also
have
think
murdered the
I also think
protesters?
Euromaidan was like not unjustified, but like them overthrowing the government was not legitimate. Like I see that as a coup, but like for Russia to react towards that as like, okay, let's take over Crimea. And the reason why they took over Crimea at that time was because they thought this was some grand conspiracy by the West to install a pro-West and pro-NATO regime in Kyiv and then turn Ukraine into a NATO member, and then all of a sudden Russia no longer has that naval base in Sevastopol. Like that's why they had such a sense of urgency to do that. But they were completely wrong because they're just delusional. They were delusional
Pause,
in 2014.
pause,
They're delusional
pause.
now into thinking
You're
that
just
like
saying they're
this
delusional based off of what? Like the Council on Foreign Relations opinion? Like, I mean, we don't fucking know.
It just so happens
Oh, what,
that
we just
the
can't know
group-
anything.
a group
what
of
groups of
experts,
Navy
but, like-
SEAls
but, like,
identify
Putin-
as a
Putin is,
pro-Ukrainian
like,
group. You know what I
hyper
mean?
paranoid
Like,
about
relax.
the West.
Yeah, he
And,
is.
like,
I mean,
maybe
like,
he is
sure,
right
but, like-
because like,
but
hey,
the
there's a
idea
bunch
that
of
Well, that's
other
literally an
revolutions
excuse as to
going
why-
closer to his-
The idea that it's delusional to think that America might involve itself in a country it's heavily involved in and bragging about being involved in is not that much of is a little bit a bridge too far. Also, I do think it's important to recognize, like, if we're talking about Russia going into Ukraine, I mean, like, there's a lot of back and forth things here. It's complicated, right?
Yes.
We could talk about, though I don't know that it's necessarily relevant to China on the world stage. But like, yeah, we could talk about like the water canal, right? We can talk about how debts owed from 2013 meant that Ukraine got to starve people of water, right? Like, I mean, like there are a lot of back and forth justifications we can do. Ultimately, I think we all agree here that Russia's invasion was not justified, and the conversation here really is about whether or not China should be brokering a deal. What does that deal look like? What are their goals and motivations, and what does that mean for the American empire?
The reason why I wanted to
Well, at your last point, then I want to go to Erudite because she had the thing.
Sure. And I just wanted to explain the reason why I spent a little bit of time talking about this is because I think that if we can establish it as complicated as Scott put it, and establish it as well, there is like it's not just the complete just war theory that a lot of people think it is. Then I think people will be a little more open when it comes to compromise. When it comes to maybe like a ceasefire is the best idea, and if it's brokered by whoever, then less deaths. Right? It's a good overall outcome.
I don't think anyone thinks that
Erudite,
it's not
please.
complicated.
I'm kind of curious. So I have a bit of a question that's going to be an aside, but I actually want to ask you, Lactoid. When we're talking about like just war theory, and again, assume that I know nothing because I probably don't. When I'm listening to you guys talk about this, and I agree that like everything that I've looked into in history of Russia and Ukraine and the relationships of what's going on right now, which goes back hundreds of years, but probably the most like last century is going to be most relevant to what we're talking about. I agree that it's not as simple. Both parties are doing propaganda like crazy. Of course they are. That is modern war, right? I guess the question is, even if, say, Crimea was maybe a legitimate or an illegitimate coup, maybe if like all these things that Ukraine did that wasn't good or bad, does that necessarily mean that it's not a just war if they're genuinely worried about their total country sovereignty? Because my understanding is like, I could grant you, say I just granted you everything of Ukraine being very naughty boys. That doesn't necessarily mean that the war that they're in right now isn't a just war.
It depends on the theory of just war. So there are some people who believe that territorial integrity is some kind of basis. I don't really see why. I kind of see territory as lines in the sand drawn up by nations, which are just arbitrary concepts. And the reason why ultimately I think I do side with Ukraine here is due to like much larger geopolitical issues of which area is going to be governed the best, which area is going to be governed in the most liberty-centric, individual rights perspective possible. And I think that in of itself is what grants justification for a just war. The reason why the US was justified in leaving the British crown was because monarchy fucking sucks. It's not a pro-liberty, pro-individualist perspective. And so we get to fucking leave. The reason why the Confederates were not justified in leaving the US because they wanted to own people. And so that is not a individualistic, liberty-based focus. So they don't get to leave. Right? We apply this very inconsistently if we look at territorial integrity as a concept. But when we look at it directly from the people there, are their lives better? Are their lives more free? If yes, then justified. If not, then not.
Okay, so that's not just war
Um,
theory. That is your justification for when war is just.
Right. And the ultimate question for you, Jay Chow, would be what is the difference between the Revolutionary War and the Civil War?
I'm not going to answer that question. I'm just going
Okay.
to clarify on what actual just war theory is and how
so-
we're going to implement that into like the context that is Russia and Ukraine.
I
Russia has no justification under just war theory to invade Ukraine, but Ukraine does have just war justification in fighting against it because it is being invaded. So that's how we implement that.
I wanna because I feel Erudite wasn't done. And also Aiko, like with what Lactoid said, I feel like you must have a response considering what you talked about borders not moving. So
Yes.
if you have something, okay, great. So let's go to Erudite, and then Aiko later on.
Sure. Okay, so mine is going to be a derail, so I don't know if you want Aiko to come in before me, because I want to ask actually about like the practical stuff, which is what we kind of like moved away from once we got into this just war stuff. Because Chow was talking about like how do we practically solve this? Because there are irreconcilable interests. Everything I can gain from this looks pretty irreconcilable, right? I don't know how we have a solution, and so that's not a satisfactory answer, right? Just having war now for the next 14 years isn't really a good answer to the situation. I'm curious what you guys think about the likelihood of, so for example, civil war and unrest occurring within Russia itself, and for example, like a major leadership overhaul, like an assassination on maybe Putin himself. I think the assassination is low. Do you think there's any chance of like actual like civil schism that would usurp the authority?
I think it's
It's
extremely low.
Yeah, because like Putin's hold on his people, like within the government, is like really tight and strong. Like they either are loyalists, or if they like step aside, then they mysteriously die by like suicide.
Oh,
Or like they fall down the stairs somehow.
If you
well,
protest in Russia,
I want to cut in
like,
just
if you
specifically
protest in
because it's
Russia
about
by
China.
yourself, if you protest
Oh my God,
in
we're
Russia by yourself, yeah,
What did you
You
both
wanted to
interrupt?
cut
That's the
in
real
and I
question.
cut in.
What
Right?
is
I was
going
just saying.
on?
I was just trying to say a quick point. If you
Don't worry,
protest
Iko.
to back up Jay Chow, like if you protest in Russia as an individual, the cops will bring a person dressed as a protester, so that you're now in a protest group, so that they can beat the shit out of you and arrest you. Right?
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
he has a stranglehold on his people. I was just
Yeah,
trying to
so,
score you. Sorry for interrupting.
It's okay. And like on top of that, like a lot of people may point to Russia's military incapabilities in Ukraine as like, oh my god, they're falling apart. But Russia has like a really strong and competent internal security in order to quell down any sort of resistance. And a lot of the protests that we have been seeing from Russia, one, they're very little, because people are just leaving if they disagree with the war, but also like that's isolated towards cities and like urbanites, whereas most of the population of Russia do like Putin because he is a strong man, and they also rely on Moscow for funds and subsidies. I think over time though there is a thought that like as the sanctions grow stronger and stronger, affecting Russia, then maybe it's going to affect those groups of people. But for the most part, the idea of there being a popular protest, an unrest, or even like an internal government coup, a military coup as well, is very, very low.
So I want to
gonna-
get Nina. You want to jump in quickly. I do want to get to Aiko because I know you must have something very interesting to say. Go ahead, Nina.
I think one thing that we're kind of forgetting here is like that China's has a lot of their fingers and a lot of like connections within the Russian government. They specifically have focused on getting people around Putin more interested in their agenda, and like they're probably more influential if we're talking about a regime change type thing where it's not like Putin has a stranglehold on everybody. They have, again, as I was saying earlier, kind of like using the same phrasing, like an off-ramp in a way where the Chinese would be a little bit more sympathetic to maybe somebody else if they want to like get up there, you know what I mean? Like that's something that we already know, and I think that's something that we're not taking into consideration. Go ahead.
I actually
Aiko.
disagree with every part of that.
Oh my god, that is insane.
Okay, I do want to get Aiko.
I don't know why.
Can respond to that.
Okay, so I just was, I just wanted to respond to what Lactoid said about the UN like polling in Ukraine, and this was a series of polling from 2009 to 2011, and it consisted of a sample size of 1,200 people out of a population of 2 million.
Wait. Are you looking
If
at
you-
just the table, or are you looking at all the following polls that came in the paragraph after on the Wikipedia?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I looked at it's. I mean, yeah, there's been multiple polls, and this is a sample size of 1,200 people. If you want, now I do agree. I think UN like data is very relevant here, but the more relevant data I think would be the referendum from 1991, where everybody could vote. This wasn't just like a slice, which was I think 1,200 is 0.06% of the population. I mean, I don't know that you could do anything political based on something like that. But they had a choice as to whether or not to join Ukraine when everything split off or to stay with Russia. And Crimea voted 92.3% of Crimea chose to join Ukraine in 1991. That's the last legitimate referendum that we have on this. Now, you know, if there needs to be another vote to determine like what that number would be today, I'd be very interested in the results of that, because there's been a lot of ethnic cleansing since then, and there have been a lot of people sort of pushed out of Crimea. I would want to know that they were able to return to their homes and have an opportunity to vote before I would allow us looking at another like set of data again on that. And I really, you'll never know like what it would be like if there hadn't been like the purging of the Tatars, you know, under the Soviet Union, and all these other like horrific events that have happened since then, the Holodomor, everything.
But I was on a
It's time.
bottle in 1991, and I'm old as far as Twitch is concerned.
And this, oh, by the way, so yeah, this leaves out like a ton. First of all, the Tatar, I mean, we're talking like way before all of this. The Ukrainians never had a solid presence in Crimea. It was the Tatars, and the Russians came in.
Yeah, I agree. Crimea
and replaced them
should be
with
its own thing,
Russians.
right? It should just be handed back
Well,
to the
but
Tatars at this point.
Right, but here's
But
real quick though. This is the important part, because in 1991 there was that vote. Now, Crimea was part of Ukraine at the time because they had been ever since Khrushchev back in I think 1954 transferred it from Russia over to Ukraine. So it wasn't like staying with Russia, moving to Ukraine. It was
right,
more
it was
about,
a Russia thing.
it was more about keeping the status quo. Now, the important thing is in 1992, they declared independence. And the government of Ukraine went to them and said, no, you cannot do that. So instead, what they did is a referendum on complete autonomy, and they have their own government, right? And that referendum overwhelmingly passed. Overwhelmingly, they wanted to be autonomous within Ukraine. They didn't want to have the government in Kiev ruling over them. And the referendum won. And then in response, Ukraine, the government there dissolved the new autonomous government created in Crimea, moved in and reincorporated it back as a part
Well,
of the
yeah, of
national
course, because
government.
Ukraine was essentially run by Russia at that time. Like they haven't had their own they've been basically Russian puppets until 2014. So of course that's what they were.
Because they're like
that makes
94%
perfect sense that they did that.
Yeah, because they're like almost 90% Russian. Obviously, right?
No, they're not. They're not. I've looked at the numbers on this.
It's over 60.
It is majority ethnic Russians right now, but it's about 60%. I can send you that
So,
data. But hold
hold
on.
on.
That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is goes beyond that, because every time people try to look at history is decide, okay, where should we redraw borders now based on some period of history that I prefer over some other period of history. That essentially puts us back to the way that the world has lived, like pretty much since the dawn of man. Borders constantly moving, the movement of those borders, like raising tensions and causing people to fight each other. Now we're in the middle of war now anyway, so to say that we should just move it back and then not even think about it right now might not be super realistic. However, any opportunity that you have to stop a border from moving, we should take, because we live under something called the international rules-based order. And one of the things that we have been fairly consistent on over the last 80 years, like since the end of World War II, is that we tend to not allow borders to move. That's not to say that there hasn't been exceptions to that. It doesn't mean to say that we've been perfect in doing that. But every time we allow borders to move, it becomes a precedent for other borders somewhere else to move as well. And that's one thing that I don't think we can risk. So if during all of the negotiations for peace here, I guarantee you, by the way, Russia does not want to go to Crimea being an autonomous region of Ukraine. Like, that's not something at all that Russia wants. But if you want to do that because that's what they voted on in 1992, like that would be an acceptable. I think Ukraine would consider that to be acceptable. I don't think they would want them. I don't think Russia wants it to be autonomous under them, or even autonomous under Russia. I think they just want to annex.
Lactoid, you can respond.
Do you remember when?
Sorry. We'll go Lactoid. So you can respond. Then we'll go to Ty and J Chow.
Yeah, I'm not basing this off of the fact that there's a certain amount of like historical elements there, right? Sure, I want to correct myself, by the way. It was in 2001 about 60%. Now it's about 67%. All the other ethnic groups make up under 15% or around 50% or under.
If I can help you real quick, I promise. Where you might be getting the confusion is there's a difference in the polls between when someone says they're ethnically Russian, and then there's a much larger percentage of people that say that their native language is Russian.
That could be it too, right? It could be that percentage speaks Russian, right? And when you look at
so does Zelensky.
Right. And when you look at the polling pretty consistently,
but it's not a native language, right? Like their primary language.
No, Zelensky is an ethnic Russian. Like Russian is his first language.
So
I was just trying to help with the confusion.
And when you look, and again, when you look at like the percentages of the polling done, and you can say the sample size that the UN poll was wrong. Every poll uses sample sizes. That's how it works. Crimea, since 1991, has consistently moved to be either independent or completely autonomous or part of Russia. And most of the polling since 2011 has been they wanted to leave Ukraine specifically and join Russia. But it's not based on like any kind of historical ethnic claim that there is to land. I fully disagree with ethno-states, and I think the blood and soil concept's ridiculous. We can get into like some Native American reservations. I think that'd be an interesting discussion later. But when it comes specifically to this, I'm talking about you have a group of people in an area that live there and have lived there for decades, and they have specifically voted for a candidate that was unconstitutionally removed. That's the point that matters. You have, and they don't want to be there anymore. And so the question is, and there is some UN precedent for this as well, right? Every person in the world, ideally,
their media was shut down too. By the way.
Yes, every person in the world ideally has a right to self-determination, And that means that yes, according to the UN, that's true. And that
Right.
means if you vote, you must have some kind of right to like vote in your party or your people. And if the person you voted in gets unconstitutionally removed,
But he was removed by the people who voted.
In some cases, that's a right to leave the country.
We gotta go to Ty next because Ty's been waiting patiently, like the rest of the people. Jay Chow, Corey, and Nina.
I don't care about
appreciate that.
democracy though.
I was about to have an aneurysm there. All right, so one of the things that I largely do agree with ICAO on, or Rich, but I'm not 100% with, is that the rules-based order that we have largely is borders can't move except if you vote on it. One of the big things that was one of the big reasons we didn't jump whenever the Russians walked into Crimea is because we believe that their people wanted to, or wanted to be part of Russia, which is one of the many reasons why we didn't jump at it. The problem with Crimea, in a nutshell, is that geographically speaking, it makes sense to be part of Ukraine, but demographically speaking, it makes sense to be part of Russia. Russia and the Russian people tend to be incredibly hierarchical within their structure, and they do believe in ethnostates to a large degree. When it comes to what we're talking about with the geography, Crimea is a peninsula which has no fresh water. It gets all of its fresh water from a place called Kherson and a little dike that runs all the way down through the canal. Long story short here is that you can't live there without Ukraine. And that's why there's a big kind of push to where both sides want a vested interest within Ukraine. Not only is it strategically important, but no one can live there without actually having everyone in agreement.
Jay Chow.
Yeah, so there's a number of problems with like the polls and referendums on like for Crimea leaving Ukraine and joining Russia. But the one after 2014 is that like one problem is that there were only two options. One was be autonomous and the other was join Russia. There was no option of like rejoining Ukraine. There was also a group of people who like did not participate in that referendum because they just like didn't want to. They were protesting.
Or they didn't live there anymore.
No, they were living there, and they just like
No,
they
I
just,
mean like
protested.
there's also people that fled, right? Like that like may
Oh, yeah,
have been or
probably.
wanted to live there or had property there, family there,
Yeah,
but got the fuck out.
yeah, true. And Rich said previously that like there's been decades, even centuries of ethnic cleansing that has distorted the population in Crimea, and the numbers were also faked as well, because on the Russian website they accidentally leaked the actual numbers to that referendum, and it did not match like what they actually wanted. So I think there's a lot of problems with that referendum, but even putting that aside, we're also assuming that like referendums are a legitimate way of deciding like who gets what territory, and I largely disagree with that. And I think Rich said a lot of these points is that if we really gave self-determination, that kind of self-determination to everybody, the world will be in chaos. Nobody would be respecting borders. Everybody would want to be in their own state. Everybody would want to be there. Like this is largely what happened after World War II.
Some people don't want to live
under
under
these
consensus.
The world agreed that it is much more worth to stick with the same borders, maybe change it here a little bit here, and just like kind of hope for the best, because we don't want like a bunch of tribal people to all of a sudden want to have their own territory and their own government, like what's happening in Libya for a while now. So like, yeah, there was a great speech made by one ambassador who said a lot of these points, and I forget what country he was from, but like that's why self-determination, in the respect of like, hey, let's self-determine our own government, that is like, that's not good. But self-determination in the sense of, hey, let's have like a democratic agency over what our government looks like, then yes, that's base self-determination.
Ty, I'll let
I-
you have a quick response to that. Then we're gonna move to Corey and Nina.
Yeah, so like Jay Chow, I love you, but I do have to actually disagree with you on this one.
I hate you.
Yeah, I know, right? The Western world says we don't like borders to move. That's not true. And in fact, we do it a lot. Whether it was German reunification, whether it's the independence of Kosovo, is that we will happily carve out a new border, or basically liberate a given people if we find it within our interest. Or what tends to be the case is that we actually believe in ethnocentrism, is that we actually say Kosovo is part of the Albanians and they shouldn't be subjected to Serbian rule, and we're actually going to let them go their own way. If anything, to me, it's the microization of different ethnic groups who don't want to be a part of some greater whole. Is kind of the reality. That's why we didn't have a problem with Ukraine being independent from the Soviet Union. That's one of the reasons why we actually support Russian separatist movements, but don't tell anybody that. Yeah, we actually want to see other empires go to shit and anyone else's like large scale authority just be diminished because it's easier to rule.
Yeah, but I just see that as a matter of convenience and having that be just like a band-aid of over a larger problem of, hey, let's just like carve out this territory and give it to this group of people in order to solve this conflict. Like that in history
You're
doesn't
saying
really have a
that
good
it's the
track
difference
record.
between exceptions and like that being the rule, right?
Exactly. Yeah, so like for the large part in the rules-based order, yeah, borders don't change. We respect each other's territorial sovereignty and integrity. In like really bad cases such as the Sudanese civil war, then we will make some exceptions because we're just like, okay, there has to be some sort of a solution to this in order to end things. So maybe there could be a solution to the Russia-Ukraine war that has something to do with changing territory. But again, we have to go back to, well, what are the interests of both Russia and Ukraine? And they're irreconcilable. Ukraine has no interest in letting any of its given territory to go to Russia, and Russia is butthurt over wanting to keep Donbass as well as its annexed territory. That also includes Crimea.
Oh, I think
Let's
they want the
go
whole
to
country. Sorry.
Corey. No problem, no problem. Corey, then Nina.
Yeah. Well, I'm also going to slightly disagree with Jay Chow as well. As a Quebecer, a real Canadian, I have to defend referendums. Since Quebec had a referendum in '95, remember correctly, where we narrowly chose. Or like 50.5% of the population chose to stay within Canada, and I think there's somebody said for referendums. But I just want to briefly touch upon what Lactoid spoke about earlier, or alluded to in terms of you are correct, Lacto, that's how polling works. So just a small sample that might represent a larger sample. But I don't, as far as I know, you don't rely on polling data to establish whatever autonomy or sovereignty, or that's where the referendum comes to play. And where it's with enough select polling, like in Quebec, you can maybe establish a justification for Quebec autonomy. But we didn't do that, and we had a referendum. So I don't think citing polling data as a justification
Dog,
is appropriate.
that's a weird critique, man. Like, there's a war going on. We can't do a fucking vote right now. He's just talking about
No,
understanding what the
war.
population feels, right? Like I don't think he's saying the polling alone is what should be used for this. I think he's just pointing to the fact that these people very well may have felt a certain way.
So
I'm not disagreeing fully with that. I'm just saying I don't think it's the strongest argument to make. That's all.
I want to address the argument.
Actually moment.
Right. So I think this is, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, I feel like this is a little bit of cherry pick, or I think it's cherry picking. I think it's sort of inconsistency. I think it's, well, when it supports us, yes, the data is all good, but when it goes against our interests, well, polling is kind of shit. I mean, yeah, they had a referendum in 1992 that they overwhelmingly voted one way, and the Ukrainian government came in and threw it all away. But that was 1992. That was a long time ago. But then 1991 was even longer ago. The reality is, according not only to the UN, but also according to the Kiev Institute, International Institute of Sociology, according to Germany's largest pollster, GfK, according to Gallup, according to the Washington, D.C. Pew Research, according to every single poll, and there's been so many done, according to all of them, consistently, incredibly large majorities of people have voted, we don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. And large majorities of people have also voted to specifically leave Ukraine and join Russia. And if you have to contend with that. The reality here is, and I bite the bullet on this, I'm not democracy means all, the end here, right? We get to sometimes dictate what people do. And in this case, I don't think that people, because it doesn't serve Western interests, I don't think these areas should be able to democratically leave. But if it was up to democracy, which all of you supposedly care to, or pretend to care about, then they would not be part of Ukraine, right?
Okay,
care about democracy,
they
would not be part of
Wait,
Ukraine.
can I ask a question here?
Really
though?
cringe.
Can I ask you a question, Lactoid? Sorry.
Democracy sucks. Go ahead.
It's your turn any which way. So yeah, and then we can go to Aiko.
If, let's say, what are you saying that the numbers were for the people that wanted to join Russia?
I mean, according to Like which poll? So
Just
according to
whichever one. That's not my main question. I'm just
March 12th to 14th, Germany's largest pollster, GfK. 70.6% of Koreans intended to vote for joining Russia.
okay.
10.8%.
So if Quebec, 70% of them wanted to join America, do you think America is then okay with invading that country?
This was literally the UN case. The UN case.
You're not answering my question.
I'm going to directly answer because the UN case was on Quebec, right? And the argument that the UN put forward as to why Quebec couldn't, the Canada would be justified in preventing them from leaving the country completely.
No. We're not talking about that. We're talking about another nation taking it over.
I'll get there.
Okay.
So the reason why they weren't justified in leaving Canada, whether it be to be independent, whether it be to join America, whether it be to join any other fucking country, the reason like the tribunal said that they couldn't do that was because people in Quebec had democratic rights and their vote for president mattered just as much as anybody else, and they were not discriminated against for being
prime minister.
That was prime minister. Sorry, that was the reason given by the tribunal. Now, Ukraine is different because the president that all these areas voted for got removed unconstitutionally. It would be like if we unconstitutionally removed Biden and then Californians were like, well, fuck, we don't want to be part of America anymore. We're going to put Trump back unconstitutionally. And then we say, no, fuck you. That is the actual comparison. Now you could say, well, I still
that would be fucked if California decided to do that. What do you mean?
That happened after the invasion. That happened after Russia, who were already there, decided to occupy Crimea, and then the referendum happened.
Euromaidan?
Look,
Euromaidan happened
Russia
first.
was in Crimea before Euromaidan.
Hold on.
I don't think so. I think Euromaidan actually happened first.
The problem is
okay.
Wait,
so Russia had leased
am I just
naval
really
base.
quiet?
The Russians were
or do I
in
need to be
Crimea already.
You are kind of
quiet.
Okay, well,
I have you turned all the way up.
Fix that.
Go ahead, Jicha, finish your point. I do want to get Taiko, who's there and kind. And
I'm quiet, and now people tell me.
No, not you. Oh, that was Ty.
Not you.
Tiberius.
Tiberius was trying to talk.
Go ahead, Jicha, finish whatever point you were making, and then I want to go Taiko.
Okay, yeah. So then, it's still illegitimate for Russia to invade Crimea or even for Crimea to go to Russia because Euromaidan happened, and then Russia was like, okay, let's take Crimea instantly, which they did, and then the referendum happened while it was being occupied, and they were the ones who administered the referendum. So obviously, even if you were to compare this to Quebec, that's just a false comparison. The UN definitely would not see them as the same.
But what if China came in and brokered a deal?
Yeah, what if they did the referendum in Crimea? What if they oversaw
That's what the fucking topic is about.
Just for reference,
what if then China came in to broker that deal?
Euromaidan protests happened in 2013, and they annexed in 2014.
Listen, Lactoid keeps bringing up the it's a UN poll. I mean, I think obviously if anyone was going to administer a referendum or oversee the administration of a referendum, it would have to be the United Nations. And also, I'm for a compromise here. If you want the 1,200 people who voted in that poll to be able to go to Russia, I'm fine with that. That's a solution that I would support. But really, the bigger question is if we do a referendum in the future, and I think that's what it would have to take. If we were going to say that Crimea legitimately is going to have its official borders, internationally recognized borders, moved, and you're going to have a referendum, then we're going to have to decide who gets to vote, right? So if I own a house in Crimea because my family's gone back there for generations, and then I had to flee because the Russians invaded, and the Russians took my house and gave it to a Russian that they imported into Crimea, does that person get to vote in the referendum, or does the person who owns the house, who's been ejected from their house for the last decade or so, do they get to vote in that referendum? I think that matters. And also,
Mr. Property Rights.
This is the ultimate skeptic, right? We will never believe the polls when they go against what we want to say. But if they said the opposite,
I'm saying let's do it. I'm saying let's do it. First of all, the 1992 referendum that you keep referring to, I'm okay with that too. Let's give them autonomy within Crimea. That's fine.
Well, what would be the line of credulity? That's what Lactoid's asking. And I think I think having in my limited understanding of these things and in a lot of Ukrainian friends that I've talked to as well. I think there is reasons to be somewhat skeptical of polls that are coming out of this location specifically because of the the complex ethnic relations of who is moving. Like it's such a transactional space of who's living there and moving in and out, and what the origin and history of who these people actually are. So I think that it's valid to say there's reason to be skeptical of some of these polls. But I think, Ikel, the question is, what is the line of credulity? What would be required for you to go, yeah, these are good polls of the population?
Yeah, I would say that they would have to go through the same process that we saw during German reunification, that we saw when there have been other major votes like this, where we know that everyone who should have a right to vote gets the opportunity to vote, and then this is the sort of thing that can't just be made to happen over and over and over and over again. We have to know that the people who own who have the right to live there, even if they're not there now because they were pushed out, had an opportunity to vote. And I absolutely think that it's possible that people could vote to go into Russia in such a situation. My guess is if they had an opportunity in a free and fair election, they would probably go more for autonomy than they would be for being subservient to either state. And if that happens, then there would have to be some way of making sure that the rights of the people that are living there now to do that are respected. But at the end of the day, this is a decision for Ukraine as a country to make, right? It's not necessarily going to be a decision for the West. It's not a decision for China. It's not a decision for Russia. But the UN is going to have to be instrumental in determining what the will of the people is there. But I think the big roadblock to all of this is Russia and China themselves. They don't want a UN. They don't want a process like this to occur. They want to take the referendum from 2014 and make that their sole justification. And I just don't think anybody can really if there's a line of credulity, it's on the other side of that.
Can I give
my takeaway from this whole conversation?
Can I give a quick timeline just so we can have the established dates here? So the Euromaidan protests happened from November 21st to 2013 to 22nd of February 2014. The annexation of Crimea began on February 20th, so 2 days before the Euromaidan protests technically ended, until March of 2014. These referendums that happened, where it was 96% wanted to join Russia or whatever, that happened on March 16th. That means that the annexation was already popping off at that point.
Yeah, that was my point. That's why it's completely illegitimate.
Right. Just wanted to.
I have not defended the 2014 referendum one time. I just want to make that very clear.
Okay, so my main takeaway from this conversation about referendums is that it is not the solution to this problem. I think Rich is right on this point in that what is going to be the main determinant of ending this conflict is not going to be the people, the residents, making a vote on who they belong to, but rather what is the will of Russia as well as the will of Ukraine. How are those going to clash? And it's going to be either determined by force or it's going to be determined by some sort of a political settlement, which I think is what's going to do. If China were to actually, in good faith, follow its peace plan and respect its first point, which is respecting the sovereignty of all countries, then it ought to say that Crimea goes back to Ukraine. Now, if they want to play some sort of a logic game of, oh, well, now, look at this referendum and talk about self-determination and look at this time and whatnot, then we know that, they are not so focused on preserving sovereign integrity, on territorial integrity.
How much of a nothing burger do we think that these peace talks between China and all these things? Because as far as their first tact of respecting sovereignty of all countries, it's not like China themselves have a super good history of respecting sovereignty and things like that. So
well,
how much of
one way though.
So yeah, but how much of a nothing? Because a lot of times it feels like China and these countries are doing a lot of big political moves to make waves, and it mostly ends up being large nothing burgers that nobody cares about. How much do we think that China is likely to engage in good faith with these peace talks? I'd be curious what you guys think.
0.
Yeah, I mean, let's just ask them. We'll have a referendum in Crimea.
No
if they'll have referendums in Tibet and Hong Kong.
Wow. Shots fired.
I mean, I will take that. Let's do it.
True.
Right. The original topic, right, is dealing with kind of China being this negotiator and doing other things, right? Tiberius D and I both mentioned the recent deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and the fact that more people on the globe are seeing them as not necessarily an unbiased or neutral kind of negotiating partner, but as someone that, hey, at least they're not the West, because the West is so severely biased in this direction. And so I think the real key here is not whether or not China will be able to broker peace. I don't really see that being a thing so much as what I think this is this is China's ability. And Xi like has to like he's on his third term, right? And this is like not normal, right? And so
He's
I
emperor
think
now.
he has to
Yeah.
Let's
right.
be real here.
He has to establish his Belt and Roads Initiative, right? Which I don't remember. Jay Chow, you probably remember the original name of it. But regardless, Silk Road Initiative, I think, or something, or Silk Road Policy, I think is what it was called, right? He has to establish himself as legitimate, right? He has to keep proving to everyone around him that like it's good that he's there and that he's doing great things, and nobody should want to get rid of Xi. And at the same time, being able to come out for peace puts him in direct opposition to the West that is coming out very pro-war. Now,
No.
the centrists and the leftists and the left-wing people, and maybe a lot of like people that might identify as liberal, right? They don't see it that way. But if you were to look at the right, and especially if you were to look at like other countries, when Biden is, giving a speech at Poland, when NATO chiefs are saying like, Ukraine will be in NATO and things like that, I think a lot of people do see the West's position as a pro-war position, that they want this fight.
NATO
I
is a
see it that
defensive
way.
alliance, right?
I'm
Right.
just gonna keep talking.
I mean, do you know that?
Cool.
Do you know that they couldn't join NATO if they're occupying Crimea? Like basically by the rules of NATO, they already couldn't join.
What does that have to do with what I said?
It doesn't change the fact that like NATO trying to like establish connections with Ukraine, which is like
They
the reason
can't by their
why-
own like metric. Like they
You're not
can.
listening to me. You're not listening to me. The reason why
Okay.
it's like kind
Sure.
of not related to what Scott is saying is because Scott is talking about how like the NATO relationship itself with Ukraine, and NATO basically kind of like pissing on Ukraine by like pissing all over, being like this is ours, by saying things like they're going to join NATO, is in many ways escalating the tensions between
they
these
couldn't.
countries, not de-escalating it.
But
No, they
no,
can't.
they literally no, they literally no. You the
I
NATO
promise you we
no
can.
no. Then the NATO. What do you mean we? That we already in it. But the NATO like I don't know the
Okay,
exact
stop.
term for it.
Do you think it is more de-escalatory to say NATO is not Ukraine is going to join Ukraine?
They
or
couldn't
NATO
by
to
their
say,
own like.
Hold on, stop! You're not answering. You're not answering. I don't care. Let's wave. I'm gonna wave
Okay.
a wand, and now we're in hypothetical land, and we're in the land.
Okay,
of
so nothing
Narnia.
matters.
There's 10
Got
countries.
it.
Yeah. But we have two countries called Ukraine and Russia. Do you think that Russia would feel like it's escalatory if NATO, this alliance, was saying that Ukraine is going to join them? Or do you think they would feel de-escalated by it, regardless of whether they could literally join?
It's a defensive alliance, so there's no really reason for that, unless they only had intentions to try and take it back or type of thing. You know what I mean?
Do you think it would be
Okay.
I'll just ask my
I
question
think-
again. Do you think it would be escalatory or de-escalatory?
What
statements.
exactly?
The statements that NATO made about Ukraine. Do you think that would
Which
be
were what?
escalatory or de-escalatory? That they were going to what did he say?
Just
NATO chiefs
join?
were saying things like Ukraine will be joining NATO.
I
that's
think it's pretty
escalatory or
neutral, to be
de-escalatory?
honest. It's a
Well, since
defensive
it's neutral,
alliance.
I'll just
What does it
finish
matter?
What I was
Okay,
saying.
all right. Wait,
Since
I
it's
want
neutral.
to get my piece in.
And all I'm trying to say is that, like, look, I think a Pyrrhic victory here for China is a bigger deal than we're willing than necessarily whether or not they're going to engage in good faith and actually broker a peace deal. Like China
Okay.
stepping in, and what's that?
I was going to literally ask, how can they? Like, China doesn't have a card to play here outside of letting the Russians bleed themselves in this theater. Like, China actually has a vetted interest in letting the Russians die horribly or winning. It literally, they are in the Russian camp at this point.
Or them stopping.
Right, but
China would be
again,
really happy if Russia just stopped.
True.
Well, no.
Well,
I'm
that
saying
doesn't
from
go
the
against what
Chinese
I'm saying, right?
perspective,
Like-
that's what they like. It doesn't make sense for them to broker peace. That's where I'm getting at. I don't believe they're remotely good faith in this particular conversation. There's no
right, but
reason for them to
this is
actually
the
be.
second. this is the second relevant thing from what I'm saying is like what I'm saying is we're focusing on whether or not China can broker the deal as opposed to the respect that they get from a lot of other countries. That's why when in my opening statement I was talking about the petrodollar and Saudi Arabia and things like that. When people start to legitimize them as someone that is even able to be able to have these discussions, it really does signal a change in kind of in geopolitics.
So I'll tag the second part there first. This is the part that does concern me: is that the United States has largely let China go unabashed for the last 2 decades, and for some reason we just let them do it. And now it really seems to be they're building an anti-Western authoritarians are us kind of league right now. The fact that they've actually gotten the Iranians and the Saudis to not
BRICS.
only get to the table, but to actually BRICS was kind of a joke, to be honest, and it was more of a
Well, it's the
Russian and
economic
Indian kind
thing.
of project. Yeah.
Morgan Stanley, right?
I'll get to that at a later point. The long and the short here is that one, I don't think China has a vested interest. Two, or in peace. Two, if there's anyone who's going to actually broker a peace deal, it's going to be the Turks. And then three is I forgot my point. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
Why do you think it would be the Turks?
The Turks actually seem to have the best relationship with both parties involved. They are the ones that actually brokered the grain deal last year so that both countries could export. And while there was some problems with that, it was largely the Russians who would take the shots. And again, Russians bad faith. But the Turks actually seem to be respected by all parties here. And it's largely because even though they're a NATO member, they're not really seen as NATO friendly, even by NATO countries. Seriously, before the war, there was a popular opinion among people within the field to kick out the Turks from NATO because they weren't going to honor any kind of deal that we actually had with them. And I stand by that. The Turks have been really good at playing the Russians and the Americans off each other.
I think they just re-upped
But
that
they're
deal you were talking
untouchable
about,
because
the
they
grain
control
deal.
the Bosphorus, and
They're
you
untouchable.
absolutely need them. Like you can't you just have to play ball with them because there's no access to the Black Sea is everything in this war.
I don't disagree, and that's why the Turks are one of the major reasons why the Turks are so important here is that Ukraine doesn't exist as an economic entity without the Turks allowing them to, and that's a bit of a shocker. But I mean, if you can't export to the wider world, the only people you can trade with as Ukraine is Georgia, Romania, and Bulgaria, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
And whatever
Moldova.
else they do, and they've done a lot of shitty stuff, like the very fact
Poland.
that, at least with regards to the Bosphorus, they've been siding with Ukraine. Ukraine can go through that thing, and Russian military cannot. So the fact that
That's not real.
that Ukraine shot down or sunk the flagship in that navy, and they can't reinforce their navy because Turkey won't let anyone get through the Bosphorus, like that just means a whole lot. That sort of outweighs almost everything else that Turkey's doing.
For the record, that's not super new, though. The Turks have always played very hands-off with letting the Russians go through the Bosphorus in military craft.
So
right,
I
we need
wanted
that to continue to be the case.
I wanted to ask, in terms of like a deal, like, do you think something like this would be likely? That Crimea becomes an autonomous zone that is like guarded by the UN. Like we have UN troops stationed there, like peacekeeping troops, and the port.
Please
don't. I'm just asking. You guys can debate. So, but the UN troop station there, and then that port is either Russian controlled or Russian Russia friendly. Like they're allowed to use that particular port, which is what they truly want. What do you guys think if that's a possibility?
Okay, so there's actually something that we could refer to that's kind of close to what you're talking about. A couple of months ago, there was a report that the West had actually sent a peace deal to Russia, which outlined that Crimea would go back to Ukraine, but it would be demilitarized, and the Donbass would also go back to Ukraine. It's like, okay, Russia, go back. Ukraine did not accept that. It was largely, if reported correctly, something that the West had sent to Russia. Russia actually liked that because they're like, we want out, but Ukraine was like, no, Crimea is actually ours. So you would have to reckon with Ukrainian agency for any of that to happen, which is also you have to reckon with Russian agency, because like even though Crimea is like a big tug and war kind of a thing between Russia and Ukraine, we can't forget about Russia's main goal of this whole thing, which is trying to get Ukraine back into its sphere of influence. And just like making like some sort of a negotiation, referendum or whatnot, UN involved with Crimea is not going to stop Russia's aspirations of well, yeah, just like taking Ukraine back into their sphere of influence. They don't like the direction where Ukraine is going. It's going closer to the EU, it's going closer to the West, going closer to NATO. This is, for a number of reasons, just bad for Russia geopolitically. And like that's the main point, in my opinion, as to
So
why
even
they
if that,
invaded in the first place.
so even if that was the main point, and like I don't know, like I've had a million conversations as to like, oh, and Ty, I will hear how to say. I've had a million conversations as to like why exactly Putin had invaded, right? And I can't say that I definitely know the answer. I don't know exactly what was in this guy's head, but even if that was the case, right? That was before the war, before like the embarrassing losses, before the West showed that Ukraine proper wasn't going to be like Crimea, and they flooded it with weapons, right? So, could it be the case that now, after all that, in the prospect of more fighting and more embarrassment, that they would be more open to that kind of deal or something else? Like but like you said, like they were open previously.
Well, if Ukraine were to just like kick Russia out, including Crimea, then Ukraine has no reason to accept that deal. And
Well, no,
what Russia's
yeah,
probably going to do is, okay, we'll just go back to our activities pre-war, which was hybrid warfare.
yeah. I'm saying. Sorry, let's go to this. Well, let me just go
Ty
to
wanted to
Ty.
speak.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I do. And to kind of reply to where Prime was wanting to go. Number one, the sticking point right now is Crimea. Ukrainians are kind of just doing this national pride thing where, yeah, it's Crimea or bust. And while I respect that, I don't know if that's the smart move to play on their part, but that's just going to be down to what they want to pick. The second part is that I don't believe Russia's going to quit whatsoever in this war, because I'm a firm belief that Ukraine was actually step 3 of 5 for them. Ukraine was never the end game for them. The fact that we're in the situation is because the Russian plan went to shit, which is not surprising because it's a Russian plan, but that's a whole other conversation.
I just wanted to add that like everything that we kind of like hypothesize about here is all based off of, the players and like what they think the consequences will be in the future, right? So how much aid we're giving these countries to continue the war, how many sanctions we have in certain areas, but also um and this is again trying to bring China into the discussion about China. The symbolic victories that China could secure can change the political will of individuals in the West, right? And it can change the way that
Alright, I'm getting really
politicians
bored about
engage,
this
right? If
topic.
China gets enough positive press and there's enough positive press around like we want peace and like the West doesn't want
I like
peace,
how
but like
Erudite won't say
other
anything
countries are
unless it's again
stepping
to
up to
me.
the plate to try and bring about peace,
But
even
she probably
if
knows
it's
them, to
never
be
a
fair.
good faith deal that they work out, even if it's purely symbolic, it can change the way someone in the UK sitting there that was like has a Ukrainian flag in their bio but has really high energy costs feels about the
Thank you,
next
TJ.
election. And that the way they feel about that election can change the way that politicians feel about the rhetoric that they have and how much aid they're willing to give, how much support they want to give. So like this is an incredibly complex thing. So yeah, we can talk about like Crimea is a sticking point, but like what happens if the political will to continue the fight, and the funding for this war, right, starts to evaporate. If there's less money starts coming in, all of a sudden you're going to see a very different feeling about like what the sticking point is.
He's not really saying anything.
If the situation on the ground changes because of the funds and support you're getting.
I want to hit
Yeah, that was a question, especially in October, because that was when all of the energy costs were supposed to like spike, which they did. But then also like the Germans were supposed to freeze in the dark, and like natural
Europe had the
gas
warmest
ports wouldn't
winter
be able
ever.
to open in time. And yeah, all of that. Like there was that ad from RT that, you know, said the Germans were going to be eating their own hamsters for Christmas. All kinds of like weird, crazy claims. But now that we're in March,
Germans,
like literally
famous for
like the
having
last day
hamsters.
of winter, today is the last day of winter. So tomorrow is the first day of spring. So we've got a couple of hours. Actually, no, Germany's already into
Yeah,
spring.
Germany's there.
In the
So
future.
right, so we're done. Like there's no more freezing in the dark like narrative. And the cost of natural gas is like way back down, like almost to pre-war levels in Europe. And the natural gas stores in the EU are almost full, which they should they should be way more depleted at the end of winter. So that means next winter they're going to be prepared for storage entirely. So I think the narrative of energy prices like eating away at the unity of the West, I think at the very least we're like 12 to 18 months away from.
I mean,
even
you
thinking
say
about
that,
as a
you
narrative.
say that, but we just had SVB
So-
collapse, and SVB collapse didn't occur
No,
just
let's-
because like
let's-
tech industry.
Oh,
No,
let's
no,
not go
I'm
here.
Gonna,
God
I
damn
am gonna
it.
go here.
I have
right?
something
Like-
I really want to add to
no,
your point earlier. Come on, man.
I mean, it's fine, but I'm just saying, like like we are looking at inflation, we are looking at Fed hikes trying to control this. We are looking at the fact that one of the reasons that Credit Suisse was collapsing and had to be
All right,
bought
I'm gonna go to the
out
bathroom
is
again.
because of the Archegos in South Korea, which was an energy finance company. Obviously, there was also fraud involved, right? But like energy prices aren't just like this like magic look at the cost right now. It like the entire dollar is based upon energy. Right. And
All
so
right.
like we do have to recognize that there are a lot of other problems than just like, oh, we're through the dark on this. Like economically, like there are a lot of other things that could occur in the
Okay,
future.
he's just not saying
that
it's
No,
not
let
just
me
war
get this,
from
please.
Decrease the
I
support
I
for
wanna-
Ukraine.
I want to take his
Kai.
point. Yeah, all right. I want to take his last point and I want to merge it with his first point. So this is the part that concerns me about China getting onto like the world stage, right? I think everyone's kind of starting to pick their battle lines here, and I said all the way back in 2020 with the Alaska conference that the new Cold War was here, whether people realized it or not. And I think that's shaping up now. Is that this authoritarians are us league? The thing that they have in spades
I
is
love
that. Yeah, the things that they have in spades is that they are the net energy producers of the world. Whether you get Russia, the Saudis, Iran, and Venezuela, and a few others here, you've got, I believe, over 75% of the natural oil reserves and most of the natural gas reserves as well. And that's what they're kind of aiming for here, is that it's a more of an economic warfare to where, hey, how do we keep the West, in check? Because they have the economic development, they have the demand side. Just make it to where they can afford it. And this is one of the reasons why the Saudi Iran conversation scares the shit out of me, because while that is still majorly going to India and China, that is the break even point for how Europe's been able to fuel themselves. That's the deals with Bahrain, right? If China
Combine
can
that
make
shit
moves
to
in the
the
Middle
United
East to
States.
where you have OPEC but with teeth, Europe's got a problem because they can't get stuff from the Russians because they boycotted them. The only places they can market with are either the Americans, which we already have high prices, or Africa, which kind of hates them because they colonized them. This can be a disaster if the Americans and the West
That's
doesn't
my
play their
concern
cards.
too, Tiberius. Like
Right.
I said in my
My God.
opening, like we start looking at all of these symbolic victories. If that's enough to convince the Saudis to start
They're off the
selling
rails and going to the
fucking
bathroom.
oil in yuan, like that's it. The dollar is no longer like secured to be the reserve currency.
I wouldn't go that far, but I do see a far more bipolar world coming forward, if not a monopole or a multipolar world. I think the Americans aren't really even interested that much in the wider world, and we've actually been kind of hemorrhaging back. But it was Ukraine that actually kind of woke us back up to, oh hey, the Russians are still a problem. I thought that was a boomer thing. Literally, that's kind of what's kind of reawoken the lion here, and we're gonna have a chat about what we want in the wider world because our political system is offline. I hate to say it, but we don't have a foreign policy
But
because
you
it
mean
changes every 4 years.
domestically? Or just
So
foreign
the problem
policy?
is, in the way that I put this, is that to have an active foreign policy, it can't change every time you have a new president in the administration, right? We largely agreed during the Cold War the Soviets had to be put in place. Now we had different agreements on how to do that. The Democrats were more détente, Republicans were more, evil empire shit, right? But the long and the short is that we actually agreed who the bad guy was. We're not doing that right now. Like, there's a lot of folks within the populist right who are like Putin good and spouting a lot of Russian talking points. Just looking at you, Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, but I still think like we still have a strong foreign policy, at least within this administration, which I mean I largely agree with.
At
them
least
because
within this
I'm,
administration.
That's
I'm a
the kicker.
Democrat. Like
Yeah.
Blinken is, I think, the goat. And
Yeah.
like we've been able to.
I mean, yeah, it's
reestablish
pretty
ties
obvious it's
with
Russia.
our traditional
Russia's
allies
wrong.
that was largely damaged by Trump. And
Yeah,
Biden has made an effort
there's a
in
huge
connecting to,
Russian involvement
the African
in
states. There was
Afghanistan
a
and
summit
Syria.
a couple of months ago where he invited a number of them to
and-
Washington D.C. and like
And Trump
they had a
can
chat.
be in office in the next year, right?
Foreign
Like, Trump
policy
can be
is so
reelected to
fucking
office.
boring.
And Trump can once again
When it's with
call
people who
those
have no idea
African
what the fuck they're
countries
talking about.
shithole nations.
Who didn't even
yeah.
like research it.
Yeah,
I go, and then
Yeah,
I'm gonna move
so
on.
this brings me back to something Nina said like earlier in the panel that I kind of wanted to address when she said, "Oh, well, you know, Republicans support Russia here," and it is true that our two leading presidential candidates have been making like those kind of talking points, but the majority of Republicans, like in Congress right now, still support Ukraine, still oppose like Putin pretty strongly, and I don't like one populist election like might shift that. And I know that when I say the majority of people in Congress, like that doesn't include Kevin McCarthy, and I know that he's like he's a wild card there too. But so far there at least is like a sliver of hope that the parties can sort of develop some sort of unified approach when it comes to foreign policy. It just doesn't look great when it comes to the potential nominees for the party right now, but I don't think it's impossible. Like, I think this can be regained.
I think this
Okay, the
conflict.
Republican Party
This is,
are
this
just
is
dinosaurs.
ridiculous. This
come on,
no,
come on.
this
Come on,
this
come on,
charge
come on,
is
come on.
ridiculous.
Come on,
Scott!
Nina was the one who was. I got a spot, so you can respond to Nina. I'm ready to move on to
Gotcha.
the next topic.
Okay, yeah, just really quick. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think this is a conundrum for the Republicans, particularly because obviously we know a shit ton of Republicans love the military industrial complex because a lot of them are paid by them, obviously. So it's really interesting conflict that we're seeing within the party where there's like a lot of these like really hyper right wing like psychotic like MAGA or not MAGA types, but like the more QAnon types are incredibly supportive of like, I mean, that's very generalized, but of like Russia in that way. But there is a lot of the establishment, which is kind of the divide we're seeing within the Republican Party right now. I think that's kind of what you're getting at, where it seems like there is like the psychotic like social conservatives and then like kind of like the fiscal conservatives, and those are a little bit oh my god, I'm so stoked on my spit, sorry.
Neocons.
Yeah, where the Russians are coming for me, where I think that there is a weird divide where they can't really they don't know what line to necessarily hold at that point, because there obviously is financial benefits to supporting war, obviously, as we all know, Lockheed Martin and stuff like that is a very big presence there. But in terms of a conservative,
Ted Cruz and the natural gas industry,
yeah,
like
Dude, you've
well.
got like half a right winger here. Can the half a right winger on this left wing panel say something real quick?
Is that you?
Like you've said many things, and we're gonna. I want to move on to.
We have like all of these people talking
Nina,
about.
Nina, are you even done your thing?
I got ADHD's kicking in, so I'll just let it slide. It's fine.
Okay.
This ridiculous charge that everyone is saying that like the populist right is pro-Russian. Yeah, like one or two glowies show up to a protest with a Russian imperial flag, but the overwhelming majority of the populist right. If you don't know, then
well, can you just tell me instead of being annoying about it?
Yeah, if you don't know, I can't tell you.
How do you spell it?
Number one rule of glowies. Glowy?
GLOWIE. Okay.
You'll figure it out.
Well, yeah, I'll Google it.
You don't say it. But anyways, yeah, like one
you
fucking
just said
glowy
it.
shows up at a protest with a Russian imperial flag. But the overwhelming majority of the populist right is isolationists. They're not pro fucking Russian. They're anti-war, and they're populist, which means they're against the military industrial complex. It is the rainbow capitalist neoliberal and the like left-wing progressives that begrudgingly support them because they have the same presumed social
Wait,
values
leftists
that are
support
supporting
Ukraine.
fucking war.
Well, no,
Okay.
it's just that they.
It
It's.
is
I don't mean to
it's
say that
like,
they're
no,
tankies.
go
They're
far
just
left than not.
no,
isolationism
all of
serves
these,
Russia in this
all
case.
of you, all like Tiberius D, J Chow,
That's a
Nina,
good point.
and iCal Rich all came
Okay.
out saying that like, oh, there's so many pro-Russians. No, it's not. They're
never said
isolationists. They're
that.
anti-war.
Yeah,
and they're
that's
Oh,
pro
well,
Russia,
anti,
bitch. Like, what do you
globalism.
mean?
Wait,
They're
wait,
against
wait,
the
wait.
World
Oh my
Economic
God,
Forum.
that's why
I have
They're
been
we're
against
invoked.
like
I like.
they're against like UNESCO. They're against billionaires and the
All right,
corporate
Scott.
class controlling the country.
All right, Scott, you invoked me, so let me try to do this best I can. And I've tried to fix my mic for whatever people are having problems with. I can't fix it anymore. I'm literally about to blow it
It's
up.
fine. It's
No,
fine.
you sound pretty low.
All right, so okay, good. So anyway, I'll level with you on some level here. All right, are they openly pro-Russian? No, right? But they are openly isolationist, and the problem here is that these are goals that do mutually align, and that is a problem that the United States has to contend with. Now, I know you as an ANCAP do not believe in the American empire. I respect that, even though I don't agree with it. If for me, looking at it from my particular viewpoint, is that for us embodying our responsibilities of being the arsenal of democracy, I do largely support that particular institution. And where I'm concerned at is that while I get the idea of America just, basically pulling up our shit and going home, is that why is it that every time in history we go about doing that, 20 years later, we're stuck in Europe again, fighting somewhere on the plains to kick somebody's ass because they made a mess of the situation?
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
thanks all.
The CIA and
We are
just
I mean, this
moving
we
predates
really
the CIA.
on.
and we don't.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks for that. So we
It's
are
a
moving on
far
to
right
our
term. It's a
next
far
topic.
right
This
term
was
for
spirited. It was pretty good. I liked it. Guys, if you're brand new to the channel, hit that follow button.
Like,
If you're brand
undercover
new,
people.
like what you've seen so far, or it's frustrating.
Why don't we talk about glowies? Why is he not allowed to talk about glowies? Why couldn't he just tell me that?
By subscribing to the channel, helps out a ton. Twitch.tv/PrimeCayes. If you're watching somewhere else,
Why wouldn't he just tell me that?
Appreciate this content. Please be so kind as to support this content. So yeah, follow the channel and hit us up on YouTube. All right.
That is really dumb, Timber.
Go to the next one, and I think it's going to be.
Wait, is that what he said? He thinks I'm a glowy?
I saw an article.
But I'm not a far right.
Got me excited. All right. Topic 2. A Sikh man was denied entrance into an NBA game because he was carrying a ceremonial dagger. The dagger, called a kirpan, guessing on that one, is an article of faith and must be worn at most times. The Sikh man tried to explain this to security, but was still denied.
Yes,
this incident comes after a viral video of a Sikh college student being handcuffed for the same offense. The college later changed its policies to allow for kirpans. What should be the limit of religious tolerance? Should we expand what we find acceptable, especially when talking about non-Western religions? Or do we already have a good balance as it stands? So this was an article about this individual.
This is QAnon terms,
these daggers, these Sikhs individual. I never heard of this, but that's not surprising at all, really. Sikhs apparently who have gone through this religious rite have to have 5 religious articles on them, and one of them is this. And these are like real daggers. So I could just Google it, KIRPAN. That's a real freaking dagger. And they're supposed to carry them around wherever they go. So is there a limit, right? This thing can be considered a weapon. It's a weapon. Should we say that this is too far, or should we try to be more understanding, right? Because maybe most Sikhs aren't criminals, so it's not a big deal in the first place. All right, so we'll start with our friend Black.
So
what happened?
I am also not a criminal.
What
I
happened?
want to point out that open carry is based, and I should be allowed to bring my
Oh no!
AK-47
What happened with the
wherever
camera?
I go. It is my religion. However, in general, the problem of infinite religious freedom leads to some reductios that I think we can all agree are a little bit crazy. And it was addressed by the Supreme Court in the landmark case Employment Division versus Smith.
Oh fuck!
In that case, a guy got fired for smoking a bunch of peyote, as part of a religious ceremony, got real high and got fired. And then Oregon said, no, you don't get unemployment benefits because, hey, drug use disqualifies you from that.
Oh no.
And then he
God
sued,
damn.
saying, well, no, it's my religion to get high off peyote. The Supreme Court made it clear neutral laws of general applicability are not unconstitutional. A secular country does not and should not provide legal privileges for specific
Shit.
religions. I can't claim
It
cocaine
must be
use or
Twitch
ritual
or
sacrifice as my religion and expect that to just make it legal
Discord.
for me when it's illegal for everybody else. It also shouldn't be protected to say, well, I can just bring my sword into class now because, hey, it's my fucking religion.
Oh my god, OBS, don't do this to me.
I am opposed to privileges for the religious, which allowing Kurpans
Oh
is.
my god.
Instead, we should allow all students to bring swords into the classroom in the interests of equality, because that's what we want here. I want to quickly add one quick caveat. The Supreme Court
Oh
did allow
no.
for states to pass some
Oh
specific
no.
exemptions for certain religious groups,
Shit.
only as long as there was another right at issue. And importantly, states are not
I
required
think this is
to
gonna
do
get
so,
fucked.
right? As long as the law is neutral and
I think I might have to
generally
reopen OBS.
applicable, it's totally fine. And also, this exception was complete bullshit because it was put in place just to protect the Amish, and that's quite literally why it was there. And so it's just inconsistent. I hate it. A lot of modern justices say, yeah, pretty fucking stupid exception. But in general, no.
We're
you don't
gonna
get
use the
special
backup
privileges just for
camera.
being religious.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah. First, yes to everything Lactoid said. Second, private property owners should be able to discriminate on anyone for any reason whatsoever. I should be able to put up a sign that says no Jews allowed. Like, I should be able to do that. And then you should be able to go, I don't want to watch this basketball game because there's a sign that says no Jews allowed. Like, fuck these people. And this should be exactly the same for Sikhs. Right? Like, if a venue doesn't want to allow people to bring weapons into their venue, then they shouldn't be forced to, and we shouldn't have any say on that whatsoever. At the same time, it is also your right to say, hey, look, this guy's a Mandalorian, but in our world, and his weapons are part of his religion, and he can't give up his weapons. And like, it's not that big of a weapon, you know what I mean? It's just a little fucking dagger. He's not going to cause a big problem. And like, I think you should allow these people. And if you don't like that they're barring it, then you shouldn't give them any business. And if you do like that because you want to go to a safe place where nobody has any weapons, then have at it. Like, it is only an issue because of public property. That is the only reason that things like this are a problem, is because there is this magical idea that we all together own property. And then there comes with that all types of inherent conflicts because only one person can own property. It's not possible for multiple people to own property.
That's
When you try and
objectively
say that
not
multiple
true.
people own property, what you end up with
That's
is you
literally
bake
objectively not
conflict into that
true.
system because different people
Do
want to
you
use
understand
that
like what a
property
wedding,
in
like
different
being
ways.
married is,
Some
like how you're
people wanna
legally
allow the
combined?
Sikh,
That's so
Mandalorian to bring
amazingly
his blaster
untrue.
rifle into the basketball game, and some people don't. Like, it is really just it's amazing because it highlights that conflict. So I do like this discussion, but ultimately, like, we shouldn't care. It's based to say, fuck you, I don't care how much community work you've done to us, you don't get to bring a
Yeah,
knife
he
in
thinks
here.
that you should
And
be
it's
able to ban
also
black
based
people.
for the university to go back on what they said and like, hey, we fucked up. Like, this is a part of your religion, and we want this to be an open space. Like, it needs to be up to the private property owner.
Okay, thank you. Corey, please.
Yeah. So I'm whatever, maybe semi-qualified to speak on the matter as a Quebecer, and Quebecan religious symbols
Oh,
definitely has
and
a.
you can talk about it from a Canadian perspective as well, right? That's
So
perfectly
yeah,
fine.
and actually, I'm totally gonna bring that in because just as Canada is way ahead of the U.S. when it comes to cannabis, Canada, or like more specifically Quebec, so real Canada, is way ahead of the
Also,
U.S. when it comes to
universities are
dealing,
not
with the Kirpan.
private property.
Basically, I'll link the story in the Discord chat. But basically, a Quebec high school student faced the exact same situation, and they won a Supreme Court case, pretty much allowing them to carry the Kirpan in the high school. I think if I remember correctly, I could be wrong, but I believe the compromise was like the dagger had to be sewn into the clothing. So that's essentially like not fully inaccessible, but there's a burden to accessibility, I guess. But let's just say I'm an extremely secular person, and I generally try to advocate for that. So I'm not exactly in favor of religious symbols. So I'm not exactly sure what the answer is. What I will say is Quebec was also Quebec has faced this issue multiple times because there was a member of the National Assembly, a politician, that also had a kirpan, and they also had to take legal action, and like they weren't actually allowed into the National Assembly, to have their kirpan in the National Assembly. But Quebec was super critical because they still have like a crucifix, or at one point they had a crucifix in the National Assembly. That has since been removed. But basically, I'm not an expert on the kirpan, but I believe there is like a ceremonial version that doesn't really have any cutting ability. And so like that's pretty much like as far as I go in terms of like allowable sort of like religious symbols, at least when it comes to that specific thing. But to answer sort of the prompts, do I think we should expand what we find acceptable when talking about non-religious or non-Western, let's say, symbols or religions? I would say the answer is no. I will pretty much always advocate for pretty much more and more secularism. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Let's go to Jay Chow.
Yeah, so I have two sides, and the first is on religious freedom, which I think should be limited in cases of protecting the common good and limiting people's ability to do harm, which kind of maybe relates back to the Kirpan because it is a dagger, and people could see that as a weapon, but some courts have also determined that it is not a weapon. Uh, they have not like thrown people Sikhs in jail because they were like carrying a weapon, even if it was a kirpan. So I think there is a line of religious tolerance that like we kind of have to meddle with of like, hey, do we consider this a weapon or do we consider this something that is just like a religious item? um i I kind of don't know where I sit. Like, I think it's fine. Like, if I had a Sikh sitting next to me and they had a kirpan, like, if so long as you don't whip it out and like start flinging it around, then like I'm kind of cool with you having it. Like, so long as it's not doing harm. So like, there's a difference between having it and it could do harm versus them actually doing harm. The other side
Thank
of
you.
me is, God, I fucking hate religion. Oh my God, just get with the times. Like, be smarter. Come on. Why
I
do we
feel
have
that.
to think about magic men? I don't get it.
Or
Something about like
women.
the Kirpan is that or women. Is that like they wear it because it has something to do with like them being saint soldiers and like being like prepared to like do battle or something. Is like it's a lot just like that and a lot of other religious beliefs. It's just like outdated. Like, why do some religions not allow their followers to eat certain meats? Well, it's because like it was unsanitary before and like they fucking died back then. But now we have something called cooking. So yeah, they're just like it's really outdated. And
Based.
a part of me is just like, why? But hey, religious tolerance based.
I'm pretty sure they had cooking back then. I get your point though.
Oh yeah, it was
I was
pork. Like
Only
they didn't know
starting
that they had
only
a
starting now.
they kept on eating pork medium rare and like they kept on fucking dying because of that. Good job.
Fair enough. Thank you. Erudite, please.
So I'm just going to correct some really bad Canadian misinformation. Quebec is ahead of the times in some ways, but actually the Kirpan is banned on all provincial buildings. They just allow it in federal buildings. So in many ways, Quebec is behind the rest of Canada, as per usual. I guess, I think that this isn't super complicated. The Kirpan is not actually in like the religious books. There's no regulation to the religion itself as to the length or the sharpness of the blade. I think it's reasonable enough for businesses to have concerns about like sharp blades being at school because it's like possible that the blade could be taken. Like it's not just saying like Sikhs are running around stabbing people. It's like somebody could just take this kid's kirpan and use it as well. I think it's like reasonable enough to be concerned, but kirpans don't have to be sharp, right? So if it really does exist to just be a religious symbol, I don't know why you don't have a metal blade that's like dulled a little bit. Especially because religiously there's no dictation of how sharp this is. I think it would be completely reasonable to basically uphold kirpans, but then also like require like already most places limit the length of them. Like in Canada, pretty much always has to be under I think like basically at 3 inches. I'll need to look up the exact size, but it's a pretty small dagger.
That's
And I
more
think
than 3 inches. I'm gonna say that. That's a lot more than 3 inches. But go ahead. No, again,
I
yeah.
think that's like 4.5 max. I have a pretty small hand. It's a small blade. And beyond that as well, if you can limit how sharp it is, now it's expressly just being a religious item. And then at that point, I just don't think there's any issues.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Tiberius.
Yeah, so I love the conversation about religious tolerance because I don't think anyone really agrees on what the fuck it means. So this is where I'll outline. One, pretty much any religious tolerance that you get is basically up to the Constitution, at least in my mind. If it really doesn't fall within freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, you're probably not going to be allowed to do it, or you're going to have a lot of pushback on it. Under our own modern ethos, we guise ourselves as a secular society. I'd argue we're actually like a Christian pluralism. And this is a really good instance of where we kind of see that is that if this was just, something that was far more identified with Christianity, I don't think anyone would care. But because it's part of Sikhism, which is something that is really not part of the American ethos in any kind of majority way, this is a bridge too far for a lot of people. Because while it's a weapon, while it's a ceremonial, while it probably doesn't serve any kind of purpose, more Americans would feel at home with a guy carrying a firearm into this venue before they see this dagger. And I think that's kind of the root of the issue that we really need to drill down on is this just cultural or is it more like this person is actually identifying themselves as a threat, even though they don't mean to because of our cultural norms? And I'll end with that opening.
Thank you. Nina.
I have a really complicated relationship with this particular topic because I'm very hyper anti-religious, as our friend Chow mentioned as well. I feel very similar about the way that you do, where it's like it's relatively antiquated. But I understand traditions are important to people. And in researching this topic, I found it's actually really interesting. You are actually allowed to take carpons on airlines. And the requirement is that it has to be, if it's going to be on a carry-on, it must be worn underneath the clothes and stowed in a sheath, and or placed in a check bag or whatever. Canada also has like very similar laws on that, which is interesting to me. I didn't expect that. I figured dagger weapon not going to be allowed type of thing, but that means that we do have some respect to this. And I think it was Lactoid that mentioned earlier about like how far is it going to go when it comes to religious liberties on things. I would think that it's actually pretty simple in a lot of ways, where it's like if there is a very long historical context for this, and going with what Erudite said also, like where there's not really like, it's more of a symbolic thing, right? Where like there's a historical context to have it and it's just symbolic. I don't really see the problem here because it doesn't have to be like, like an actual, because I know one of them could be a spear too, and I don't think most people are allowing people on lanes with spears. But I think that there's ways to work around in a more of a modern context here to respect both sides, obviously people's safety and people's, religious freedom, because this country, being America, is based off of religious freedom. I think a lot of this also comes from with the video that we saw with the student, right? That was more, I think, of a disinformation, or not having enough understanding of particular non-Western religious practices. And I do think that is a big issue when it comes to things like, or that's more of an example of that being an issue, where obviously it probably, the one that he was wearing probably wasn't sharp, because I don't know if you guys watched the video. It's a pretty small little dagger there, so it's not really necessarily even like a like, it's not like running around with like a samurai sword or some shit. But I think that it's generally sorry. I thought she was responding to me, my bad. But I think generally it's just oh, sorry, hold on, I have one more point before I end. Last one. I actually was curious, and I was like, has there ever been a attack or an assault with a carpon? And there has been no, at least in the United States, no incident directly related with somebody using a carpon as a weapon to cause any sort of harm. So as long as that's kind of the statistical case, I don't think it's a big deal. And neither does the TSA, even though they think everything else sucks. And that's how we'll end it.
Thank you so much. And my friend Aiko, my number one religious apologist, so I'm expecting
Yeah,
great things
yeah.
from you, friend. So go
All
ahead,
right, so
please.
when I was reading this, the article that you sent out, I just think this is funny. The first thing that it said, or what first thing that I noticed, was that it said that the authorities here mistook the kirpan for a knife, as if the fact that it was like a religious sort of ceremonial purpose to it meant that it was no longer a knife. Like it, that actually, that sounds very Catholic, right? Like transubstantiation just occurred. It's no longer a knife now. Now it's like a ceremonial, like religious thing. It stopped being a knife, literally. You know, we might have to fight a few wars over whether or not that's a true statement
Yeah, yeah.
before it can become truly Catholic. But I think there are three questions here. One is it a good policy to disallow these things? But the second is whether or not you, and this is a distinction that Scott made too, but should they be allowed to make that decision at a venue, whether or not you agree with the policy? And then of course, like, how do you enforce it? I think on the first one, I think that there's good reason to say that maybe with a few precautions being taken, like sewing it inside the clothing or something like that, that maybe you could allow these sorts of things in, and maybe the policy is too restrictive or it doesn't like respect these traditions enough. But as for it being like a right to the point where you should be able to like not follow these rules because you consider it part of your religion, I just don't think that's something that you could consistently defend. It would be a bit like saying, well, I'm Rastafarian, so I should be able to get to smoke ganja in my dorm room or something. I don't think, I think there are limits. I think there has to be a limiting principle in terms of how you prioritize like the safety of individuals versus, in terms of enforcing your policy. Versus religious rights. But then also there's a question of how this is to be enforced. Because if you were to look at all of these instances, you have to ask yourself if they were politely asked and told, well, you're not allowed to come in there as long as you have this, like these are what your options are, instead of just like cuffing them and like doing, and detaining them. I think maybe there sort of is a happy medium with regards to how these sorts of things can be enforced. And also there is an apparent incident, I just linked it in the StreamYard chat, of an incident of a boy being stabbed by a kirpan in Sydney. So Nina, you're right. Like, this isn't in the United States, but apparently, it was a significant injury, and I posted that in.
It
the
happened in an
StreamYard chat if
imaginary
anyone wants to
country,
look
so
at
it
it.
doesn't fucking matter. All right,
Yeah.
let's open to the panel.
So
I mean, they are
I
upside
just
down,
wanna
right?
obviously this doesn't even really support my position because I'm all for religious discrimination. I don't care. I'm also all for religious communities getting together and saying, fuck the globalists. Nevertheless, I do have a question, and I doubt anybody here really can answer it because I don't think anyone here is like an expert on Sikhism, maybe, right? But I do have a question of this idea of like this compromise of like blunting the blade because it's not explicitly stated that it need be sharp. I do think kind of like gets into the same territory of like the niqab or the hijab, like where like if you're just covering your hair, but you're not actually like being modest, that like it kind of loses its value. And I do kind of wonder if something sewn into the clothes and corked and blunted kind of loses it as anything other than like cafeteria religion, because the whole point is that you are a spiritual warrior. I mean, like, you're wearing the warrior beads. Like, I'm just curious if that has an effect. And I'm wondering if anybody has any more information on that.
So I'm not an expert in Sikhism. I've just done a fair bit of reading on it because I find the religion pretty interesting. Everything I can find on the Kirpan specifically is that it's not really about like violence in any way, and that there are people who wear Kirpans who do actually negotiate the bluntedness. Like, the bluntedness is not something I just came up with, right? It's actually being done. The Kirpan is distinctly not about like self-defense or violence in any way. It's much more like similar to like Christians have like the verse like the meek shall inherit the earth, and some of the like old language that's used to describe this imagery is like a soldier with his sword sheathed, with the idea of like,
Yeah.
I can do damage but I choose not to. So they're basically
Mhm.
never really supposed to. Even in like more older times, when I've looked into like Sikh history, when they had like a shitload of weapons on them all the time, they still almost never unsheathed their kirpan because the dagger remaining in the sheath, I believe, from everything I can gather, is the religious symbol itself, not the dagger by itself, but being in the sheath is metaphorical to them. That's my understanding. But obviously, if somebody comes on that's like, you don't know anything, then I'll cow to them.
But what I mean is,
still
like,
defeats the
does
purpose,
it mean anything? Does it mean anything if it is blood? Like, I understand some people want that compromise, and obviously they want to fit in, and obviously there's going to be, a move towards not necessarily secularism, but modernization and things like that. I mean, we see this in every religion, right?
Every religion. I mean, the Quran used to
every
be
fucking
known for it.
imam comes out with like a new hadith and like a way of like and like a new fatwa of like, we're going to actually determine it this way so that it's like easier to live in the world. I just wonder if there are going to be people that vehemently oppose the idea of that being imposed upon them, because the entire point is that I choose to keep it sheathed, right? That I have that capacity. And you're taking away the actual
Why is she simming
capacity
for him so
there,
hard?
and therefore it's a meaningless thing, because now it's not even like I'm carrying a weapon at all. It's like I'm carrying something that is incapable of that.
Sure.
Therefore,
and
my will doesn't mean anything.
And that religious debate will necessarily occur, right? The fundamentalists are going to probably have an issue with it, and then probably the more like liberal, more like progressive Sikh people will probably not be as have an issue. For example, the kirpan used to almost always be 3 feet long, and the reason why it's now actually ceremonial, it used to be a sword, and the reason it's
that's
as
not
short
3
as it
feet.
is.
Not 3 feet.
Actually, I'm sure you're super fun at parties. Okay, but like now the reason that it's short is basically because when India was basically colonized, there was like a firm rule of like you can have your kirpan, but you can't be walking around with fucking swords all the time, right? And so it's like that. I'm sure that there are going to be people in the religion that oppose it, but that's now like a religious internal debate than it is like society to that religion debate, right? A society like negotiates and goes, look, there's no religious thing. We want it blunted. You can have the symbol or not. You can be upsetty spaghetti about it, but this is what we work. I feel like that's now like a religious debate. And yes, of course, some people in the religion will probably take issue with it.
It's a reasonable compromise.
Me personally, I just say, I don't care. I can't. I like, if you own private property, you should be able to ban whatever the fuck you want, and you should be able to allow whatever the fuck you want.
Like a
The
restaurant.
issue is that like whether or not it's seen as a weapon or like a danger to the people around people who hold the kirpan. So like, Scott, the question to you would be like, hey, if it was maybe dull, like, would you be bothered by it if like somebody was wearing it next to you?
This is
me
exactly what I
personally,
wanted to.
I am unbothered by the person with an AR-15 strapped to their chest.
Okay.
At
So,
Starbucks,
as expected.
The true God.
This
by
is
the way.
exactly what I wanted
to,
to ask the panel. I had exactly this written
this
down.
background normally it's bags in. All right, this background is on purpose.
I wanted to ask, like, is it okay to be threatened? Right, like,
feel threatened?
Yeah. Is it?
Are your fifis okay? Sure. Doesn't mean we make a policy based on that.
Well, I guess then the question becomes: is your education, right?
Yeah, and that's exactly the next thing I have written down here, right? So, should everyone have to learn about like all these other religions, right? Like, is it our responsibility to understand your religious faith, right? And let's say like within the faith that it was supposed to be dull, right? But it's still in the shape of a dagger, and as you look at it, that's a weapon that this person just come in and be strapped up, right? Is it okay for people to say like, well, yeah, this makes us feel unsafe, and people are going to react one way or the other, right? People just on the streets are going to react, and so because that, you know what, we're not going to allow this because
it's
like
super
it's a
homeowners
danger.
association energy. Like unironically, like as somebody who's like worked in Canada where like guns are not a thing, but I've worked on ranches where every motherfucker has like tons of blades on them all over the place because you'd never want to be out cowing or working with horses and not have a knife on you. It's actually pretty dangerous. And so it's like the idea that like some Karen would be like upsetty spaghetti because there's like a small dagger on somebody, I don't care. I'm not interested in kowtowing to your issues, and I think businesses that care about what these people think like are just dumb businesses. I am so opposed to homeowners association energy to such a like in a religious way. I never want to go.
Piggybacking, I have a quick quote from Ludwig von Mises.
God
A free
damn it,
man
Scott.
must free himself from the habit just as soon as something does not please him of calling for the police.
Lactoid.
So while I agree with some of that, and homeowner association energy or whatever, I think there is still going to be an endpoint. There's still going to be a line that I think most of you are going to be uncomfortable crossing. Currently, there is a Christian sect which worship, like as part of their worship, they're very much interested in guns, and it's very interesting to watch. You can find a documentary of them. They have like
The Koreans.
yeah, the Korean one where they've like
Yeah.
bandolier.
Oh,
Yes,
saw that way.
What is it
bullets
called?
and
Crazy,
they're
but base.
yes, and they're carrying around guns, like they're praying with guns in, like they all lined up and everything.
Wait, what's it
And the
called?
question,
Kids all have like little golden AKs.
yeah, I can't remember the exact name of it, but I
Also
remember, I
Google it.
know it exists.
Like a wreath of
And
bullets.
a wreath of
Korean
bullets, yeah,
gun
that's what it
club.
was.
Yes.
And so I can imagine a scenario in which, let's say, okay, you can't put bullets in your AK because that would be unsafe, but it's a part of your religious expression. So, little Timmy can come to school with an unloaded AK on his back. I mean, at that point, would we be okay with like parents being like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, hold on a minute. We don't want people walking around with even if they're unloaded. We don't want little Timmy walking around with an unloaded AK, even though there's no risk. That we're still scared now, right? We still are fearful of people walking around with guns." Now, of course, I'm in favor of open carry, so I agree. You should just get over your fear, stop being homeowners association kind of mentality. But I think a lot of people would have a problem with that, and I wouldn't think they'd be unreasonable to have a problem with it either.
Right.
Paradise.
Yeah.
We
I
don't
think
even
there's
we don't even like it
there's a
when
huge
kids
gap.
eat their cookie into the shape of a gun, right? Like even that
Yeah.
caused
Right.
caused
There's
a
a
bit of
huge
a
gap
stir.
though between like a small blade and a gun, right? So like I think like I don't actually know where my line is, especially I'm Canadian. So like to be honest, I'm not forced to think about like carrying very often. It's just not really within my zeitgeist. So I don't know like where my line
Underprivileged.
specifically. Yeah, I know. I don't know where my line specifically would be, especially with like different institutions. For example, I actually wouldn't have an issue if they even banned Kirpans like in like public schools because they're like it's not a religious institution and we just want to have like wholesale. Nobody has knives. Nobody has any sort of like weaponry, right? I could understand that. I wouldn't be like that opposed. It's just this idea of like banning it from like all spaces at a like governmental level just feels very cringe. Feels like not at all what I'm interested in. And so yeah, I mean, religious freedom, the like constitutional line in Canada is protect public safety, order, health, and morals, right? So you can't like make a new religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, but we just like really love eating human fingers. We don't kill people and they consent to it and we eat each other's fingers and nobody's like everyone's consenting. I think a lot of us would still be like, yeah, we still like don't really want to allow this to happen, right? And so like this is a really interesting thing, which is like when we're talking about religion, we often think about large conglomerates that have like a pretty cohesive like worldview. Like let's be honest, those Christians are not really mapping onto like the general Christian like worldview. There isn't like a lot of Christians that would be like, yes, Matthew 40 and Jesus whipped out his AK-15, there's going to be a lot of argument within the group itself. But there is an interesting conversation of like, okay, if we protect freedom of religions broadly, how do we feel about niche micro religions that like emerge within 2 days? Because protecting something like as traditional as Sikhism, which has centuries of tradition, is very different than dealing with like a situation where like, what if tomorrow I decide it's my religion, like I'm LARPing as an aesthetic or whatever, to like exactly carry AK-15s everywhere I want to go in Canada. What do we do about that?
I just
Right.
want to say World Peace
AK-47.
and Unification Sanctuary Church, also known as Rod of Iron Ministries.
Yes,
Yeah, I
and they
saw
actually
that.
do. They will cite like Bible verses to support like
Yes.
a firearm,
Or
like
they do.
the
And they
rod of
specifically love
iron is like
AR-15s.
symbolic of the bullet, and
Because
so
of
like
course
they
you
have
can.
religious arguments in favor of what they do, and so that I 100% think that drawing a line here, maybe it was an unfair task because I think it is somewhat impossible, right? And I think everybody has it somewhere. So I'm not.
Yeah, but I already proved why. Because you have public property. That's
Right.
the problem.
Sure. So in the world of public property where we have to set these lines, we got to draw it somewhere, and it's going to suck, drawing it somewhere that leaves some people out and puts some people in because
Yeah,
you
so
can use anything
But we
as a
already
weapon,
have
right?
this though.
Well,
Right.
for example, in
Or, like,
Canada,
it's already
no,
established.
that religious group in Canada, no, they wouldn't be allowed to carry their guns around. Guns are just not
No,
a thing
but
in
for
Canada.
Sikhism, it already is established.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Okay.
Like you can
What
take
are you
them on like the TSA. It's already established kind of where the line is here.
You can't take them on planes.
Did you
You
not
have
listen to my opening, my dude?
Your opening was incorrect. I fact checked it.
Okay. That they can be brought as carry-ons as long as they're underneath clothing and stowed in a sheath?
No. So according to the TSA website, they're not allowed on carry-on. You can check them.
Specifically Carpons.
Specifically Kirpans.
All right.
yes.
Link it then.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'll be corrected if I'm wrong.
Ty.
Yeah, so we're the
Morality based off of TSA rules. I love
Scott,
No, I'm just saying,
I
if
love
we already
you, but if you
established
interrupt me
it.
again, I'm gonna scream at you. Shut up, Scott. All right. All right. To answer Erudine's question, I did largely answer that for me in the intro, which is that if it isn't really covered under freedom of speech or freedom of assembly, like you're gonna have a hard time defending it because there isn't really a doctrine for religious tolerance, and that's why we have this issue here where I call this Christian pluralism because we're good at like integrating all the Christians together and maybe a little bit of Judaism, but we can definitely tell with folks who, excuse me, celebrate Islam and among others is that there is some serious cultural clashes and religious clashes that we do not interpret very well. I think we can all largely agree on that one. But I want to answer Prime's question too, because I think that's the better one. But I got to take a step back. Should we learn the other religions, right? Should we understand them? And I think that's actually taking a massive step
ChatGPT lied to
back,
me.
really to become that
ChatGPT said you
liberal
could do it.
ideology versus conservative ideology.
I didn't have enough time to fact check this directly, but ChatGPT lied to me. He's right.
You generally just
You can bring
make it to
them,
where you
but
stagnate. You're not incorporating any other ideas.
you can bring them on
Eventually
in
your
checked bags.
Society just kind of goes to shit because
But you
don't
can't
change.
have them in
Absolutely,
carry-ons.
have a problem with
Wait,
that.
this is carry-on
Alright,
bags, though.
What?
I meant that on an individual level, right? Like,
well,
should
I
a
think this applies for the
citizen?
yeah, I think this applies for the individual as much as it does for for like a group of people, because like even groups of people, they'll be like, no, we don't want to know about your fancy voodoo religion, but they trap themselves from having new ideas and integrate. This is
But I'm asking. So I hear you, Ty. Like I
Alright, alright.
agree with you. I want to learn more. I think that Sikh religion is pretty interesting. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about a lot of religions, right? That's me personally. But should the average person going about their life, right, like who sees a dagger, right, should we berate them afterwards for reacting? Because like for instance, the video I sent you was a college student and like and within their campus, just like sitting out in like the public space. And the police got called on them. Someone saw them and called the cops, right? Should we berate that person for not knowing, well, this is a Kapan and this is not, like apparently not a real knife or whatever, right? Like, should they have to know that to go about their daily lives? And if there are other religions that are more obscure with other crazy things that are like within public health guidelines, right? But still something that a person can find threatening, should that person know that as well?
No, we berate them for being
Okay, my guess is why ChatGPT thought this
kid walking around with a small dagger on his thing that's like clearly dressed in
was
Sikh
because
garb. I don't think it's reasonably like he's probably about to go on a stabbing spree.
says
That's pretty
knives with
unreasonable.
blades
I don't
longer than
think anyone
2.5
would actually agree with
inches.
that. And I think if you're that type of person, or if you just see a kid, like
So maybe
Sikh garbs are
you can
pretty
have car pants that are
distinctive,
smaller than that?
They're
I
not
don't
your
know.
average American outfit. I think if you're looking at that and you like have no, what do you mean, Lactoid? Like,
Well,
this
so
guy-
here's the problem with that though, because now what you're establishing is that we can determine threat levels by how people are dressed, and that is a road.
No. That is not at all what I'm establishing. I don't want anyone to be so autistic. in
Trayvon
this
Martin,
conversation
anyone?
that
He
they
had a
can't engage
hoodie
with the ideas that I'm actually talking about. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect people to be thoughtful. And I'm not saying we should legally berate them. I'm not saying that we charge people with this, but I think it's absolutely within our right. I will shame these people. I do all the time. I think it's fucking cringe if you're unthoughtful and your first go-to from like one look at person is to like call the police. Like I just think it's cringe to be unthoughtful, but I'm not talking
Look at the video. I'm not sure if you got to see it because you came in last minute, so no worries. But like the video of that college student, he's a brown individual. He's got like a little bit of a beard, not like a huge beard, but a little bit of beard, like what I got basically, right? He's wearing like a pink shirt and shorts, right? Like a grayish shorts, and like sneakers. And he's got like the head. I don't even know what it's called, so I'm not going to put it
turban.
Like the head wrap, right? The turban. Oh, okay. Is it a turban? All right. So it's the turban on his head. That's the only thing that lets you know that he might be of a non-Western religion.
The beard does too.
I think the turban's a pretty big clue. I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on. Let's. I'm looking at.
You haven't mentioned skin
Somebody's
color,
like,
right?
somebody's walking around with a
you need
burqa
both.
and they have like
Just for the
Converse
record.
shoes on. You're like, I'm
Just-
not sure if they're
just-
religiously acting here. Or
Yeah,
not.
but
just for the record,
Yeah.
just for the record, you need both, right? Because it's 5 articles. It's the turban, it's unkept hair, it's the bracelet, it's the carpon, and
I think it's the sash that you keep the carp. I think it's the sash that you keep the carpon on.
And there's a comb.
Yeah,
There's
so
a
if you
comb.
have one, you have the other anyway.
Unkept hair, like
But-
Lactoid.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Hey, I just had it cut. Come on.
But no, but
It doesn't
look,
look that bad.
I'm saying that
Thank
like
you.
Doesn't even
one
look
way
bad.
or the other,
Looks good.
like a lot of Americans, right? Like, and we saw this after 9/11. Can't tell the difference between like a Sikh and a Muslim, right? And so it is what it is. And it is. It just is.
They can't find America on a
And then
map.
from there, like I never like I'm a person who honestly cares. Like I care about when I found out that Americans didn't know the difference between a Sikh and a Muslim, right? Like I looked into it because I didn't want to be that guy, right? But I never heard of a Kirpan until today. So like to say that, well, yeah, you're being unthoughtful
But would you look
because
at
it's
this
No,
your
no, no,
guy
no.
and
Okay.
be
come on.
Prime,
but would
Prime.
you
The
sorry.
difference is of well, like I want to back up Erudite here is that like you're at least open minded, and like you're not defaulting into a bad reaction of fear and like instantly discriminating against people in like a certain ways. Like the big problem of post 9/11 is that like everybody was just hypersensitive over Muslims because like they see on the news, oh my god, Muslims driving airplanes into the Twin Towers. Like, oh my god, all Muslims are bad. Like, obviously, at that point, you're running on fear. You're not open minded into the reality that is like the vast majority of Muslims are actually really chill. But then like that has led to discrimination. So that it's not a matter of like being educated, but having the capacity to actually go towards the option of educating yourself and like not just falling into this trap of oh my god I'm in danger over everything that like you just don't understand.
Yeah,
So I want to
I'm
add
in
two
favor of
things here,
shaming people for being
which is
stupid.
like
No, but
so like
Hey,
look,
based.
I want to say number one, if you were armed, you wouldn't be scared about a dagger on someone's chest to begin with, right? So there's just that. Number two, moving on. I don't think people. I do think we have to like tread carefully when we start talking about like a moral onus on people to like have a certain level of education. But I don't think we need to be careful about that at all with the police officers that felt it was necessary to handcuff like some skinny teenager that was sitting there with like a turban and like a ceremonial dagger that was strapped to his chest. Like, I don't think it's that crazy to expect that cops go, hey man, we got a call. Like, what's going on? Let's have a conversation.
I fixed
And
it.
instead be in this situation where they're like, I need to protect myself and handcuff this teenager to like get rid of their weapon, and then we can have a rational conversation. Like, no, dog, like that's inherently escalating situations, even if it wasn't a ceremonial thing. For what largely amounts to a fucking pocket knife that isn't drawn, right? Like the weapon that he had on his chest is like no bigger than the pocket knife I carry around every day, everywhere, no matter where I go, in case I need to cut something. And it has something on the back end of it that can break windshields in case I need to pull someone out of a car and we're driving around. The idea that like this small fucking knife was enough to handcuff someone to like detain him to control the situation is ridiculous. But the idea that like a college 19-year-old kid got like weirded out because they saw some dude with a knife, you know, like we can make fun of them for that, but I also do want to say like that's a bit of a gray area because we don't want to go too far, because like I think Patrice O'Neill said it best when talking about racism. Like, don't be afraid to be racist. Run, bitch. You can be racist and alive. Like, that's okay. Right? Like, run away. Like, he's like, if I see some black dudes in the middle of the night walking towards me, I'm not going to be like, am I being racist right now if I go the other direction? He's like, if your heart's telling you to run away, fucking run away. Like, that's okay.
Lactoid. Oh, so and then Aiko, I think you wanted to jump in at some point. Did I not get to you? I'm not.
Well, I was only going to just say something quick that probably like won't get commented on all that much, but I just wanted to say that there is this tradition, because this was discussed earlier, of taking something in its original purpose, like the kirpan was a 3-foot sword or whatever at one point, and the way that it's shifted over time. And Scott was talking about how that might abrogate its original purpose, but I think that's something that happens in religion all the time. Like there's a tradition in the Catholic Church, for instance. It was actually really controversial one time when John Paul showed up with like a sort of like two swords crossed that was like pinned on like his outfit or whatever. It was the unum sanctum, but the fact that the two swords were there they don't wear their own swords anymore. But the fact that they had the two swords on there was sort of a political statement that the church has both temporal and moral authority, as opposed to a lot of people who think that it just has moral authority and shouldn't like have like temporal power or whatever. In other words, it sends a message. Like it's not itself a weapon. If the unum sanctum was ever actually two swords, I don't know. But the fact is that over time, things that are sort of become unnecessary sort of continue to stay sort of as a symbol. So I can see these things like being blunted or being corked or
the
being
point that
sewn
I was
under
trying-
clothing.
I agree that the Pope should be labeled the Time Lord, temporal power over on. So
Right. The point I was trying to make,
and then I got to get to
quick.
Lactoid.
The point that I was trying to make is that how you value symbology in religion is incredibly subjective. I wasn't necessarily saying like,
Right.
oh, this is an attack on Sikhism as a whole. I just mean that like you as an individual may view the idea of having a blunted dagger not a big deal, and another individual may view it very offensive that they're forced or regulated in some way as they try and attempt to move through society, that they're not able to maintain their religious beliefs. And again, I say ban it all. I don't care. But in terms of public property, that's where the conflict is that you have multiple owners of the same property. And so because you have multiple owners of the same property, you have a forced compromise that will always oppress some people. The very existence of public property is the existence of oppression of people's rights and liberties. If it was private, they could just say, we don't allow that here. And other places could say, we allow that here. And there's nothing there except freedom of association.
Lactoid. I know. Lactoid.
Okay. The one thing I wanted to point out is that although I do agree, Scott, that there's realistic understandings of threat perception, but then there's also just a concern that we have to be cognizant of, which is, when we look at somebody and they have a sword and they say, okay, well, we can take into consideration the whole situation to see if they're a threat. And one of the things we look at is a turban, right, or something else. We're implicitly doing something there, which is designating them as less than a threat than somebody who's not wearing a turban, right? So the rest of society. So if they have a sword,
that's not what's happening.
Well, but by definition, it has to. If you're designating them as less of a risk than like the general population with a sword, then what you are also doing is designating the general population.
How much of the population has swords?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Lactoid. What I'm saying is, like, at least what I'm talking about, I'm not saying that you're looking at somebody with a turban. I think another way to interpret this is if somebody is wearing multiple items that make you go, I don't quite know what's going on, the default shouldn't go, so I'm upsetty spaghetti about it. The default should go, I probably don't know what's going on, right? I'm not saying that an average dressed person poses more threat or that they should be evaluated at a higher risk. What I'm saying is actually cues of novelty should be integrated thoughtfully and go, something is probably going on that I don't understand.
That's a fair point.
Sure, what you're
York,
saying is New York is wrong when they say if you see something, say something?
What?
Again, the heuristic itself, when it's saying see something, it's talking about like when you see people like breaking into cars or like all this sort of stuff, that you should like call your
It was a joke. It fell flat. We can move on.
So I guess. Well, I guess like the thing that I'm struggling
it happens,
with,
man.
No, but that's actually interesting. But Lactoid, you can.
Yeah, what I'm struggling with is when you say like, well, it's novelty to make us stop and think. In the context of this conversation, like, I guess I'm trying to get at the heart of what you're saying here. If somebody has a turban and they're wearing a bunch of different articles of clothing and they also have this sword on them, should they be like assessed any differently than, let's say, if I show up in a hoodie and like a balaclava and I also have a knife on me? Should there be any difference in threat perception?
I think they just
see,
mean
I think
approaching it
like
with curiosity.
Uh,
in your statement in itself, I think there's a problem in that, like, instead of maybe assessing somebody from far away, why not you just ask them what's up?
Well,
the person
you're
worried about being armed?
He's talking about heuristics. So if I just grant this,
What?
right? I don't
Sure.
like the framing of the heuristic direction because I don't think the heuristic has to be assuming risk in and of itself. Because for me, what I look for assuming risk is more markers of risk rather than just like, I don't know what's going on, right? So in the case of the person with the dark hoodie with their face covered, the reason why I'm going to assess them as higher risk is because they have markers of being more risky. They're not showing their face, for example, right? Which means that they're like being more anonymized. In the case of somebody who's just wearing stuff that I don't know what's going on, I don't think that that should inherently be a marker of risk to people. And I think that if people would look at somebody with a knife and a turban and immediately go, that's probably a risk factor. What I'm saying is that's a really bad heuristic. Novel doesn't mean risk.
No,
Well,
no.
sure.
but
I'd assume they're cosplaying.
The
Well,
knife,
well-
the knife is the risk, right? Like not the
Exactly.
turban. It's the knife. So like
Right.
if you see a knife, I don't know anything about the Sikh
Sure.
or
But
religion or anything like
the
that.
reason
I
why
know a
okay, I don't
dagger.
care. We're holding the knife consistent. Of course, between the guy with the hoodie and the guy with the turban, they both have a knife. That's assumed in the hypothetical, correct?
Right.
just
And,
missing?
Yeah.
right. No,
Does
it
the
is.
guy with the turban not have a knife,
But
or
you
the guy with the hoodie
but you
doesn't
brought
have a
in the
knife?
turban. No, you brought the turban into this a threat assessment.
Right.
We're not. So we're saying that like it's just a person with a knife, right? And you're saying that well, there's another article that adds some novelty, so maybe that changes the equation. I'm saying there's two people with knives here.
And I want to point out that even
We
if
were
you
talking
say
about risk assessment, and what was held consistent across both situations was a knife was present. I was
Yep.
assuming that that was baked into it. So then after that, we're looking for other markers about whether there's risk or not. And so I'm saying what you should be doing in risk assessment is looking for risk markers, and having like a turban, for example, plus the knife should be a cue of being like, this knife might not be what I think it is.
It
Yes,
should
in
But
risk.
But you don't know
Right.
that.
Wait.
Like,
Yeah, because you probably don't understand the turban. That makes sense.
Give it a try.
Yeah. Let me quickly explain this. So here's the issue I have with the statement, because initially you said the clothing shouldn't matter when it comes to threat perception when I asked that. But this appears to essentially do the same thing. When you're saying that, like, okay, clothes that indicate risk, well, if somebody has that, well, now they're like, those are additional risk factors to go into that. But if somebody has clothes that are novel, then we don't assume that's a risk factor. So then they have a lower overall risk profile. But the effect of this is what somebody's wearing is dictating their risk assessment, right?
In this hypothetical, yes, because I said
Right.
from the beginning, I disagree with the framing, but I'll entertain the hypothetical because I'm not going to reject the hypothetical. I think a hoodie is also a really bad risk assessor, to be clear. It's a bad heuristic to say somebody with a hoodie who's covering their face is a higher level of risk. They might just be like an emo, edgy teen for all we know, right? I don't think clothing in and of itself is typically a very good marker for risk behavior. In fact, there are way better predictors of somebody doing risky things than like the clothes specifically that they're wearing. One piece of clothing that actually probably is a much better marker for risk is if you're walking around downtown and they have a balaclava over their face. But the same balaclava at the ski resort isn't a risk factor, right?
I'll say one last thing. I think the dissonance here that's uncomfortable for me as well is that there's one perception here, which is this idea of, well, we should be treating everybody regardless of what they're wearing equal. But then there's this other element of, are things valid risk assessments? And if somebody's walking down the street with a balaclava and a hoodie on, I will assess them at a higher risk than somebody wearing a.
I've never said treat everyone as equal, though.
Right. Well, sure. Well, I'm just saying, like, I tend to like prefer to err on that when you're able to, but then there's also this harsh reality of threat perception.
Sure, treat
that
everyone
is-
morally similar. Like when we're saying equal, now we have to talk about what's equal. But if we're talking about risk assessment itself, no, you shouldn't treat everyone as equal, right? Like if people give you cues of risk, you should treat that as a cue of risk.
So,
And that's the uncomfortable conversation, right?
But
Because there is
okay,
a racial implication there.
but let's go to other people who are trying to jump in. So, Nina, I think you were trying to jump in, and Jay Chow.
I have lost the plot here with that conversation, so I'll tap back in later.
Okay, Jay Chow.
Yeah, so Prime, I just want to like clarify your counterpoint to erudite in like this hypothetical.
Sure.
It sounds like you're just not concerned at all about the other articles of clothing. You just see knife and that's it, right? You're just tunnel visioning on the knife.
Yeah,
The more you have a
I
knife, both
don't.
of them are dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because a threat can come in dressed in any fucking clothes, right? But like, I see a knife, and I know what that does, right? If I see a gun, right, like she could a priest can walk in with a gun. Well, I don't trust priests, but like, go with that. A priest can walk in with a gun, right? And just because he's a priest, I'm not gonna like, oh, I guess it's probably all right. Like, it's novel. I don't see like a priest with guns usually. So I don't know. Maybe I should ask first. Like, no, like it might be a threat.
Yeah, well, besides like setting aside the other articles of clothing that might actually be a factor, I think context is really important in what we're discussing because if like people see guns as like say a dangerous article, which I think it is generally, but what if there's like a military march? What if it's like the soldier who is standing by on the graveyard and things like that? Then all of a sudden like we see that gun as not as a dangerous article, but as something that is like maybe ceremonial or things like that. And I think in the context of religion and the Sikhs practicing them wearing this dagger, then it makes me understand that like, hey, it's not actually dangerous. And so then like I totally understand. If you see a knife or any other thing, like maybe your first gut reaction, your first knee-jerk reaction is, oh my god, I'm in danger, or like some sort of a fear emotion. But
But
I think what is like still what I said before is even more important is for us to be open-minded and for us to like have a sober mind and like kind of just like not give in to that knee-jerk
I don't
reaction.
know. Okay, so but I don't understand this. So, like I want to be open minded, but I'm trying to be like realistic and pragmatic here. So, if the person comes in with a hunting knife, right, an American style or Western, I don't know, style hunting knife, like strapped to them, and that is an article of their faith. And also, there's other markers here because they wear combat boots and they've got like a shaved head, right? These are all markers of their faith. Should I go? Maybe I should ask this guy what's happening, or should I take a step back, remove myself from the situation, and call the police because they're bringing in a weapon in a place that is not allowed,
but,
right?
I feel
Like,
like
but
I
it's
feel like
not.
this is
It's
a panel where we're talking about sex, and you can tell that like 90% of the panel hasn't had sex ever. Like I don't even know what we're talking about now.
well,
Unironically,
Don't
when we're
shame
talking, okay,
virgins.
stop zooming in so much and zoom
You don't
out
know
to the
what
way.
3 inches is, okay? So don't talk about that.
Actually, first of all, I don't use inches in Canada. Okay, I didn't want to say centimeters because I had no fucking clue if you guys
Oh,
even
fair
know
enough.
what it is. Okay,
I
when
wouldn't.
we're talking about human interactions, you guys are focusing in on like really specific things in a way that isn't how
a knife.
people work. Okay, nobody just see if you literally
heard
walk
inches.
into a bank and you see a hunting knife and your immediate reaction is to be like, "Oh, I better back away." I'm sorry, you're fucking stupid. That's dumb. If you have a guy walk into a bank with a balaclava, he's got a knife but he's kind of trying to hover it and he's looking at the security cameras, yeah, you should probably back away. The idea that like the way that people take in situations is to be like, "Knife," is actually stupid. This isn't how
Yeah,
people work. People like
That's
look
all
at the
right.
whole
This
forest.
is
yeah,
your
but
This is
you're
how
fault.
saying that
heuristics work.
having the
No,
turban
this isn't my fault. This
lowers
is
the
because I
threat
entertained
assessment.
the
That's basically
hypothetical.
what you're.
No, this is your fault because you're saying I can't believe you guys aren't talking like you're in the real world. We're not like sitting, you and I are not hanging out on your back porch looking at the stars, just having a normal conversation. What we're doing is debating ideas. And sometimes when you debate ideas, you have to go all the way to the ends. You have to look at what those principles
So
are.
sometimes
This
get
isn't
so
us not
fixated on the
doing that.
specifics
Sure.
that you lose touch of grasp, and a debate is useless if you're just getting zeroed in on like, well, do you think a knife should increase your risk assessment by 0.03%, or maybe actually 5%? Nobody fucking cares. That's not important in any debate ever, because this isn't the way people engage in heuristics. The way people engage in heuristics and assessment is looking at whole pictures, which is why I'm saying a guy with a knife by itself might be one
Great.
little thing that you notice.
Right,
However,
but you
I'm not going to answer
you
how you
brought up the idea. You brought up the idea of a moral onus being
I
on
didn't.
people to.
I literally
Yes,
didn't
you
bring
did.
it. No, I
You
didn't. I
listen.
said
Yes,
you're
you
stupid.
did.
No,
You
I
said
didn't.
you
I
said
said
that
they're
we should
cringe.
shame people, that we should use social stigma against people that have this idea that like something is inherently dangerous that isn't, because and we should shame them for a lack of knowledge.
No, that's not what I said. I said if people are being unthoughtful in their reactions to situations, you should shame them for being unthoughtful. So if in a situation where in this situation, you see a kid with a turban walking around who is skinny and frail with a very small knife, if your immediate reaction is to call the police and then the immediate reaction of the police is to put him in handcuffs, that's stupid. That's what
You're
I'm saying.
saying the same thing I just said.
No, I'm not, because what you're trying to say is narrowing it into the specific thing and a moral claim. Me saying that it was stupid isn't me saying that they're evil. I'm saying that it's dumb, and that you should tell them, yeah, you're being a little bit dumb. That's a stupid thing to do.
You gave an ought, that one ought to make fun of these people, that they
Yeah.
should be socially shamed. if they don't put together the pieces of the articles of clothing and how the person is behaving, and they see a threat where you wouldn't have deemed it a threat, despite the fact that nobody has a crystal ball that can determine what is and isn't
I
a
think
threat.
Scott is trying to paint you as a woke scold, I think, is what he's trying to get at here.
Well, he's trying
I
to say
don't
that I'm
agree with that or
moralizing
not.
because I'm using the language of shame when I'm just not moralizing. I understand why you think it's moralizing because a lot of people think this way. The issue is social shame is highly effective for situations that are easily correctable. In the future, it's pretty easy to not see a kid with a turban and a ceremonial knife and call the police. You could just not do that, right? Not that hard. I'm not saying that they're bad, ontologically evil people. What I'm saying is, for the better of society, yeah, we should punish that a little bit by going, not a good thing to do, very stupid, very
Sure.
small.
You are dictating a moral preference by doing so. Like,
I'm
what are you
not
talking
moralizing.
about? When you
I'm
say
not
that
moralizing.
society, when you say that society ought to shame people and that people ought to be made fun of for behaviors, you are giving your moral preference. You are giving an ought claim about how we should treat people that behave differently in those situations.
Maybe we should ask a
Then
clarifying
we went into the
question.
minutia of it.
Functional. I'm giving a functional. If you want to turn it moral to, go fucking, I'll just bite the bullet. Sure, you're ontologically evil if you do that, but only a tiny little bit, and it's super redeemable. And if you just change the behavior, now you're not ontologically evil.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
pointing
it
out that
would
you're
be better
bitching
if-
about us getting to the minutia that you fucking put on the table.
I didn't focus in on saying, let's only talk about the knife. From the very beginning, I said people who do that are being unthoughtful. It's bad heuristics.
Let's go to Aiko and
You're
then
going
Nina.
in circles because you can't just accept that.
Yes.
Scott, you're the king of going in circles, bro.
You can't put your hands up like this, okay, buddy? Because I can barely see it, right? So when you gotta give me alpha palms. So if that was you putting your hands up, then give me alpha palms, not beta fingers, like down here in the corner, okay, buddy? All right. So we'll go to
We
Aiko.
love beta fingers.
We'll go to Nina, and then we'll go to Ty. I'm not sure if Corey wants to say anything.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah.
He's beautiful and Canadian, so he deserves a spot.
So
All right,
when
so
I think about these, when I think about these things, I think about these things as rules. And the reason why we have rules is so that we can have like one policy in place that can sort of cut across a bunch of individual situations where actually most of the time it doesn't really matter. Like probably 95%, 99% even of people who would have like small knives in a venue would do nothing with them. They wouldn't be dangerous with them at all or whatever. But for the 1% that would, that might start a fight, that might get in a brawl or something like that, we create this policy that catches all of that risk, or is designed to capture all of that risk, even though 99% of the people totally wouldn't do that, because it's hard for us when we're setting rules outside of texts maybe years before they're enforced. Like we can't know that, well, if a person's wearing this one thing, that then they're an exception, so like we should let them carry a knife or something like that. And in fact, even those people, like we had that example in Sydney where that was like a very dangerous situation where a kid with one of those with a kirpan like did attack somebody and there was a lot of damage. I think we might have 24 hours earlier said that you're not being thoughtful if you don't let that, if you think that kid has anything other than zero threat in the school, and then turned out there was some threat. So I think maybe it's not about characterizing somebody based on their clothing as to how much of a risk they are, but rather you just have a rule, and if that rule works like across many situations, then you follow that rule.
Oh my god. Okay, this
Let's
is totally
go
gonna
to
backfire.
no. Look, guys, we got a lot of people who haven't gotten a chance to talk. When I get to them, Nina, Ty, Corey, and Erudite, you're on the list. J Chow and Lactoid, right?
Sorry, I get so distracted. I was looking at that Australian thing, and there is no sources for that, so I'm not really quite that confident. Not that it really matters that much, but I mean, I think Oh, okay, because it's just this one tweet. I see the comments under it, but I don't disbelieve you necessarily, because I figured it probably happened at some point. But like the fact that it's like so rare that it's like you have one situation in the like grand scheme of all Sikhs, I just don't feel like that is that much of a risk. Gotcha.
Only like 58 unarmed people a year are killed by cops, despite there being 62 million interactions.
What the fuck is your point?
It's just rare, so it does. Well, I mean, like rarity doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Well, I'm just saying, if we're gonna talk about like risk, oh my god, autoplay. Sorry, it autoplayed a video. like,
Also,
but we're talking about risk
it's a little-
assessment here. Like, it seems like statistically, Sikhs are not particularly risky when it comes to their weapons. And like, sorry, I keep stroking my spit. Getting so excited. I
I've
do
been
agree
doing that
with
all day. So.
yeah. I do agree with Erudite, where I do think that there's a little level of understanding that you might have. Is like, okay, they're wearing something I don't get. They're wearing another item I don't really get. Maybe you could like extrapolate that into being like, well, maybe they got something else going on there, you know? Like, it's not necessarily like assuming that they're to the same level as like the average Joe with like a knife on them. And I don't even think knives necessarily inherently mean that you're dangerous, like personally. I mean, I don't know if you guys think differently about that, but I don't see I mean, it kind of just, it seems like I don't understand this, so therefore, like, it kind of reminds me a little bit about the, I guess I'm going to go a little bit more of a extrapolation of the shaming aspect that we were talking about. I know I'm kind of jumping a little bit here, but, it kind of reminds me of, like, kind of the pronoun conversation where it's like, maybe you don't know somebody's pronouns, and you might, like, misgender them, but, like, you shouldn't completely shit on them because they just have no idea. Like the idea of like the ignorance, as well as it should be a little bit shamed, like a little shame there, like to make people be better. I don't think that you should like shit on people for the reason of like not understanding of of that. But I do think that they should have their own responsibility to maybe think that that person is different from them, and then you should maybe like ask or try and understand. You shouldn't be expected to, but if they explain it or whatever, then I think it's totally that person's value to understand what is being explained to them.
Okay, let's go to Ty.
Yeah, but like, okay.
And we got it. There's a lot of people on. Ty, Corey, Erudite, J Chow, Lactoid.
Yeah, to answer your question, I'm not going to fault the folks that are a little bit more xenophobic, to be straight up. And the reason why is that to have the society that you want, where people aren't hyper xenophobic, is that you have to have a high trust society that relies upon people kind of tearing down their own walls to where they will be more liberal, to seek out new ideas into more cultures, more religions, right? That's really hard. And the reason why it's really hard is because there's too much bullshit out in the world. Aiko, I love you, but I can't keep all the shit with, of all the Catholics believe versus what the Protestants do versus the Mormons, yada, yada, yada. And now you're going to introduce all the other folks out there? Right. Like, so the problem here is that I will say that I do not find it in good taste to not try to understand others, but I do not find it a reasonable expectation to know the majority of religions that are outside of your basic sphere, right?
Bro, I feel like I'm getting
can't condemn
choked
people
by
for not knowing
the
what Sikhism is here in the United States because it's not common.
the right way. Getting force choked.
Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, mostly just to understand Erudite's position better. Where like if I'm understanding you correctly, which it might not be, but it sounds like you're saying basically taking into account when you're trying to undergo a threat assessment, taking into account a constellation of variables, as in it's not just like the knife in a vacuum. It's like a constellation of other things to assess the threat, or rather, and to approach it with more curiosity as opposed to like a conclusion.
I'm just describing what normal people do, and I'm saying if you don't do this normal thing, I think it's fair enough for everyone to be like, that's pretty fucking stupid, right? Normal people don't react to seeing a knife in public. For example, my husband, who is part black, walks into Walmart all the time with a giant K-bar on his hip. It's not the end of the world. He just says that I work on a ranch or that I go work in a warehouse afterwards, and most people don't call the cops, even though he's kind of dark looking.
Is a K-bar a knife?
A K-bar is like it's a type of knife.
Gotcha.
It's a brand, sorry.
Oh.
And it's at least 3 inches. There we go. There we go. Broke the tension. What I'm saying is, normal people, when they do like evaluations of what's going on, they take everything into account. And I think people who get, like, for example, in the case of the Sikh kid, either what happened, here's what probably happened. They saw a brown kid with a knife. That's probably what happened. What I'm saying is that's a really bad heuristic. That's a really bad way to map on whether there's any level of threat, right? It's terrible. And I'm tired of people having really bad heuristics. In the same way, I saved a comment in my I saved a comment in my fucking chat section because some dumb fuck said this. Erudite is looking too deeply into things. Knife equals threat no matter what the person's wearing. Except not, stupid. Except if you work at a warehouse, nobody is going to think that your knife is a threat. If you're working on a ranch, nobody's going to think it a threat. It's a really bad heuristic if you just like make this arbitrary rule in your head of like, anytime there's a knife, that's dangerous. Knife be spooky. And a lot of homeowners association type people will make like preemptive rules about how they have to socially engage in the world that don't mean anything. And I think that this is a really bad thing. That's all. I'm describing this and saying stop doing bad things.
I have
The
a
issue
follow-up.
is that you.
I'm
done.
So I think I understand your point. Like, it's contextual. Where the example that you gave with your husband Nick, where it's like, yeah, if you walk into whatever the store and they see the I don't know that type of whatever knife, but from what I understand, you come from, or you're largely in a more rural area. What I can say is probably like in my city, like I think if there's a visible knife, there probably would be some sort of like call to the authority. I'm not saying that's a good thing or that's what should happen or that's what normal people should do, but also at the same time, like also a knife in a school, then it is understandable that someone would call.
Some places should have rules, absolutely, right? I'm not saying that some places shouldn't have rules. None of this is commentary on rules or any of this sort of thing. If, for example, if it turned out that a university actually had a really big bar on all people having any form of weaponry being openly carried, I think it would be even understandable. What it seems like in this situation is people saw Brown Man and they used really bad think and overreacted. And what I'm saying is normal people don't overreact to this stuff, and they probably shouldn't.
The problem is that
the rules didn't say
when
it was banned.
Your original thing that you were saying is that the novel should be, and like the impetus is when you get novel information that you do not act, and that we should judge those people for not thinking. Well, that is what you said. You said that if you're unfamiliar with this situation and then you assume it's a threat because you're unfamiliar with the situation, that like you're the one not thinking, that you should step back and that your reaction shouldn't be to go towards safety or something.
Hold on. I already said your fifis are fined. I said homeowners association type, people calling the cops because they felt like it was a threat. Right? I'm going to assume that people are not too stupid to take context cues into mind. If you see a really skinny Sikh kid with a turban on his head, maybe you don't know it's Sikh, but you see a brown person. This is ridiculous. This is how everyone works.
If you're alone on a subway,
you're just making a new situation.
Someone comes onto the subway wearing garb you don't understand or anything, and then they have a weapon. The novel there makes you question your safety more. The idea that you don't understand what's going on makes you less likely to be able to understand whether or not you're in danger.
Sure. And then I'm going to assume that you're smart enough to actually look at the individual and watch their behavior and all the context cues. For example, if somebody walks into the subway.
And I'm going to assume you should be smart enough to get the fuck out if you don't know what's going on and someone has a weapon.
I'm saying that would be a little bit silly. I'm not going to lie. Normal people just don't do that, right? Obviously, if there is cues going on that there is a major threat, you can react to it. All I'm saying is touch fucking grass. Everyone realizes this.
Where are you getting this idea of normative? You're saying normal. I don't know why we're appealing to normality, but regardless, where are you getting the idea that normal people react with they're less likely to feel threatened when they have novel information?
Okay. What I'm talking about is just reality. I would say most people, for example, this kid was walking around with a knife on his chest, and I'm going to guess that 900 people didn't call the police on him. I'm going to guess one person did. And the institution apologized for it, and everyone seems to kind of, for the most part on Twitter, agree that it was pretty silly for them to call the police. Like, the place that I reside, in this world that I have observed, it seems to be the case that most people agree that that was a really, really silly, stupid thing to do. It was an overreaction because he was giving a ton of other cues to suggest that he wasn't a major risk.
Yeah, but that could be true of a terrorist. That most people see something and then go, oh, it's probably
everyone's
nothing.
acting like this is
and
a
then
dump.
one person,
heuristics sometimes fail. You're correct.
Okay, but
what
you're
do
the
you
one
think I'm
talking about what we
describing?
should or shouldn't shame in this situation.
Yeah, if
you're the one saying that this is stupid because it's not normative, but that doesn't mean that the normative is something we should be appealing to here.
Okay, I would prefer a world
I'm
where,
so
for example, we
confused.
don't always just assume the worst in other people because there's one thing that we're hyperfixating on, right? I would like to assume that that is the way society works better. That's it.
Okay.
Let's go to J Chop and then Lacto.
I completely
Oh,
forgot
Coy,
what I was
did
gonna talk
you have
about.
another response? quickly?
Well, I guess my natural follow-up that maybe just to attempt to like distill down, maybe hopefully to the crux of the matter of like, then how do we feel kind of like about profiling, just like at the airport, as in like should those should be like random searches or should it be like contextual factor taken into account?
Let's let J Chow and Lactoid answer, and anyone else can jump
And
in
then
on.
everyone else can guess what they think I'm going to say. Guess what do you think is going to be a reasonable answer for these things? Because all I'm asking for, by the way, is just to be reasonable. Knife doesn't equal threat. That's a bad heuristic. By the way, here's another shitty heuristic. Low body count means better partner. Or high body count in women means she's a dirty ran-through slut. Those are heuristics people use, and they're kind of ish reasonable, but they're mostly really bad heuristics. I'm tired of you people using really bad heuristics to function in life.
Thank you. Okay, J Chow.
Okay, so to answer Corey's question, like
Go off,
profiling
Queen.
is something that's like, going to inevitably happen like all the time. We each have.
I was not
little,
expecting that to go that way.
prejudices against other groups or even like against other people and things like that. That's just bound to happen. But what do we do then? Well, the solution is then, well, how do we manage that profiling? How do we manage discrimination? And I think like I'm just
I
going to
think she's
repeat
just
what I
trying
said
to relate
before.
two things. It's
just, like,
reasonable. I get what she's saying.
in a way, it's in a lot in agreement with.
I think
what
I don't know the
everybody is
definition
saying.
of the word heuristic.
Just like have an open mind, not
Can you
like
spell the heuristic?
give into these knee-jerk reactions. Maybe like even be curious, but like if you feel a bit like a fear and you
Find
want to get to a
problems,
safe place and like
avoid cognitive overload.
by all means go do
Mhm.
that, like follow your instincts. But then to instantly, I say like call the police in order to in like a reaction,
Okay.
such as like there was in Central Park.
A part of how the human brain
Some woman called the police on a dude for walking
muted.
the dog
Oh
or
my
something.
god, that'd be so cringe if I
It was
wasn't.
like that's an overreaction.
Heuristics is a
That is,
mental
like,
shortcut
are we
commonly used to
invalidating their
simplify
fear then? Are we,
problems
like,
and avoid
calling this
cognitive
person
overload.
stupid or,
Heuristics
like,
are part
shaming
of
them
how
That guy was
whatnot?
the human
trying
brain
to
Like, I
evolved
think
and
it
is
was by
wired,
harassment.
allowing
Like,
individuals to quickly reach.
Like,
That's what
I
that guy
think
did.
my I guess like my point is.
I think she
that,
might
like,
have
we
been
ought
misusing it a
to
little bit. That's fine though.
behave in ways that are proportional to the actual situation, and sometimes, sometimes people just overreact. They just do things that are unwarranted because they're just driven by fear.
Let's go to Lactoid. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to try to bridge a little bit of a gap here. I agree that
Lactoid
shaming
doesn't believe in
probably isn't the best
democracy.
idea, because you can't really blame people for lack of education. They don't know what they don't know. That said, I also fully agree that a knife is not really much of a threat, especially in the context given. Other things that are not a threat, open carrying or concealed carrying, the people who conceal carry, the people who open carry are dramatically less likely to commit a crime against you than people who don't. That's just factually true.
Dramatically less
So when you
likely?
see somebody
What?
open carrying, statistically, if we educated people, they would feel safer, right? Just if they knew the realities of things. But that's on us for not educating them correctly on what the statistics are and what the rationality is. There is a problem, I think, that gets brought up here, and I understand that kind of the
Bro thinks
elephant in the
people
room is
feel
profiling,
comfortable about
which
like
is,
people with guns.
well, if we're gonna start doing risk profiles,
Like a knife,
well,
like
who
if
falls in
you're on
those
the other
risk
side of the room with a
profiles?
knife, I don't give a
Well,
fuck.
like men, for example, but then also like
A knife
different
doesn't
racial
auto
groups,
kill you
like,
like
and
it's
then you start getting
fucking
into some, like,
COD, bro.
really difficult territory. My approach to this is you should have a fact-based approach, not a shame-based approach. It should be based entirely on education.
They're all over
And
the place
every
here.
person's individual risk assessment should never be shamed, even if it's ridiculous, even if you think it's ridiculous. If somebody feels unsafe in a
Yeah,
situation,
I'm incredibly
even if it's
uncomfortable
because
by
they're
guns.
0.001% more unsafe and they decide they want to leave the situation, that's on them. People can decide their own risk assessment if they want
Well, the
to.
thing is, like
You
a
can
knife
educate them, well,
generally
actually,
can't
not so much a
accidentally
risk.
kill you.
Look,
A gun
it's
can
one
very
knife.
easily
Probably not gonna
accidentally
hurt
kill
you.
you.
Well, if they don't feel comfortable, they should be perfectly free to remove themselves from the situation not shame them. I don't
Like a
feel
baby with a
comfortable
fucking knife isn't gonna
dictating
kill you, but a
what
baby with a
any
gun
person
will.
should feel comfortable with in their threat perception.
Wait, did I say that
Is it
backwards?
like
Baby with a
reasonable
knife
for women across the street at
won't
night
kill
when a
you,
man's
but
coming
a
their
baby
way?
with a gun will.
Statistically, not really.
I don't know if I said
But
that the
I'm
right
not
way
gonna
the first
dictate
time.
to that woman, well, you know, what you have to have this threat
Yep.
perception because I'm a man and I feel offended or whatever. No, you can have whatever risk profile you want, and you can live that life in however kind of a safe kind
Of course it's
careful mode that you want
dangerous.
to.
It's a
I don't think it's
weapon.
fine to shame.
So is my bow. It's
Well,
just,
he's
it's a little,
sketchy
it's a
with a
very
knife, so it's
different.
not gonna be a problem.
He's probably
It's a
not
very
that much of a problem,
different
honestly. I wouldn't think he's
thing.
much of a problem, but if somebody feels he's a problem, I'm not gonna like yell at them or make
Do
fun of
you?
them.
Okay, I'm sorry. Do you actually believe it would be reasonable to look at this kid and go,
You can't like
"Uh-oh,
one
he
shot
might
kill.
stab somebody. He's a real risk."
Like
Do you
that
think that
doesn't.
that was
This
a
isn't
reasonable
COD, bro.
reaction?
So again, according to my risk profile, like I'm
What's this knife
strapped at
next
all
to
times. This kid
pancakes?
poses no threat to me. Okay, but if I'm like a petite woman who's scared of this guy, maybe I don't fucking know. I'm not
Do
gonna
you
dip.
actually believe that it's reasonable based on this kid wearing a turban, being skinny, lounging around casually with a small dagger on his chest? Do you think it is reasonable for them to presume he's a high risk, I should call the police? Does
What
that
is
actually seem
this?
reasonable to you?
So the police response was ridiculous. I agree with you on that.
Okay, great.
But 100%, right? They have a higher standard. They should be trained to threat assessment. That's their responsibility, right? As a government agent. But when it comes to like your everyday person, I'm not going to dictate their threat perception to them. Do I
I'm
think
not
it's
asking it to
reasonable?
you. Was it
Right.
reasonable?
So according to my threat perception, it's not. But again, like me walking alone at night or a woman walking alone at night, like she's not likely to get assaulted by the man walking her way. I'm not gonna like shame her or think she's being unreasonable for that little bit of risk assessment going over what she's comfortable with and not wanting, she crosses the street, not wanting to walk by that guy.
Yeah, but
And
I-
what
Wait, hold up.
are you talking about calling the cops or
but
just
what-
crossing
what
the
is-
street?
Also, one
What
last
if she
thing.
calls
I have
the
a
cop?
study.
What if she takes out her
Yeah.
taser
Body count
and then
is
like
a good
starts
heuristic,
and
by
then
the
like
way. I
starts
just wanna make that
fending
what
off
what
the
is
dude?
sorry, and what is with this thing about like this skinniness, right? Like his build. Like I don't understand this.
That's
He's
for
an
sure part of risk
adult
assessment.
male.
What do you
He's
think's
okay?
important to
Okay,
men?
so he's a
I mean,
linebacker.
yeah.
If he was,
Yeah,
but he
of
was,
course.
but hold on. If it was linebacker size, then he should have been handcuffed.
No, nobody's saying any of this. Do you actually? I
Well,
actually feel
but
like I'm talking
hold on,
over
you
you.
brought in the body
Hey.
type, so I'm trying to assess the body type.
Do you think
Like-
it's reasonable? Yes, of course, because a guy who's super, super, super huge is probably a little bit more intimidating than a guy who's really skinny. Because if he stabs you with a knife, which is a physical feat, and he's super jacked, he's probably a little bit more high risk. But even still, I would say he was jacked out of his skull. He's the most ripped man that has ever existed on this damn planet, and he's lounging around with his friends with a ceremonial dagger on his chest and a turban on. Do you still think it's reasonable to call the police?
I don't think it's reasonable if he had a gun. If he was like chilling back with an AK,
I
I mean, it would not be
think-
reasonable.
I think it.
Actually speaking, like the muscles really basically mean nothing when you're talking about a knife. Like it's such a force multiplier.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. I mean, it's a force multiplier. No, but my
Do you think it's reasonable?
My
Do you think it's
assessment.
reasonable? You're
no,
all-
my
you're all
assessment-
I think you guys are
Actually,
hyper
doing weird
focusing
shit.
on
I
that she said
think
the
it's
bill.
perfectly- I think
It's
hold
not
on.
that important.
I will say it. I think it's perfectly reasonable to call cops to handle something like that. And I fucking hate the cops. I talk about how much I hate the cops all the goddamn time, right? But like,
ACAP.
to say that, yeah, exactly, right? But to say that, well, I guess you should have known because the turban adds some sort of novelty to this, right? That it should have changed. It should have added some. It changed your threat assessment. That this
Sure.
kid
I
has a
should have
knife.
never talked about
Yeah.
novelty. That's too much. I get it. You think it's reasonable?
It
I'll
was
just say
bad.
this
It was
again.
a bad
I'll ask this-
heuristic. Thank
sure.
you.
It wasn't
Brian,
a
people
heuristic
have
at
called on
all.
cops just by looking at a black person.
It
But
wasn't
then,
a
like,
heuristic.
by your logic, okay, that person has their justified feelings because we can't tell them what
Sure,
not to
look,
feel
you
and
can
whatnot.
compare
So, like,
skin
it's
color
okay for
to a
them to call the
weapon.
cops
Right.
just
No,
because
you can
somebody's
compare
black.
skin color to a weapon. Sure, that's fine. But like what I'm talking about.
Wait,
is
wait,
the
wait, whoa,
weapon.
whoa, whoa. What
I'm
did
saying
you
all
just
these
say?
Other things.
So when you
Hold
call
on,
the
hold on,
cops,
hold on.
would you
I'm
agree
saying
that
all
that's an
these other things
escalation of
don't
force?
matter.
Would you agree that if I called the cops, say I'm feeling uncomfortable, so now I would like to assert some boundary to get myself feeling uncomfortable. One thing I could do would be walking away, right? And I think that would be pretty reasonable. If I see somebody that for any reason I feel uncomfortable, I think it might be reasonable enough to walk away. Do you think it would be reasonable though if you see a guy lounging around with a ceremonial dagger on his chest?
What'd you call me?
I don't know. He said dyke, but like, it was
just
an
joking.
accident. But no,
I'm
it
just
was
joking.
accident. It was accident. But but yeah.
Do you think it is reasonable as an escalation of force that because you see a guy lounging around to call in a bunch of men with big guns, do you think that that is a reasonable escalation of force for that
with
situation?
a knife, with a knife,
With a ceremonial
right?
dagger sitting on his chest. Yes.
With an like so let's say this was the people who were running the like let's say it was a person who was like in charge of that space, that college space, right? And they felt like uncomfortable approaching this person because they have a weapon. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to say like I'm uncomfortable doing this. In fact, that's what we want the cops to do, right? When people feel uncomfortable and might freak out about this, we want them to come in and lower the temperature here,
Or
right?
Did
Like
actually
he
that's what we
appear to
or
want
be
them to
assess the
do.
threat actually, as in better
did,
qualified threat assessment.
did he seem to be threatening anyone? Did he have threatening body posture? He was just sitting there,
He has a
lounging, it
weapon.
appeared.
He
There's
was
no
like ultra
weapons.
casual.
There's no weapons
I don't care.
allowed.
I don't care about all this shit. I'm
No, no,
asking
no.
you, is this reasonable based on his body language? Yes, he has a weapon as well. Based on the entire situation that we all saw, because I watched the video, is that reasonable?
Absolutely reasonable. It's absolutely reasonable. The guy has a knife. The weapons are not allowed. It is reasonable to say like, yeah, let's bring in the cops because I don't want to push this guy, right? Like I'm not trained to do so. Like I am the person who works there, the custodian who works there. I'm not trained to handle this, so I'm going
I
to
don't
bring
want
in
to
the
get
cops.
stabbed. You know,
I
is
don't want to
usually a
get
good
fucking
one.
stabbed. Yeah, like it's
Do you
absolutely
think it would be
reasonable.
reasonable based on this situation to go, I think I might get stabbed? Do you think that that would be a reasonable assessment of the situation?
I don't know this person. I don't know how he reacts.
Do you think
So
that that would be reasonable?
Don't allow kitchen.
is it a reasonable to think that like a person with a knife could stab you? Yes, it's definitely reasonable
That's
to think
not what
that
I
you can
asked.
get
I said,
stabbed.
in this situation with a guy lounging on the chair, hanging out with his friends, right? Very casual body language. He was lounging back like this, the ceremonial dagger on his chest. Is it reasonable to presume that if you went and talked to him about it, that he would stab you? Do you think that's a reasonable assessment of the situation?
I think I think that you are assuming too much here. I think that like when you're saying like okay, well these average people when they like see this look at this situation, right? They're looking at so many different factors and arriving at this conclusion, right? And I'm saying that like within the totality of the situation, where you have a weapon that's not drawn, right? And or sorry, a weapon that's not allowed, a weapon that's not allowed, and a situation where like you are not trained to handle that, it's perfectly reasonable to call an assistant, right? And that's what we have the police there for these exact situations. So you're saying like well the line is like well you could get stabbed, right? But I don't even have to prove that much. I don't have to prove that
That's
much.
not the line. I'm just asking if this is reasonable thinking. I would say, to be honest, if somebody came up to me and even if it was a very small woman who was very insecure and she's like, I was really afraid that he was going to stab me, I would go, hey, Stacy, I get that you were afraid, but that was not a reasonable reaction. Yes, that is exactly how I would want to respond. Probably a little bit with higher empathy because I'm annoyed right now and I wouldn't be as annoyed with her. But yeah, I would think it would be completely fair for me to go, yeah, that was not a reasonable reaction. And I think most people would feel that way.
Well, I think it's a reasonable reaction, though, but whether or not it was fair is a different story.
Yeah, and whether that should be okay, and that still is different from like whether you should call the cops,
Right?
Right, like whether
Yeah,
you're
which are
at
escalations
imminent
of
danger
force.
is different. Is it?
It's only an escalation of force because
Let's
of
go.
shitty police.
Let's go to Ty.
I mean, like, if we had really good police.
Scott, shut the fuck up. Let Ty talk, for the love of God.
I see this black guy walking
Oh
his
my
dog,
God,
and then they
he
would
can't.
be like,
He can't.
"Hey, what else is he doing?" And they'd be like, "He's black in my neighborhood." They'd be like, "Hey, Stacy, like we're not coming out for that." Like it's only an
Dog is a
escalation force
weapon.
because cops suck. Like you know what I mean? Like
You can train them to attack black
You
people.
can
that's for
train. You
sure.
can train dogs to attack people.
I
Yeah.
see a suspicious
That's-
person. You need to investigate, right? All right. So I need a level here for a minute. First and foremost, I'm not a high trusting person. I've got some events in my life where that's just not in the cards for me. So whenever we have that situation or that concept of any knife is a threat, Yeah, I actually largely believe that. Now, I work in a warehouse, right? Everyone has box cutters, but there is like a normalized expectation, and I will go with erudite to some degree where logically you should conclude certain things, right? The problem for me is that if I didn't know anything about this person, I don't know anything about this knife, I have I have a bit of a fear when I see this because this knife is not exactly small and it is worn in a way that I would call brandishing. And I don't want to go down too way too
Would you
much,
call the
but I,
cops?
huh?
Would you call
Would
the
I call the
cops?
cops? No, but would I make sure that
There you
I'm
go.
at least like 10 feet away
Why
at all
wouldn't you call the
times?
cops? Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that you should run up to people with ceremonial daggers and give them big hugs and offer them lap dances.
Right. So like I'm just trying to give the
Lick
litmus
it.
test of where where I'm at on this one. Would I call the cops? No,
You
because
think
you're
it
in a
would be
public.
reasonable to call the cops?
No, but
There you
also
go.
here's the the scary thing with me is just I'm gonna make sure that there's more people between him and me. So if he does do something crazy, like I'm
Sure.
not the first guy.
Sure.
So that's the defense mechanism in my head working.
What do you mean,
Uh,
sure?
I guess that's
That's-
fair.
What do you mean, sure? Is that fair? I don't know if
Anyway.
it is
As
fair
long as
under
it's not
what
gonna
His,
Erudite's
judge
his
saying.
internal
Well,
But
monologue
like,
with the situation, I don't care. Like, it's not really having this tangible effect. When I'm talking about with shaming people, I'm talking about homeowners associations, people who are going up and making their feelings other people's problems. I don't care how you feel about the situation. You're just allowed to feel any such way. If you've never been around knives may be the most scary thing that you've ever seen in your life. I'm not upset that you feel that way. I'm upset by the actions that you take afterwards, which are unreasonable, right? Calling the cops is unreasonable. Pointing at him in the middle of the university and screaming, "Oh my God, he's got a knife!" would be unreasonable, even if you're afraid. Even if you're really afraid. All these things would be unreasonable.
I
we
go
done?
respond.
Fear
Oh,
is
Sorry,
the
I
suspension of
thought
reason.
he was muted.
I feel like we're at least on some level of page. I don't think she was replying to me. If anything, she seems to be yelling at you, Prime.
That's good. I love it.
My whole thing here is I think me and Erudite are at least on the same level of like what is like reasonable, but I will totally go to bat that if I'm just looking at this person, I am going to ID them at some level of threat. And like I don't blame people for being afraid. And
I'm
getting
not
to
blaming
lact
people for how they feel.
right.
I'm
And
shaming
I'm
them
not
for
saying
their
you are.
actions afterwards.
Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I-
If you call the cops because you just happen to see a black person in your all-white neighborhood, yeah, I want to shame you for it. That's not a
Right.
reasonable reaction, even if you're really, really scared of black people. I
Did
don't
the
care. It's
homeowners
not reasonable.
What if
association
you've
do
never
something
seen
to
a
you?
black person before? What if you've never seen a black person before?
It would still be unreasonable to just call the police because a black person is existing in your space.
Hold on,
Yes.
Paul. No, you've never encountered black people before. It's
Sure.
a
Do you
totally
think?
novel
Yeah.
thing to
So
you.
I've never
this
seen
is
a
a
purple
joke.
Never even
person.
heard
Do you
of a
think it
black
would be
person.
reasonable for me to see a purple person on the street and then call the police?
Yes.
I'm probably
It would
calling
be
an
perfectly
ambulance.
Why?
reasonable if you
What?
saw a
Why?
purple
they're
person
purple?
What if they're just
in your neighborhood.
who? They're just walking around. Why would I call the police?
Because you
People feel what they
have-
cannot understand.
They're right. Like there's nothing wrong with calling the cops. Like it's not something I would
It's
necessarily
an escalation
personally
of
do.
force.
It is only an escalation of force because we have
No,
shitty
no,
cops.
no. This
It's on
is
the police,
no.
yeah.
It doesn't matter.
course
We
not.
have the
No,
shitty
of
cops,
course not.
though. It doesn't
Calling
matter.
in
The
people-
cops
Okay,
should be
no,
better
stop,
to handle
stop.
the situation than you.
Let's imagine I live in utopia with purple people and all this shit. Okay, we live in Narnia and the cops are perfect. They're they've all got PhDs in risk assessment and they're never wrong. It is still an escalation to call in people that have weaponry and fiat and the capacity to arrest you into a situation. Of course it's an escalation. It doesn't mean it has to become violent, but of course it's an escalation. Even if I called my brother, it's still an escalation.
I agree
Of
with
course it
that.
is.
Someone having
Sure.
the capacity to commit violence is not necessarily an escalation. Otherwise, we would all feel differently about the very thing we're talking about, which is the dagger that is
I
meant
don't
to
believe
Wait, we
that
represent a
do all feel
capacity
differently
to
about
commit
it. What do you mean?
violence.
This is silly. I don't
Wait.
believe that you believe this at all, Scott.
Yeah, hold on, but Scott,
No,
like,
if I'd
if you
never
have
seen someone before and never heard about them existing, and then all of a sudden I saw something
You're
that
just
was
lying.
totally
You're
out
just
of
lying.
wacko,
You're
it wouldn't
literally
be
lying to me
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
always lying.
You're saying I'm lying, but I'm
Wow.
perfectly justifying.
Of course you are.
I
No,
said my
there's-
personal position. My
Get
personal
him.
position is I would be curious, right? I'd be like, what is that? I didn't know people came in purple colors. But other people might be afraid. And it's not unreasonable if a purple person with legitimate, like an elf, A fucking elf from Narnia just shows up and starts walking around the neighborhood to go, what the fuck is that? I don't know what's going
But
on.
a
I'm gonna
little
call
person.
somebody that's better
Oh my
equipped to
god,
handle
this
it."
person's gonna cast magic on my family.
Yeah.
We're all gonna die. We're all
He's
gonna
gonna
be
curse our
cursed.
generations.
But if an elf was there, you'd be like, what
But
the fuck?
I would
Maybe
agree
they
with
have
our
magic.
friend.
I don't
I would
know.
agree with our friend Erudite, like in terms of like an escalation that like
Of course it
a
is.
cop,
Of course it is.
a cop who's coming there, an officer of law who's coming there, who is armed, right? Like now, now we're assuming this suspicious person isn't armed, right? But you've introduced a person with a gun, right? And so now the possibility that someone's going to get shot goes from 0 to not 0, right?
Of course it's an escalation. This is why I'm saying that you're lying, Scott, because I know that you
ridiculous.
agree with this. Of course it's an
That's
escalation.
ridiculous. It's not necessarily an escalation, right? Like if you can like so here's a question. What do you mean by escalation? Because you're not saying escalation of force, you're saying escalation, and that isn't necessarily grounded, right?
It
So
isn't.
if my neighbor is beating his wife, right? You're saying it is an escalation necessarily to call the cops in that situation. Right?
Yes,
Not
it's
necessarily
increasing tension. It's making it more confrontational by nature.
but by nature it should be making it less confrontational.
No.
Right? If there's a
No.
potential threat and a problem, and I want the situation to be calmed down, I'm going to call the expert that is supposed to calm down that situation and de-escalate that situation.
So the police's job is typically when they're called to confront you. They show up and they confront you about the situation. And I agree, a good escalation doesn't have to actually end in increased violence,
Can you
right?
define what you mean by escalation?
I think you guys are changing.
What everyone else means when they say escalation, I guess I can
No,
look up.
can you ground what you're saying? Because if a cop were to show up in a situation like domestic violence, presumably we would want them to de-escalate the situation. That it would be better that the cops are there and there would be less tension, less violence, less likely for someone to be harmed because the police are there, if they were acting appropriately. So what do you mean by it's inherently an escalation if you see what you presume to be a threat subjectively and you call in the people whose job it is to handle those things and
they show
de-escalate
up,
those situations?
which is an escalation, and hopefully they can de-escalate the situation. That would be great. But the initial calling and them showing up is an escalation. Of course it is. If I'm having a fight with my husband and I call the cops and they show up, even if they de-escalate the situation, my husband is going to feel that I escalated the situation originally. Of course. I genuinely, I don't know what to do with this stuff, because I'm sure that you
grounded
agree
it.
with
You've grounded
the
you've
seek is
grounded it
also
now that
escalating, right?
Right. You've grounded it
By doing
now
what?
in the idea that any
By bringing
additional
the knife.
confrontation whatsoever, regardless of whether or not it de-escalates tensions, is a form of escalation. And by your very own logic, that would mean that it is not okay to call the cops in any situation unless escalation
No, that's not at all what
is
she's saying.
sometimes good.
Of course,
Wait, that is what
escalation is sometimes good. Of course, not all escalations
You mean like
of
when you
course, are
perceive a
bad.
threat?
Yeah, yes, of course. If you, for example, I've called the police
So then
plenty
it's
of times.
meaningless to say that it's escalation as if that's some bad thing.
Oh my god.
Bro,
No.
God,
I don't even know
what the
where to start
fuck.
with this.
I'm gonna go pee.
Isn't the seek escalating things?
Not
by
when you
showing up
perceive a threat. Just because you've perceived a threat is not when you need to escalate things, right? When there is reasonable belief that there is a threat present is when you'll escalate.
I need a fucking committee to determine whether or not my subjective
You're
idea
just
of
being
whether
bad
or not
faith now.
something
You're
is a
just being
threat.
bad faith. You're
All right.
actually not trying to
No,
engage
you're just
in what
not
I'm saying.
grounded in
Do you
logic.
think, hold on,
Can
do
I
you
ask
think
you
I
both a
actually,
question?
hold on, no. Do you actually think I reasonably was trying to say that we need to form a coalition committee to vote on whether it's reasonable yet to call the
No,
police?
I'm
Do you think that
following
that's
your
what I was
thoughts
saying?
through to
I
conclusion.
think. Oh,
Do you think that
I think
in any world that I think that we need a
I think you
committee
guys.
to decide?
I think you
No,
guys.
I
I
think
think
you
it's
have
a. I think there's a problem of
contradictions in your
language.
logic, and I'm
I think
pointing
it's a
them out.
problem of language.
No.
So, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe deeper than that. But I think it's a problem of language, right? You're talking about an escalation, right? You're asking like what kind of escalation, and I think that's fair. So I won't put the words in Erudite's mouth, right? I'm saying this is bringing in the cops, right? Like increases the risk of force being used. So like if there is no gun on the scene previously, right, and you're bringing in cops who have a gun, right, the chances of being shot go from 0 because there is no gun to more than 0, right? It might be just 1% or 2%.
More people
But
die
that's-
from stabbings than guns, right? So if
No,
someone
no,
has
that's
a
not.
knife,
But you know that's
they have
not.
a
That's not my
weapon.
point. No. That's not my point.
By nature,
no,
you could
there are
be
no.
decreasing
I just said.
the likelihood
Hold
of
on.
calling the cops.
I just said there was no weapons in this scenario, right? There's 0 weapons, but you have to call on the cops for whatever reason, right? They come into that situation. Now there is a chance that someone gets shot, right? Where else it was impossible, correct?
I mean, it depends on the situation. There is also a chance someone gets beat to death if the cops don't show
Oh
up.
my
And then
god.
I know.
and then we
No.
You
de-escalate.
gotta
Looking
keep
at
with
it-
his
oh, sorry.
thing.
The answer is
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I'm not talking about like
If there's no
like,
gun present, yes, a gunshot wound can now
yes.
occur
So
because cops have guns.
So it's an increase. That's why I'm not using escalation anymore. I'm trying to say it's an increase in the chance of force being used, right?
Not necessarily. No, that's exactly
Hold
not
on.
true.
The chance that force being when it's impossible previously to get shot, and now it's possible because a gun is on the premises. Of course, now there's a chance. It's not 0 anymore. Correct?
No, you're trying to say that the gun and gunshots equals force. That is not necessarily true. That the two,
You're doing
there's a Venn
physics or
diagram, there's
something?
overlap.
The risk of
The
use
people
of
can do
force.
other things. Right,
The
but like
risk of use
if
of
there's
force.
if there's some dude just beating the shit out of people, right, and there's no guns in 1,000 miles, right, the risk of someone being shot is 0, right? But if you call the cops who have guns, the risk of being shot goes up, but also the likelihood
I
that someone
agree.
is
I
hurt
agree.
goes down.
I agree. But I'm not going to that next step. I'm going to the first step, right? About like the chances of being shot. I understand what you just said in terms of like a life being saved. I acknowledge that you're right, but that's not what I'm talking about. And I'm not going to put words in Erudite's mouth, but like, it's just that like the chance of that particular thing happening increases. So that's what I mean by that. And Erudite, did that line up at all with what you're saying, or am I completely off?
I'm not even sure. Every
Okay.
single person except for Scott nodded when we said when the police show up, it's an escalation. Every single person agreed. Everyone gets this. I haven't even seen a single like idiot in my chat say that. And like, there's lots of Erudite haters in my chat. Everyone agrees with this. I literally, I don't know
And
what
then I
to make
pointed
of
out
this
the flaws
other
of your
than.
logic, and
Let
now
her-
it's a
Oh,
conversation.
yeah, you pointed out the flaws of my logic. No, I'm just saying, I don't know if you just don't live in reality. I'm not really sure what to make of this. Everyone understands that if you call the police and the police show up, that it is an escalation of the situation, even though it might result in better outcomes, and oftentimes does.
Okay. You're right.
Uh,
We have substantiated that it is an escalation, and what you mean by escalation is them showing up, and there's no reason to use that term to mean anything because we've also established that escalation, as you defined it and ground it, could lead to de-escalation and better outcomes. So the word really has no argumentative power.
Could.
No,
Okay.
you're just quibbling over semantics now at this point, like
Yes.
unironically.
Okay. So
No, I'm just asking you to ground the things that you're saying so that we can point out
When
the
the
contradiction.
cops show up for the first time, it is escalated. And then maybe they're really good at their job and they talk to you. And because there's that threat of force, you decide, you know what? Maybe screaming at my wife isn't worth it. I'm gonna go take a walk instead. And it de-escalates the situation afterwards. Just because something escalates first doesn't mean that it can't de-escalate later, of course.
Right. So
That's
we
right.
necessarily shouldn't shame people for calling the cops when the husband is beating the wife, because we see a threat, we bring in the professionals, and then they de-escalate.
Wait,
Nobody
Who-
was saying that.
who's the ghost here? Chow, did you say that we shouldn't call the cops when men are beating their wives? Was that you, Chow? It must have been. He's been quiet for. Oh, Corey, did you
Are
say?
you not
that-
able to deal with analogies? Are you not able to like?
No,
see,
because
like,
you're
what
saying that
happens
somebody
when-
in this
when you
conversation
go to
said it,
different
you bitch. Like, what do you mean? Like, nobody fucking
no one
said that.
ever said that calling the cops is always bad. Stop lying. You're actually lying.
I'm
I
not
don't know
saying
if
that
you're
you said
lying
that.
because you
You're
want
just
content.
triggered.
I don't.
No, then just
I'm
say
not
that.
just
Just why
triggered.
don't you just take the L there? Just be like, okay, so then nobody said that, and then move
It's
on.
not an analogy. It's an actual straw man because I've never said never call the police. That's never happened. And anyone who's listened to anything I've said would say, of course, Erudite would
didn't
agree
say that you
that you
said
should
those
call
things.
the cops when a man is beating his wife. Then why the fuck did you say it?
You're pretending to be offended, and what I'm saying is that an individual has a subjective risk assessment. They
Why
see
did you
a
say
risk.
it? Why did you give me? Why did
they-
you say it? I don't care. Say all this extra shit and then answer my question. Why did you say that I would
I don't
say,
have
for
a pro-
example, that you shouldn't call the
unlike
cops
you,
if a
I
man's
don't have
beating
a
his wife?
problem.
Why would you
Oh, I
say
thought you were
that
gonna
that's
say
an
you don't have a
analogous?
point.
Why
can
would you say
keep,
that?
You can keep interrupting. I'm explaining it to you so your little brain can get it.
Oh, shut
okay?
the
Oh, no.
Listen
Or
for
ask
just
the
a moment.
question again.
All
when you're
right.
done.
So
Yes.
again, multiple times, right? I said that an individual has a subjective risk assessment. Okay. Some people see an inherent risk. Okay. It is okay for them to call the professionals that deal with those risks because they're better equipped to deal with those risks. I brought up the analogy of a man beating his wife. I admit to that. And the reason I did that is to show that there are similar situations where where there are no principal differences, which is that an individual sees a subjective threat, presumably in this situation to someone else, but it could be to them.
Wait, no,
right?
but
And they
you're talking about
call
a
the
situation
individuals
where it's
in.
literally
No,
happening.
Nina, I'm winning. Shut up so I can finish.
It's not a
winning.
competition here.
Okay, so and what has occurred, right, is that the person has a subjective view of risk. They call in the professionals that
You
are
used an
there to do
example of
it,
somebody
and this idea of escalation
currently beating
is
their
not
wife.
a problem because they are de-escalating
That's not a
the
risk.
situation.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my original question. You said verbatim, so we shouldn't call the cops when someone is beating their wife. Why did you say that? And why did you try to tell me that it's analogous
Because
to my
I
argument?
introduce an analogy that doesn't have any principal differences.
It's
Can you
not
explain the principal
analogous.
You're talking about
differences here?
risk assessment. That's already
All right, we'll do
happening.
so.
The violence
Okay.
is already happening.
There's a pretty big difference between somebody feeling scared about a knife and somebody physically committing a crime actively. I've never once said that if you see somebody actively committing a crime that you shouldn't call the cops. What I said is just because you feel some sort of way, it's not reasonable to escalate force. That's what I've said. That was never my implication. You're lying.
You can keep saying I'm
Will
lying.
you agree that I was not in any way implying that you shouldn't call the cops when active crime is occurring? Would you agree with that?
You brought up the idea. Hold on, you're bringing up ideas that are not my ideas, straw manning me, and then saying, "Will you agree that the straw man is a straw man?" I never said that you were saying that. So
You
answer this question.
verbatim said, so we
I'm
shouldn't
sitting in
call
my
the
apartment,
cops when someone is beating their wife. So
Yeah,
did you
but
not mean
okay.
Yes,
that?
because I introduced the analogy earlier.
How is it
He was
analogous?
asking
Walk
you
me
to
through it.
address that
Because
hypothetical.
you are an individual that has a subjective level of understanding that there is a present
personal
threat.
attacks.
Okay, you're
Look
saying
at-
one. So the question you're now saying it's not analogous because you have to see the crime occurring. So my next question is, if that's true, is it unreasonable for me to call the cops if I don't see any crime occurring, but I hear crashes, loud noises, and I hear "fuck you, you bitch, you always do this," screaming and loud noises? Is it wrong for me to call the
Funny guy in
cops
this
and
panel?
think, man, this dude might be beating his wife, but I don't have any actual proof that that is occurring? Is that
Okay.
wrong? Is that unreasonable? And should that person be shamed for like being a non-thinking person?
So I'm going to go back. When you said, so we shouldn't call the cops when someone is beating their wife, can you acknowledge that in no way did I ever imply that you should never call the cops or that you shouldn't call the
The
cops when
pivot
crime
straw
is
man that you
occurring?
set up that I never said.
Oh my
I
You
agree that
literally said it.
didn't
I
say.
have a clip of
believe
you
he-
saying it.
I
I
believe
just
he-
listened to it.
I believe he
Oh my
he
God.
said later on though that like he admits that you never implied that. I believe that's
Multiple
what he said
times
later
I've
on.
said that.
No, he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that
I brought up the
a straw.
analogy. I brought up the analogy and said there are no principal differences. Your contention is that there is a principal difference, which
you're
is one is
incorrect.
actively
You
seeing a
did not
crime
introduce
and
an
the other
analogy.
isn't.
You were
So
straw
then I
manning my
changed.
argument in real
Okay,
time. And you
okay.
know
I
that.
I'm
really
not sure
did.
we
Like
can.
you're just
Yes,
using
you
fancy
did.
I'm not
words.
sure we
You're
can
just
make
lying.
any more
You're
progress.
Can someone
lying.
call
here.
the cops
Okay,
on
I
this
think-
domestic abuse in here? Like,
yeah.
this is awful.
Here I
let's
come.
not
I know,
explain.
dude, because I'm beating the
Ooh.
shit out of Nazis.
I am.
No, you're
Justin
just lying
Blue.
in
What
this
the fuck?
situation.
As
I
I
can
will
put
send
my-
somebody
a
who would
clip
probably like to
to
beat
every
women.
Where's the
single
lie?
person in
My
the
Where's
room.
the lie?
blue.
The
You
lie
called
is
me a
that
liar.
you were saying.
Substantiate it.
So the issue is that you
Close it
said that we
out.
shouldn't call the cops when someone is beating their wife, and you said that that was analogous to my argument. But my argument has never
So the
been.
lie is
we
that it's
shouldn't-
analogous.
Yes, the
That
lie
it's
is that
analogous.
it's analogous when it was actually a straw man of my argument, and you know that because you know that I would never hold the position that you shouldn't call the cops when crime is occurring. You know that.
So
I
your
imagine
claim is that
everyone
a
on
lie. A lie is when you bring up an analogy that you believe doesn't have principal differences, and you have a difference of opinion that there are principal differences. That
the
makes
lie
me the
is
liar
that
here.
you know you're not that stupid, Scott. You
Bullshit.
Oh, okay. I guess you're just not
Okay.
stupid.
You kind
All
of
right,
self-own
we
there
got
in
it.
a minute.
We got it. We got it.
I
All right,
am that
so-
stupid.
we got it. All right, perfect. The panel. Thanks all for that. That was. I'm not gonna say spirited. All right, that would be unfair to the word spirited. It was a thing that happened here. So we're gonna move on with our lives. We're gonna have an open walk-on panel right after this. Okay, so you Yeshu sing at home may participate if you wanted to be a part of this. if you had your own thoughts, and I'm sure many of you must have had your own thoughts when I thought this was a really interesting topic, and apparently it was. There's a lot of discussion here. So if you want to be a part of that, come on in. We'd love to have you. All right. So pop on the channel, hit the follow button in case you haven't done that yet. Hit that follow button on the channel and consider subscribing to the channel. Helping out the power of this community. It doesn't happen without you. So consider supporting this channel. Just $5, and it goes a long
Cheetah, can
way.
you
Right? Or Amazon
uh,
Prime Gaming.
shout
and it's
out?
for so consider helping out this channel. All right, I'm gonna give an outro to all these great people, but the content doesn't end. We'll still have open panel, so stick around for that. All right, we're gonna go to our friend Lactoid. I'll start with you, Lactoid.
Thank you.
Look, I don't think, and I'm a little disappointed in Nina in this. I don't think anyone's called you a fraud today, and it's not the same.
I feel like he doesn't talk
when
enough.
people, yeah, but still, just him being there. Like, I mean, we know that. Like,
Why does he always get to go
from a
first?
clown cottage. Because he's
Has he
white
paying
and male,
you?
obviously.
Oh
Because he
my
did a
god.
scissor a few
It's
weeks
a
ago.
Swedish model.
He's a Swedish mom.
Well, apparently he supports the Al Qaeda, so we love that for him.
Yeah.
Because his name used to be Anti-Communist
on.
United, so it put him first, and now he changed it to Lactoid.
I'm lactose
It's not all the reason. I've already
Fun at-
told
you're
you the
fun at
reason why
parties,
you
though.
guys are up top. But
I did win the rock paper scissors match though.
you
Yeah,
did that one
last
time. You actually won
week-
the rock paper scissors.
Wait, Prime, does that mean I'm last because I'm African American? Are you discriminating
Yes,
against me? Is
yes,
that...
you're African. He's a South African. Yes.
Dude, if that was the case, I'd be on the bottom row.
I feel
most
like
of
we
you
should
people
do
are
it-
whiter
Good
than
to
I am.
fucking know.
Hey!
No, actually,
I
this
moved
doesn't
up in the
feel good
world. The
anymore.
glass ceiling has been broken.
I know how you feel, and this is uncomfortable.
Are you gonna call the cops?
You're gonna call cops on me, bro?
Like, why are we interrupting the white man? Like, that bothers me, right? And I think he's being oppressed here. So, Lactoid, right? I'll listen to your story of oppression. Thank you, friend.
As usual, the voices of white men are being ignored, trampled, and talked over. And thank you, Prime, for taking a stand against it. Really fun panel. I think I pretty much got out most of what I wanted to say. I think it's as usual. My opinions were all objectively correct according to the perspective of the universe. And so, if you want to continue hearing objectively correct opinions, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nina. All
Thank-
right. You brought a lot of fire.
I always do.
But yeah, still Lactoid. I didn't catch any strays. All right. But thank you for being here, Nina. Much appreciated.
I wasn't sure if I was allowed to do it. It seems like you're like trying to.
Oh. Yeah.
No, it was a pleasure being here as always. I always love getting into it with our, with my best friend Scott, as we know. It was great to see Erudite go for him too, because he needs to get fucking slammed as much as possible, and that's why he probably has his gun in the background because he's too scared. Anyways, no, thank you so much for having me on the panel. I'm not sure if this is a closing statement or just kind of like a on the topic or just kind of okay.
Anything you want.
All right. And obviously it's a pleasure to meet all of you guys. Corey, good to see you again. Chow, nice to meet you. And Tiberius, of course, good to see you again. And as well with Aiko. So thank you so much for having me on, and I'm hoping to come back again.
Yeah, we'd love to have you. Next we have Corey. Corey, you were great. You sat there and you were Canadian, and that's all you needed. So thank you. Erudite has a higher bar to clear. I'm gonna put that out there. So she but Corey, thank you so much.
Thank you. Always a pleasure and grateful to be here. And I will at least do one maybe good thing of so Lactoid is a fraud. He has an American flag and yet he's Canadian. That's
Thank
the
you.
real fraud.
Thank you.
But yeah, and I will
Too many Canadians.
I did not contribute as much as I wanted to, but I was totally entertained, and I'm glad to be back. The withdrawal was getting too much, and I got my dose of Prime totally in full, even though I wasn't really part of the panel as much as I would have wanted to be. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. I'm basically, I guess now, a science and fitness streamer. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. And Aiko, Scott, Tiberius, Erudite, Jay Chow, Nina, aka #1 Doobie fan, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure and grateful. And love you, Prime.
Love you too, buddy. Let's go
Misinformation.
Not at all. It's been fact checked by multiple people. It seems to be the case.
There's even chatters that will brand you as Canadian, and I think Aiko
according
also
to the
branded you as
FBI,
Canadian.
high certainty. Let's go to our friend Jay Chow. Jay Chow, thank you. It's been a while, and I'm happy to have you, right? And you
Well,
you
I
get
was
fired up
going
there.
to say that this panel was going to be a shit show, especially when it came to geopolitics, but no, the opposite is true. That topic was actually really, I enjoyed it. The second topic was also really fun. I want to specifically shout out Erudite because I felt like she really got us back on track and focused on, and navigating the conversation. So, really happy for that. And about me, yeah, I'm Jay Chow. I stream. You can find me on twitch.tv/JayChowLive. I talk politics and I get a lot of my commentary from what I studied in school, which was political science and international relations. Kind of just like giving a little bit of what academia and experts have to say about political issues and events and things like that. So if you're interested, come on over. Thanks so much.
Thank you, thank you. All right. Next is our friend Ty. Ty, thank you so much for being here, friend. And again, thank you for inviting me previously on your panel. Hopefully we can collaborate.
Yeah, always a pleasure, man. I like having you on. Your takes are very interesting. If I ever need someone to fill out the harm reduction mechanic, you definitely have that in spades. And so, well done to you, sir. And it was a pleasure to have you. If anyone you hasn't checked out that Saturday Night Lights had everyone who's been on this panel on there at least once. We need to get some revisits here soon. But we just, kind of just do our own panel thing. We max it out at 6. We keep it a little bit more so we don't have our good friend Corey Campbell up there not saying anything for the entire panel. We love you, Corey. Outside of that, it was fun to be here. I tried to get in as what I could, but with 8 people, it's always a fight. And I just can't scream apparently as well as Erudite and Fabian can. I gotta work on my skills, I guess. But if you want something a little bit more chill, want something a little more relaxed, I usually talk about geopolitics and ethics. And if you want to check that out, Tiberius D, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Have a good one, guys.
From one extreme to another, right? To a
If
man
geopolitics are known for anything, it's being chill.
from one extreme to another,
Okay,
to a
and then
man
there's me.
who has
Last 30
never
years.
had a problem expressing himself. We go to our friend Scott. Scott, this was a lot of fun on multiple levels. Scott, so I'm really glad you were here. As I always am.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find me pretty much everywhere on Fabian Liberty, YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. I would like to also say that Lactoid is indeed a fraud, because he has encountered libertarianism but does not follow it through completely. He's only lying to himself, and deep in his heart of hearts, he knows that he needs to be consistent and just become a full-blown libertarian instead of this, 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So I am offended by that. Also, Corey, I love you. All right. Unlike Tiberius D. All right.
Love you as well,
You're
buddy.
great. All right. I appreciate you being here. And that goes to everybody else.
Yeah. And look, I didn't want to have to say it, but like, it's time to tell the truth. It's time to come clean, Lactoid. Right? I don't know. Look, it's your house of cards is falling apart.
Yeah. Canadian and false libertarian. Like,
Look, I just want to make it very clear.
Disgusting.
The biggest disagreement I will always have with Scott is you don't have to be a hardcore ANCAP to be a libertarian. Let's, you come to the reasonable side. All the centrists come over.
Yeah,
to
I know you love Tim Pool.
Gary Johnson, Joe Jorgensen.
Yeah,
we'll accept you.
Those
you think you're
great
reasonable.
libertarian philosophers, Gary Johnson,
Gary Johnson,
and Joe Jorgensen.
Hey, you can't
Gary
bottle up
Johnson.
if you can't find it.
That's true.
True.
That's true.
Let's go to Aiko. Aiko, thank you also for coming here. I didn't do too much apologia for religion in the first place, which was a little disappointing. But still,
Yeah,
you had your
yeah.
beard, so.
Well, I am both Catholic and secularist, which like means I'm self-hating basically most of the time. So that probably explains the fact that there's not enough apology in there. Yeah, but always happy to be on this panel with Lactoid. The former anti-communist, but we'll see where he goes from there.
We'll get him one of these days.
All right. And last but one of my favorites, it's my friend Erudite, who I haven't had here in forever.
Oh wait, can I ask one quick question of
not
Nuts
when I'm
Erudite?
talking right now.
Okay,
hold
all
on.
right.
So it's like stepping on my outro here. My friend Erudite, who like I love like the most when we're disagreeing, because I think we make beautiful debate music together, right? I hope that wasn't too cringe. But anyway, thank you. Thank you so much, friend, for coming through and having this great conversation with us. And hopefully we can get you back, and hopefully we can get you fired up just as much as you were.
Prime, you're gonna be disappointed in me. I think somebody else has stolen my heart, and I have a new Twitch poll crush. It's no longer you, Prime.
Okay.
Do you want to guess
Who might
it
be? Echo? I mean, he is sort of pretty handsome. I mean, that
It's
beard.
J-Chow. It's J-Chow, for sure.
Oh!
J-Chow wins the prize.
Yo.
So I'm sorry, Prime. I'm cheating on you now.
Okay.
It's over.
My first W in a while.
Look, I am non-monogamous. I've told you this before, Erudite.
No,
so like,
that's
it's
true.
not a problem
I'm
with
a
me.
free girl. I've been spending too many time with red pillars. I'm not used to women having,
High body
weight
counts is not a
freedom.
problem for me. Like, I'm using that heuristic. I actually don't care.
I gotta study Prime. I'll link it to you afterwards.
Okay.
And then I'm going to
Aiko, go
send you a
ahead.
thing called the ecological fallacy, Lactoid, okay?
You were gonna ask a question, Aiko?
Yeah, only just one quick question. So I've always found it slightly annoying that people refer to you as erudite when your name suggests the opposite. Does that ever is that something you've noticed?
It's pretty intentional. It's a meme.
Well, no, I know that, right?
It's
But
the brand, my guy.
they cut off the part of the meme that makes it that way, and then they just
For
it just
brevity, I
becomes
assume.
erudite. I don't know. Maybe it's a compliment. They're saying you
It's-
are erudite.
Yeah, it's my husband's sick ploy. He said you should call yourself erudite, and I said that seems a little much. Seems a little pompous. And he said, "Well, how about you make it a meme and call yourself not so erudite?" And then I think he secretly plotted that if I did that, people would probably still just call me erudite anyway. So very cheeky.
Oh, right.
Five head.
Yeah. Do people ever call you by your? I'm not sure like how open you
Kyla?
are. Do people call you by your first name?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Because I don't want to be the person to dox you or something
Dox!
like that.
Sunday already
Okay.
did it. Don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
That ship has sailed.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So thanks you all for being here. This was amazing, and I really hope to repeat it with all of you in the future. Right now, we're gonna go to any of you can join, but if not, that's thank you for thank you. Thank you for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
Peace out.
Oh,
Yo,
wow.
Tiberius.
Go fast.
I know I've been declining a lot of the past invitations. Okay, I've been busy. But I just want to say it out there that I'm not intentionally avoiding you. I promise, right?
Lies.
Uh-oh. Tiberius clap
Oh,
back. Tell
he's
me
gone.
something.
Oh, fuck. Okay, GG.
Oh
Hey,
no, I'm
still here.
sorry.
over. It's
I,
over.
I
Wait, she's in the
apparently
Discord.
muted my
Oh.
shit. My bad. No, dude. I get it. Busy life sucks. It is very very real. Excuse me, but no. You're still welcome pretty much any time. Obviously, let us know when most likely that would work for you.
Oh, I don't know about this Saturday. I was free last Saturday, but
Oh. I just remembered. I should have gave shade to Lactoid. I didn't want to do it because I love Lactoid, but he's the only one that hasn't actually been on Saturday Night Lights.
I was wondering. You said all of you.
Actually, I don't think I was going to call you. I don't.
We
think I
didn't
have.
get Corey on. Oh my god! All right, dude. If I didn't have the left wing,
Wow, fake news.
if I didn't have the true,
Not
if
that
I
I
did,
like. I'm not insulted. Although to be fair, and I should be transparent, Jack has reached out to me once to invite me on, and I was busy at the time. So you have attempted to get me on.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I was thinking, I'm like, I know we've invited you, but
Yeah, you absolutely have.
right.
And I'm
Uh,
Have
super
I been
grateful.
on there? I feel like you said I was, but I don't think I've actually been on your show.
You were on one of the first ones, and you were on with Connor, and Internex was there, and Internex was being a jackass the entire fucking panel.
When is Internex not a jackass?
He went full meme lord after that
Internex?
Voss debate. Yeah.
Is he
Yeah,
a VTuber?
No,
It feels like a VTuber kind of name.
he was a guy who was part of the panel scene for a bit. Largely did his own talk show there for a bit as well, but he kind of slid off the radar and went off to the sticks and doesn't really talk to anybody anymore. He actually just deleted almost everything from his YouTube channel recently, so like he's just kind of gone. But it's one of those deals where he was known as being a big rhetorician. He was,
Suit and
what was
tie.
it? How did he mark himself? Conservatively, socially conservative, but socially or what?
No,
Social-
economically liberal, socially conservative.
Yeah. So
The
he
one of the
was
What?
cringiest mottos ever.
Yeah, what
to
the fuck?
exist.
That doesn't even make any sense.
he's a statist is basically what he is. Is that he?
Oh, he's like a
believes in,
tanky.
I wouldn't go that far. Like a lot of people actually call him a Nazbol, unironically or not. And if you actually
what
type
I
in
Probably.
Nazbol, you type in Nazbol in a Google search, Internex is the first thing that comes up.
What? It's like he likes demand side economics, but also wants to be racist.
That's what we all do, right?
That is the assumption. I've not seen him go down the race lines, but he absolutely has been a hardcore Christian nationalist. And
Oh yeah, it's the Christian thing. Okay.
Arita,
Replace, Christian with religious.
I did want to tell you, I'm kind of a fan a little bit, because I saw your interview with Vosh and I thought you did a really great job with the questions and the way you wanted to talk, or what the subjects you wanted to talk about. So it's kind of surreal talking to you.
why are the ladies on one set of cams and the guys are on the other set of cams? Is this a sexist thing that I'm not?
No,
picking
I
up
thought you were
on?
supposed to
Why aren't you cammed up?
Wait.
No face, no space, bitch. That's
yeah.
why you always get talked over.
Get fucked, idiot.
Wow.
Oh
what a
no, it's because
dick.
they're on Discord.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
on
I'm-
Discord.
Yeah, I
can
thought that's
move
what
that
we're
to
supposed to do
Discord.
in the second part. I thought we were supposed to be on Discord.
Well, there's an open panel that'll be there, but it'll
If you
actually
wanna
be
join the
in
open.
Thousand Sunny Chat, which he's already got open. So,
Yeah.
Oh.
I have not
guess we
been
could leave
there
there,
in
but-
a brick, and I kind of don't want to. It's always a shit show.
J-Chow, your
As you
fucking
can see.
camera is such high quality, bro.
Really? Because it's just like the Logitech C9.
No fucking way it is.
Is that
Yeah, for
the
real.
1080p, like 250 on?
I have a
Amazon?
DSLR and I feel like
think
it
it
doesn't
is
look
1080p.
anywhere as
Ah.
good.
I'm
Like,
also using
good.
NVIDIA Broadcast, and I think they do something with the camera.
it actually
quality.
works now.
NVIDIA Broadcast, yeah.
I
mean, it
was
doesn't
gonna say
crash my
it used
PC.
to be so bad. It was
Yeah.
horrible.
There's something called updates.
Look, I
What?
understand things usually get better, but I mean, the last time I updated OBS, it fucking crashed constantly. So I'm still on 27 for OBS.
I'm not on NVIDIA Broadcast. I lied. This is just.
Is
the
the
camera
back of your
settings.
chair Lannister style intentionally?
I
Or
changed it, but it didn't do anything.
That's
so
that
far.
Secret Lab gamer chair that they came out
Never
with.
J-Chow, the Lannister one?
Crashed.
Oh, wait, no, he's not for real.
Yeah, he did, and he probably can't get back in here too because
No,
it's
I
a
can't
private
get
room.
back in.
Lactoid. I wanted to maybe understand your position better because, like, I know your position on whatever open carry and all that stuff. So, like, you're potentially you're also okay with that, like, in schools and stuff like that.
Watch, he's not here.
Oh,
Chow got back in here. That's amazing.
I
How'd
am
you
back.
do that?
I changed my camera and Discord just froze, and I couldn't get back into the private channel, so I went back into 1000 Sunny. And I was like, PrimeCayes, just move me to the private. And I was like, oh, okay.
Wow, it's like I don't want to be part of the open panel. Like, let me be in the secret room.
Gotta be
All right,
special.
so
my favorite part of the panel.
Like, we could have had a little bit more fun with that panel, but damn, Erudite, like you were just going ham on Scott. Like, don't get me wrong,
He
get
deserves
Like, I
it.
want to go ham on Scott, but damn.
He doesn't get to lie. I don't let people lie.
Yeah, it's annoying.
All right, so like
He's very slippery like that, where he'll like
Yes!
say something and then he'll kind of gish gallop it with a bunch of other stuff. And so, like,
Absolutely.
you have to like with Scott, I found, because he's really smart and he knows a lot of shit, and especially when he stops talking about ANCAP shit, he's like actually great to have on your side. Like he just like fucking riddles out facts and information. Like he's super well
Oh my
educated.
god, he agreed with me, or like he
But
actually said something that in support of what I was saying. It was
yeah, he can be
amazing.
incredibly nuanced. It's just like when he like slips into like bad faith, I haven't figured out like what triggers it. It's probably me like getting upsetty spaghetti. But then he'll like do a lot of like sneaky shit, like where he like actually
Bro,
just like
stop.
lied about
Stop
my
not speaking
position and then
English.
tried to say it was analogous.
Like
and it
literally,
clearly
stop.
wasn't, and
I'm
he's too
gonna
smart
I'm
to
gonna
know that
ban
it
you if you do
wasn't,
it
right?
again.
He knows that I wasn't saying calling the
It's
police
just
at any
this.
time
I don't know
back.
what you're saying. I'm not
Obviously,
gonna
that's not what
Google
I'm
it.
saying.
Y'all
I
lost me
don't
there
feel
for a
like
while.
you're
really
being fair.
thought that there was going to be a conversation, and Prime actually did it for me since I couldn't butt the fuck in. It was like, all right, you guys are talking about like the potentiality and the escalation of force versus actually escalating force, where the cops show up and beat the fuck out of somebody, right? And I think there's a difference there. It's nuanced and it's weird because I mean,
I don't know
let
what
me
you
a-
mean. The
yeah.
cops
So
showing up is an escalation of force, of
right,
course. They might de-escalate the situation, right? Just like
okay,
if somebody's trying to harm you, you
right.
might escalate the situation, be like, if you fucking touch me, I'll shoot you, bro. That's an escalation. The issue is it might result in a de-escalation afterwards, but that doesn't change that like it's still an escalation of the situation. Of course it is.
Right. Okay. So I don't feel like I'm on the same page, but what I largely will iterate what Prime was saying because I largely agreed with it was it's not an escalation of force because the force isn't being used. It's an escalation of threat. And for me, that's kind of the difference. But I get
That's
where
like semantic at this point. Like if you can't
okay.
understand it when I'm saying force, of course I'm including threat within that. Like of course I don't
Mm-hmm.
think the cops just showing up means that you're going to get shot in the head, right? But
Right.
it is of course
Yeah.
an escalation. It's increasing tensions, it's
Oh,
emotional
okay.
escalation.
Yeah.
I wasn't using any legal definitions. I was saying of course it's escalating, right?
Okay.
It's increasing the tension of the situation. Of course.
Right. And I'm not gonna go like down the rabbit hole of like what this definitionally means. I'm not that guy. I wanted to kind of like understand like what encompass force because I think there was a difference in like what you were saying versus some others. So thank you. And Lactoid, there was a question for you.
Yeah, well,
Somebody.
like I'll reiterate it of like yeah, the school thing and open carry in schools essentially.
Yes, teachers, no students.
So even like at what about at university level? Like these are
Oh, then
over
yes. Then yes.
okay, so interesting. Yeah, so you're potentially okay with like a university if any student that wants to open carry there would be okay.
I love you, Lactoid, but I can't do this, dude. I'm gonna be
100% concealed carry. And I'm leaning towards open carry.
Okay. Wait. Is concealed better or worse? I thought it was worse.
I think it's better. I think concealed better is way better.
I genuinely don't know.
Because people
Yeah,
get
I don't
all
know either.
freaked out when they see a gun. Oh,
Well, but if they,
yeah,
but wait, isn't that the point though? That they know that you have some sort of like it's kind of like it's like having like a nuke and like not telling anybody that you have a nuke. Like the idea is that you are showing that you have that ability to have that force to deter somebody.
This is the issue that I have, and I actually look at it in almost the exact opposite way. If you have concealed carry and you establish that as the norm, is that even if you aren't actually carrying,
That you would
there
assume?
is always kind of the implied, like, yeah, it's the implied threat, if you want to use that word.
I
There's the
guess.
implied utility that everyone's packing, and so you don't want to escalate into that kind of situation where that would be open.
Why don't we just have like fake guns that you could wear, like even if they're not real, like you just like have like a thing that you could have, like it's just like a fake ass gun. Like, would you be okay with that? Or something?
Hold
It's
up.
the easiest way to die.
You could, but I want to jump up to a. Oh, are you taking off? Take care. Sorry.
Probably gonna pop
You
up there in a
could.
few minutes too.
Here's my issue. This is where I piss off a lot of the 2A folks because like I don't know if it's just the level of trust that I have towards my fellow human beings or if it's something else. But for me, when you have a weapon on you and you're clearly showing it for people to be seen, that is you're making a different statement. It's not that I could hurt you. It's that for me, it sounds like I will hurt you if you give me reason to. That is what.
Right, it's like a you know how like a lot of poisonous like animals have like really bright coloring in
right. It's like
kind of
fuck
the
with
same
me,
way.
you die.
Especially in their hair too.
The blue hair.
What? Okay.
Why do you do this to me?
But
Lacto?
I'm saying like wait. So then why are you then more advocating for concealed carry? Whoever was
Why
doing
am I
that.
personally?
Were you the one that said that?
I advocate for concealed carry because I believe that there's more utility and value in over open.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that there's more utility in having the implied possibility of threat than actually saying, "Hey, I am a threat to you.
Right,
I think there's a level.
Yeah, covert threat over overt threat.
Right, because
Essentially.
overt threat just means it, to me, openly implies I intend to hurt you if you give me reason. A covert threat is I will hurt you if I, have to. It's not my priority to hurt you. That's not why It's why I'm not showing you that I have a firearm.
Well, then why
Are you
would
guys aware of
somebody?
the Rand Corporation gun policy outcomes paper? Kind of recent.
I haven't read anything like that.
Extrapolate?
But go ahead.
Yeah, so like the Rand Corporation, they're a think tank, and they looked at a number
A
of
conservative
policies.
think tank. I wouldn't trust anything out of the Rand Corporation.
A
personally.
valuable and credible
No,
research institution.
Actually,
No.
No. It's the Rand Corporation.
Oh, that's an anagram, I think, right?
Yeah, what a convenient anagram.
No,
What do you think the R
Rand is
stands
actually,
for?
You were gonna
it's
ask me a
actually
question.
like okay, but the point is that they came out with some like outcomes on what policies like may increase outcomes like violence, or what policy would actually decrease, and like whether or not there's evidence to support it, how strong and weak it is. And they say that there's supportive evidence for concealed carry laws actually increasing violent crime. And I can't tell you like how they came to that conclusion, but like just the key facts, I could just link it. Well,
So-
You're right.
yeah,
You're
kind
right.
of what I put
Shitty.
in.
It's a terrible institution. You're
Exactly.
right.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
even then, even though it bolsters my position, I would still reject it. Like I would not, just as I wouldn't.
Oh my
trust
god,
anything-
what's wrong with you guys?
just as I wouldn't trust anything out of the Institute of Family Studies, I wouldn't trust anything out of the Rand Corporation.
Wait, so you're saying the
Wow.
Institute of Family Studies said like, oh, actually, I can't say that on Twitch. God damn it! All right, go ahead.
So
I don't know if anybody's
put it in
streaming.
PC chat?
Oh, you're
I am.
streaming.
I'm
Never mind.
streaming,
Yeah.
So am I.
So, all right. If it's the case where it actually is more likely, that's fine. Like, can someone give me the rationale? Like, because for me, I've stated my case. What is the countervailing idea here? Because you can tell me the data, and that's fine. But intuitively, what is it that is better about open carry that's better than concealed carry? It's just
Well, they didn't.
Is that
They didn't compare the two. They're just
Okay.
saying that like open carry. I think what they did is they took like the states that actually have open carry laws, and
Mhm.
they looked at like, okay, maybe in comparison to states that don't, is there actually a difference in gun violence or crime and things like that? And I think if I had to guess why that is the case, states that just have open carry laws are more open to like just giving guns out to people, and
That
like,
makes sense.
therefore, with the more guns there are, then the more likely it is for there to be gun violence.
Right.
And
okay? So this
I think
study
like
actually
largely
said that.
that's why I believe like my position on guns is just like, for the most part, in the most case, like maybe like 99.9% of the times, it's just fucking retarded to have guns. Like, why?
Yeah.
Fucking 2A people. Yeah, Lactoid, like I'm just like the opposite of you. Guns are just
Lactoid
inherently
needs his
evil.
collection
Wait,
of
wait, wait.
They're
guns.
categorically the category imperative.
Yeah,
Have
because
you
he wants to
fired a
join
gun?
Al Qaeda or
Yeah, I
whatever,
have.
No, I don't want to join.
and
no,
have a
no,
desk
I-
job.
See, and a
They need lawyers.
Classic two
They need lawyers.
person.
I
Oh,
have
have
no-
you actually fired a gun?
It's my question. Here's the question: Have you ever fired a gun?
Yeah.
How many times? And what gun
As
did
a
you
Boy
shoot?
How many times and what gun? You're just moving the goalpost, bro. It doesn't fucking
I'm
matter.
asking for clarification.
Why does it matter?
I prefer archery. I prefer
Well,
archery.
because
I-
it's like
I
a-
too
it's like a
prefer
BB
archery.
It's like a Nerf gun. Like what exactly?
I
did you
assume he
shoot?
meant a gun.
Okay, so like in the Boy Scouts, we
22,
you
wasn't
could
it?
shoot I forget what caliber, but like
Probably like a hunting rifle, right?
It's a gun. Yeah, it's a rifle. You could also shoot shotguns.
Did you
Things
shoot a
like that, yeah.
shotgun? That's a lot of fun.
I never shot a shotgun.
See,
I
that's
never
the
took
problem.
shotgun marathons. I
Wait,
took
what is?
rifle.
Yeah, but what is your main point with like? What does it matter if you shot a gun or not?
Are you biased?
No,
it's a
it-
familiarity test. I'm
Well,
just gonna I'm gonna fast
Yeah,
forward.
but
no,
what is the
there's
point,
that.
though?
No, there's that. But the bigger element here is like, imagine there's something really, really fun, and then you have somebody who just doesn't understand it. Like, why is that fun? The first question you're gonna ask is, well, have you like?
I don't
the
think
best game ever.
anyone's.
Have you played the game?
I don't
Are
think
you shitting
anyone's
on the game
talking
without
about doing
playing
it
or
on
have
like
you
a
played the game
range,
yet?
though. I think it's just like carrying like your fun little game around in public, you know?
Yes, I like to have my toys on me at all times.
Yeah, but that's
So
I'm sure even you would recognize the difference, that there's a difference between like, like what a
are you?
gun's intended purpose that you might happen to derive some fun from, versus actual like toys that are like whatever, presumably
Do you think people
there's
should
more
be?
intention to design.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Nina.
I didn't mean
No,
to cut
it's
you
good.
off.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off if you were not done. I was gonna say, like, do you think it's okay to like have like just chilling with like vibrators all the time or something? Because those are kind of fun, I guess.
I would never illegalize you walking around with your vibrator.
Yeah,
if
but
that's what you
you
want
think
to
that
do.
it might make people uncomfortable though?
It's on them. It's not my problem.
I
Just conceal it, right? We're talking about concealed carry now. Even at
no,
this
I'm
point, right? If you
we're
wanna
talking
conceal
about
that in
open
your-
Just a
carry.
vibrating jacket or a vibrating shirt.
Look, here's the reality. Shooting guns is a lot of fun. People who actually like the effect of these laws, there's a lot of inconclusive research on this. There are some studies that indicate it actually lowers violent crime. There's some that indicate that it raises it. And if the concealed carry holders themselves, right? People who are concealed carrying are dramatically less likely to be committing violent crimes and dramatically less likely to hurt you. That is just
So
true.
yeah, that might be true. But it seems like at some point you might be moved on this position where like, okay, I think even you recognize you still want to keep it illegal to drive under the influence, right? No one should be driving. So like, but what if someone? So I can't make that argument. Well, it's fun. It just enhances my experience, right?
If it was
it's like you're
fun
playing
enough,
a video game.
Why would,
I don't know.
And then
So
to have
like,
someone
but
come along
again,
saying, "Rob me of my fun drunk driving."
no, but again, think about it, right? So it'd be like, because again, the people who have concealed carry licenses, the people who are concealed carrying are safer. So it would be like, here's something that you find fun, and like it's not like you are being safer by doing it.
Okay,
Or
so
you're
the
a safer
fun
person.
aspect is away
It's
from that.
it's a consideration, like lawn darts. I think we should
whatever.
legalize
Well,
lawn darts.
I don't see
right?
why that would be related. Why is the fun
It's like
aspect?
it's like
That's why we allow motorcycles. This is why we allow all sorts of shit.
I'm all in favor of banning motorcycles are dumb.
God damn it.
Yeah,
Like, absolutely.
true.
Absolutely.
Fucking commies are coming after your guns and your motorcycles. God damn.
Yeah,
You're gonna have nothing
They're
left.
suicide machines, dude.
If you're a motorcycle, like you just have terrible judgment. Just as if you're a drunk driver, you have terrible judgment. Like I don't know what you want me to say. The stats, I'm sure even you would recognize and understand the stats behind motorcycle fatalities and like
it's
all
a lot, yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly.
But it's fun. Have you considered how fun it is, Corey? Unironically,
and
right?
there's
people risk their lives for fun. They go bungee jumping. They go hiking up mountains. They fucking
Cocaine is fun.
Cocaine.
Well,
they do
no,
drugs. They
yeah,
drink
don't-
alcohol.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
just.
Well,
it's not good. We can discourage it, but like.
But you still are in favor of keeping drunk driving illegal, right?
Yes, the reason
Exactly.
why I think drunk driving should be illegal is because, first of all, driving is an incredibly dangerous activity just right off the bat. Like just simply getting in a car and
Public
driving is like
transportation.
exponentially, exponentially more dangerous than carrying a gun, right? Just driving is horribly dangerous.
I agree.
And so when you get behind a wheel, like you're already engaged in an incredibly risky behavior, and everyone else is also on the road. They go through a licensing process to get on the road, and the question is, okay, you've all gotten a license to get on this road. Do you consent to the risk posed by every other driver around you? And everyone kind of comes to this agreement of getting a license, you consent to this risk. Okay. So when you exponentially increase that unnecessarily, is there a point where you fall outside of like reasonable conduct? I think so. I think there does. And now I'm not going to like bring the hammer down on drunk drivers. I actually, believe it or not, kind of like the way my state does it, which is the first time is a traffic offense, and then the second time is a misdemeanor, and you go on from there.
What do you mean state? You're Canadian.
Anyway,
Are you still LARPing or?
I'm not Canadian. This is a weird.
Wait, you're not Canadian?
No, this is the misinformation that's being spread by the likes of Corey, and I'm not actually Canadian.
You have Canadian vibes. I don't know.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know. I just
vibe.
said it.
I'm talking about my guns. I can't be Canadian, right?
I've never seen them.
Context clues. I mean, I don't know if I can bring them on stream.
You ever watch Bowling for Columbine, bitch? Like, yes, Canadians have guns, dude.
Columbine was in Colorado.
No, the documentary about it where he goes to Canada and like everyone in Canada is like, yeah.
Oh,
he compares
does he?
Canada and the US and how there's still guns in Canada. But like, yeah, so I understand. I think I understand your guiding principle of like, yeah, when it comes to drunk driving, like the collateral damage is just so high that you can't justify it, right?
Right. And I will make an exception though. I think if you can prove that you're safer driving drunk, then you should be allowed to drive drunk. Just like if you can prove you're a safer citizen, you should be allowed to carry a gun.
How do you prove
Yeah,
that?
Do a test.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree. Like, yeah,
Your
like
drunk test?
if the data
It was-
actually
and the data and if the data revealed that, right? So the data reveals concealed carry people are safer, and if the data revealed that drunk driving, that like certain people who can drive drunk are better drivers, then they should be allowed to drive
How
drunk.
practical is
Yeah,
that? In
but then
implementation?
the question,
Yeah.
but that's
They cover the cost.
Okay,
What do you
so
mean?
if I can address that point, I will totally bite that bullet. Like if the data bear out that yes, drunk driving happens to be safer, okay, than whatever sober driving. But then you're bringing in like whatever, I guess open carry on that like safety aspect. But you're using I think a very convenient control group because the control group isn't necessarily like other whatever concealed carries. It's let's say other countries that have more regulated guns, as in like especially when you talk talk about pretty much all firearm mortality of like I would say the control group is something like the UK or whatever or another country that pretty much like heavily regulates their guns.
No, I'm comparing like in America, people who have concealed carry compared to people who don't, and the people who are concealed carrying legally are much safer.
Wait, compared to people who don't?
Yeah, but
Yes,
then
on average.
okay. So then, do you want
Legally.
Wow.
wait? Presumably, you want maximum. I could be wrong, but presumably you want maximum safety. And so, and also, I'd ask you a question: what is your metric of safety? When you say they're safer, what does that mean? When you're
They're
saying
much less likely to commit a crime. I think like by a magnitude of 7, roughly.
You saying committing a
something-
crime or committing some sort of like bodily harm?
It was like I think this thing I saw was violent crime. So
Okay, so you're talking about
Okay.
crime. So like an
I know people who
accident
have
is not a
guns are more
crime.
likely to kill themselves than
Right.
people who don't.
True.
Shocking.
I think suicides are right though. So
right. So then, presumably if
Wow.
you want-
Wait. You did I just hear
Not
that from
You
you?
said
Self-administered
suicides are
suicide.
right?
God damn it! This is why y'all need Jesus. All right.
All right or a
God
right?
is dead.
oh, hold on. It's not all
Why
right.
can't you guys just
I
be
personally
rational like
severely
me?
discourage it. I think anybody
But
suffering
you think it's
from
a
any kind of
right?
ideation should get help. I think that, but I do believe it's like a human right. I think that you have a
Oh yeah, like if you're
you
like terminal or something, I agree with you on that.
suck it, Tiberius.
I mean, like if you have like a
Fuck you,
terminal
man. All right,
illness where you're
fine.
gonna suffer, I think that you should have the dignity of having medically assisted suicide. I 100% agree with that.
All right, wait.
100%.
All right. So let me split hairs here. I don't think suicide is anything we ever want to encourage. That being
true.
said, I am 100% behind like euthanasia. So far right now, I would say if the medical board of ethics would approve it, then go for it. I'm tired of seeing old folks die in the most horrible and heinous ways
Yeah.
possible.
I think the right
especially,
phrasing
like,
is medically assisted.
Sure, and the long and the short for me is that like I've come to terms with my mortality that sooner or later I'm gonna be that person, and I'd like to go out on some level where I'm not suffering because, good God, there's a horrible way
There's
to
a really
fucking
good
die.
there's a really good documentary on this that Louis Theroux did. I think it's on like HBO or something. You could or Amazon Prime. I don't remember, but it's about this exact topic, and it's really interesting because you follow through the live. Like it's gonna make you cry probably, but it is really interesting because these people are like terminally ill. They are like fucking suffering every single day, and they want to make that decision before they're like basically just like invalid. Like they're not even there anymore, and like they kind of show you like the dignified process of having your entire family. That makes me sad now. Having your entire family around you while you peacefully pass, and I think that's actually a beautiful thing.
Louis Theroux is also an incredible documentarian.
True.
One of the best.
Absolutely.
Of all time. So he always does it like incredibly well. Partially because he's so fucking awkward that he's able to elicit responses from people that other people can't. It's really good.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm all out. Well, then all the more reason for why you should be Canadian, Lactoid. Medical assistance in
He's not.
dying.
He's not Canadian.
Well, I think I agree
wait.
with you on that one.
Yo, like, all right, I'm a little pissed off with my Canadian friends up there because it's like you
I'm not
guys had that-
Canadian.
No, not you, not you.
Thank you,
Like,
thank you.
like
no, I
the-
heard you were.
It's instinctual now, Lactoid. I'm
oh
not
my,
gonna.
oh my god. Like, all right. So here's the thing. What was the issue that was all the discourse just a couple weeks ago or months ago where
There's not enough stars on that flag.
good God. Someone
go ahead,
remind me
Trevor.
what was the issue where the person was like had it wasn't a terminal illness, but they were like highly debilitated or disabled. And instead of saying, "Hey, Canada, can you pay for the elevator for me to get into my apartment?" They just said, "You could kill yourself." Like,
Yeah.
damn.
Okay,
Wait,
yeah.
Canada said to
there,
that person?
What
well,
the
okay,
That's,
so
that's pretty
there,
hardcore.
there is a story, okay, and it appears to be true. I covered it on my own stream of like, yes, this person that had a severe disability, where like, yeah, they needed a lot of accommodations, and they basically like didn't have the resources to like pretty much get all the accommodations that they needed. And they applied for medical assistance dying. They went through the entire process. And it was approved, and they explicitly state like, yeah, this, uh, they did have a very severe illness. It wasn't just like whatever, they had a broken leg. Like it was a pretty severe condition. But like, yeah, they did explicitly say that like I was kind of like pushed as a result of my pretty much my material conditions to apply for medical assistance. Like it was like largely an economical resource decision, which like Canada will have to grapple with that fact. I'm not in favor of that, but let. The only difference is like this happens in the United States, but you just call it deaths of despair. That's it, and you just have people killing themselves, as opposed to just like a government sanction in Canada.
Right.
Wow, you gotta flip it on back and onto the United States, huh? Just like that, huh? Gotcha.
You also have whatever medical assisted dying or physician assisted dying in United States, but just like, well, here's your overdose of morphine. It's like it's just
Hell
not
yeah,
it's just not regulated. Like
I would be so high. Oh,
and
I
It's like,
wonder,
yeah,
like,
that's
what
the
was
way to
grandma
die.
on? What was she
and
thinking?
again,
What was she dreaming about?
I'm not in favor of this happening, but let's just say if this allows Canada to like wake up to the fact that hey, people are actually choosing to die because of their material, maybe they'll actually do something. Like if the body count gets high enough of like, yeah, well, I can't afford to pay my rent, so I'm gonna medical assistance to dying. Maybe other things will happen when the collateral damage gets so high
Yeah,
to
that's
get
kind
the
of
attention.
fucked up.
I agree, it is like, but people have been saying for a while that more should be done to address people's conditions.
It's a little bit like hilarious.
Socialism.
It's like funny how
UBI,
fucked up it is though.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, maybe like you can't afford the lift. Maybe you should just die. It's kind of like that one YouTube. What was it, like that one meme with like the YouTube video was like, how do you help somebody choking? And somebody in the comments, well, YouTube, can you please not put ads in front of these videos? My grandmother was choking. And the response is, well, you can just order YouTube Red or YouTube Premium if you don't want to see the ads. I just fucking it killed me.
That's why I bought it.
Yeah, exactly. So it like again,
Ad block.
these are terrible things, and it's
Doesn't
not like
work
they don't
on
occur in the
YouTube.
United States. It's just like, well, now it's on the radar. Now like the government is kind of like forced to pay attention to it. That's all.
Fair.
But these things were always happening. It's just
Hey,
like
Ty, I never
Yeah, buddy.
answered your question about like you asked me what I think or what I want to how would like my desired path
Ukraine's
of
end goal?
Ukraine ending. Yeah. Not Ukraine's end goal, but just like the
Your
war
end
in
goal for
general.
Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't really like think about what I want anymore. I kind of just like analyze what I think is going to happen, like what is realistic. But how would I want it to end? I guess like Ukraine pushes they get back Donbass, um, and like they maybe have an attempt to go for Crimea. It probably fails, and then there'll be like some sort of a political settlement because like I don't know, attrition and just exhaustion from both sides, and it'll just like go back to pre-war. I don't think that's Ukraine's intentions. They want to like obviously get back everything, and Russia's going to continue fighting. Even after any sort of peace settlement, Russia is still going to get involved. They're just going to go back to hybrid warfare. And
Do you think
fuck shit up.
if you sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. I just do you think that if Ukraine was presented with the option that they actually got like all their territorial integrity, including Crimea, but they like couldn't hold anyone responsible in the in the international tribunal, would they take it?
Yes.
Because it seems
They
like
can
a
hold
big
anybody
sticky.
in the international tribunal.
Yeah,
Well,
they can't try
that's
anyone for
fucked
war
up.
crimes.
Yeah, that's fucked already because the ICC has put out something for Putin.
Right, but
Well,
what
like
I see is a
America's not even
very
pro the
real,
ICC.
what I see is a very real likelihood is that like the Russians could maybe just quit this war at some point, right? They just it's literally Crimean War 2.0, literally 150 years later, where they're like, we just can't win, and they stop. But that doesn't mean the government collapses to where we can actually try Putin or any of these generals or anyone who's done any of this shit.
Yeah.
Like Ukraine might just have to, Ukraine just might have to accept that the best case scenario is they keep their sovereignty.
That's all they want.
Yeah, so like Ukraine's probably just going to be like, yo, we're still going to push these charges, set up an international tribunal, but the problem has always been with those things is, okay, well, now we actually have to get these people in front of a judge, which like, yeah, okay, ICC, you could press charges on Putin, but like, how are you going to get him into the Netherlands? Like, who's actually going to apprehend him? It's certainly not going to be an intervention into Russia, and it's certainly not going to be. I doubt it would be any country, even if they're part of the ICC, who would actually like restrain him and like send him over to the Netherlands.
So yeah,
real quick, I gotta bounce, guys. I'll see y'all later.
How dare you?
Take care. Always a pleasure,
Peace
Lactoid.
out.
Hope you don't have too
And
much
also-
Canadian weather.
Oh,
And like
Keep
you're
doing
right.
it, Nina. Keep doing it.
The United States isn't part of the ICC, but they do send people to the ICC. So it's a really weird relationship
Yeah,
of like, we're not going to be a part of the Rome Statute because we don't want to send Americans there, but like we'll send other people to you, and they gladly accept them.
Gotcha.
Jay Chow. I actually wanted to ask you a question on the panel, but I didn't get to ask it. So, yeah, when and this goes back to like the second topic and threat assessment, and I brought up this aspect of profiling. And then I think your response was like, I can't remember exactly, but like
it's inevitable.
Yeah, as in like, you know, I take the point that like whatever, when you're like navigating in whatever the general public, you know, like generally you should be like giving the benefit of the doubt and approach more with curiosity. But I brought up profiling in the context of like, you know, whatever, an airport, because like at some point some decision has to be made. And so like I'm curious because like, you know, not that I'm the most experienced flyer, but you know, on the random checks at some point, you know, someone needs to be you know, checked you know, more thoroughly. And so like in that context, someone has to make a decision of like, okay, do I select this person or do I move on? And so like with that in mind, like are you then also like potentially okay with profiling?
Probably not. I feel like that's just such a band-aid. Like if you're just going to do the checks, that everybody should get checked, and I think everybody does, right? Like everybody goes through the scanners, and things like that.
Yeah, but there's also like the, you know, the random search, right?
Yeah, I think that's stupid. If we're gonna do a search like that, you do it to everybody.
Okay,
Like,
yeah. So like
I think the random thing is pretty bullshit. And but like onto profiling. In the context of airport, I mean, yeah, like I think I'm just concerned about another aspect of it besides the profiling.
Yeah, totally
like,
fair.
I think at the end of the day, it just boils down to, God fucking damn it, don't be racist. Why are you like this? Why are people like this?
Basically.
This is the shit.
Yeah, totally.
Like when I say like manage profiling, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? You'll have like these very you have these moments where you want to be stereotypical and things like that, but like, you know, just realize yourself that like, hey, you know, this isn't right. Be smarter. I feel like just like what Erudite was saying was really correct. Like, you know, if you're a person who is like really fearful just in general, like, you know, have some self-awareness and like realize that like, hey, most of the time you're
You
actually
guys have
just
such faith in the
A-okay.
American people.
Huh?
Ah, God love you.
I think that's and that is actually a problem because I'm liberal, so like I'm more open-minded that way, and
more optimistic too.
Yeah, I'm optimistic too. I value education and intelligence, and I kind of have that assumption that like other people are gonna be like that, and then I'd be conservatives who are just absolutely the opposite, and just like we live in totally different worlds.
You
yeah,
know,
Corey and I, we talked about like psychology.
all
Yeah.
right, so
before.
I'm going to take the mask off here for just a minute. On one hand, is that if you would have asked me 10 years ago, it's like who, which side tends to be smarter, that kind of thing, like, more worldly, I absolutely would have said the left. Because they do tend to have like the more liberal academia, that kind of shit, right? Um, I'm seriously concerned with how quick this country is trying to put its head in the fucking gutter, and that's on both the right and the left. Um,
Fair.
the absolute um disdain for like anybody else who has like any kind of different like way of operating or values. It's like, dude, I can't go to downtown Indy without feeling out of place to some degree. Like I wish it wasn't that way, and I'm like, I'm not that conservative. I'm the most liberal member of my family by far, and I think you guys can tell by how much you engage with me. It's like I'm pretty worldly. I travel, I go engage with people, I talk with folks. Um, there's levels where like even I have hard issues with going out to the sticks and talking with folks because I'm just like, I swear to God, if I hear the N word one more time towards another white person, I'm going to lose it. But then I go down to like downtown Indy or pretty much any major metropolitan area, and I'm just I'm in a community that I don't really understand at all, and it is significantly weird because here in the Midwest, everybody's fucking white unless you're in like the sticks or not. I'm sorry, not the sticks. Unless you are in a city and you are in a specific part of a city, and there's like a hard culture shock to where that comes in because white people, when they're the only folks there, there's just certain rules that don't come into play. Like it's weird. It's like tolerance actually is built through interaction. If you want to put it
Oh,
in that regard,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah,
there's
exposure, interaction, 100%,
Right.
and
I think
connecting
it's called
with
contact
different people.
theory.
And that's
Contact
where I'm like, I have
I
the
believe
like
so.
I have the respect for that, but there's a level where I go into these major cities and it's like everything is fucking like bubble wrapped. It's made to not offend people. And there's a point where I get it, but I'm just sitting here going, why is it everyone it seems to be walking on eggshells? That's honestly how I feel. And like I wish we had a little bit more of a mix because like rural right wingers need to learn to shut the fuck up. Like you're not allowed in civilized society. But I do feel like there's the other side of that is like a hyper fragility, and
Uh,
like yeah, getting those is weird.
yeah, well, at least it sounds like based off what you described, sort of like, well, it's never a good feeling if you don't feel like you sort of like have this sense of true belonging, like in your own country, or like in your own state, or like even in your own town, sort of like caught between like two worlds, so to speak. Of like you can there's aspects that you can relate to with both, but like you don't actually truly identify with either side. And I don't fully empathize, but I have some sense of that in terms of like like I'm mostly a city person, but there are many aspects of the city that like I don't like, and definitely there's been weeks or months where I want to escape into the wilderness on my own and just like whatever, live off the land. But then I have a side of the family that's, let's say, very rural. Like literally, my grandfather like lived on a farm, like grew his own garden, owned chickens, and had like that side. And then I love them and enjoy interacting with them. But then it's like at family gatherings, like I I can't talk with these people,
Right.
type of thing. It's like
Is it because you're the most left-leaning person in the
yeah, I'm the
family?
most left leaning and technically the most educated.
Yeah.
This is not to say that's like a good. It's just like they just we don't identify with each other. We're just like they try to understand what I do, but and I might just be a bad communicator, but I can't bridge that gap.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Half of my family doesn't care about politics, but the other half are like, wow, transitions onto children. Oh my god, the world is ending. And also Biden is like, how could you have voted for Biden? I'm just like, what he's doing is base as fuck. And they're just so perplexed, like, what? Biden is just like the worst thing to ever happen. Oh, just like, you're gonna vote for him again? Hell yeah, I'm gonna vote for him again if he runs for re-election. And they're just confused.
What's the background of this side of the family?
Yeah, like, well, how are they getting this media? I guess.
Bruh, okay. My family is really weird. So if you guys don't know, I live in Long Island, like suburbia land.
No,
where-
that's where my boyfriend's from.
I had no idea, but thanks for sharing.
Yeah. So and we used to be like really well off. So they were kind of like fiscally conservative. They wanted to lower taxes and things like that. Like they were actually Republicans.
Okay.
Sure.
If we had to think about who they would vote for, they would vote for Republicans for lower taxes. And then like my two older sisters, they kind of like went on their own, and like one of them is doing really well. So they really loved the Trump tax cuts because they really benefited that. And they were also growing up when my family was doing well, so those values kind of got instilled into them. Whereas for me, I grew up when we weren't doing well. So in a way, maybe that also affected me on supporting more social programs and things like that. So that's the background.
Are
I
they
gotcha.
younger or older?
Older.
Right. Okay, that makes.
Yeah, essentially, like I'm Asian, but like parts of my family are like really white.
Me too.
Join the club. Although I have no connection with the Asian side of my family. But it's like, yeah, it's
Like, usually minorities would support Democrats because they're for minority rights and things like that. And,
Honestly, if Republicans just stopped being so fucking racist, they would be so like
not all Republicans.
reasonable. Okay, no, I mean like the party, the Republican Party, whatever. But like it's just they can't help themselves. They're just like, well, we gotta be like, I don't give a shit if it's Democrats or Republicans are the ones doing the things that I want. I don't care. As long as they're doing the things that I want as a progressive, I don't give a shit if it's Democrats or Republicans. And like, but like the Republican Party, just for one, like, can help themselves. Like they can't. They're just like, the racism's too like, ooh, we love it. Like it's just amazing to me.
Yeah.
And like the hating
Well, and-
women is too hard to like. It's just like, oh my god.
and somewhat tangentially and related to the panel, and I think Tiberius, you brought up like a great point, especially when you come to the Krapan, sort of like that clash of, let's say, cultures, where it's like, yeah, I think you are largely correct. Just like, Christians have no problem or less issues identifying with other Christians or religions that they're familiar with, but they see something, I guess, quote unquote, foreign, something they're not familiar with, like that. That's when I think it becomes an issue. And I bring up whether it's true or not, I'm just speculating. But just as there are religious schools in the United States, and generally speaking, like most people support religious schools in the United States, especially those who are Christian. But I think if there was like an overabundance of Muslim religious schools, I think then you'd probably see some heavy pushback on these types of religious schools. Probably.
It is absolutely amazing to me, and of course, a lot of this is fallout from 9/11. But the void between, like Christians and in this country and Islam is actually quite shocking to me because it is an Abrahamic religion, and there's a lot of carryover between these particular sects. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty to disagree about. But for me, I don't think it's a massive order over the differences between like Catholicism and like the Orthodox Eastern Church. Like it's big, but it's not super big, right?
Yeah,
They're both white at the end of the day.
But that I think the question is, is a Christian actually going to learn about the overlap with other Muslims, of how much common ground they have? Probably, unfortunately, the reality is probably not, and I think vice versa.
Right. Well, unfortunately, right now Islam is still in the midst of this purity mechanic they picked up about 500 years ago, and it's not done them well.
What do you mean by that?
Well, are we cherry picking? Because like I feel like most Muslims aren't like that, and we might just be exposed to.
Well, American Muslims are generally pretty
debate people.
Progressive.
They're generally like pretty. They're definitely pretty left wing, but they definitely fall into leftists. And the scary part is that they almost go full horseshoe. Some, and I don't know what the full data is, so I apologize, but there are very strong socially conservative takes that come out of the American Muslim community.
Of course, there
are fundamentalists.
They don't.
But, like,
yeah,
those aren't the progressive Muslims,
right?
And I don't think they're going full horseshoe.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of. Go ahead.
there's the fundamentalist Muslims who are just conservative. Like it's not like they were too far left and then they wrapped around to the right. And then there are progressive Muslims who are just like they're kind of just like liberals who want to practice Islam but in like a moderated way that also fits with liberalism.
I don't disagree with any of that. I'm not trying to write off the Islamic community here in the United States. And I was kind of going more a little bit worldwide when I was talking about this because I believe this is, I believe the last time I checked this was from like Gallup, right? And there's still about 20% of people who identify as followers of the Islamic faith that actively believe that, you know, if you don't go along with Sharia, you get put to death.
Sure.
That's what is it? 200 million people.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty.
That makes up the 20%. Like horrific, right? And I'm not trying to write off all Muslims as bad.
To
right?
be
Because there is
fair, Christians would Christians in this country, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, like these fucking psychotic people are also the same way. Like, we just have a different type of like cultural society, obviously, because we're in America. You know, we're like, I think Christian fundamentalists are far scarier, personally, than any sort of Muslim fundamentalist is. In the fact of
all fundamentalists are
I'm saying in America, I think that specifically they're scarier to me especially as a woman. Like to my rights, like I think that American Muslims are very like reasonable compared to like people who want a fucking theocracy in this country, which is the exact opposite of what this country stands for.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
shows in the data too.
Yeah,
right?
I don't
like the Christian terrorism. There's more of that than.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. These fucking Christian white nationalist fucking retards like want to just like, oh my god, they're the biggest terrorism group that happens, you know, in this country.
I'm almost out of time. My friend Osiris wants me to invite you back, Nina, so he can have a chat about race with you. So yeah, that might be fun.
Oh, you want to do a debate or something?
With your level of enthusiasm.
No, I would love to have a Christian. I went to a Christian school for 12 years of my life.
Oh, no. This is more about race and like how race is viewed. He's a center black dude, a very strong member of my community. He'd just love to chat with you about this.
No, of course, anytime.
Yeah. My whole thing here is as a person who's center right, I look at where things are, and I think a lot of the quote unquote white nationalist talking points are the left screaming, you know, wolf. But when it comes to the Christian nationalist talking points, holy shit, it's undersold. Like,
well, no, those are the right.
No, it's not. Like, the right is not nearly as racist as a lot of the left makes it out to be. Like, most of it is the right just does not give a shit about race. They're just like,
yeah,
we don't
that's
give a
racist.
fuck. We're not. No, it's not. Apathy is not malevolence. There's a completely fucking big difference here.
Yeah, so like I could categorically see them as different, but they do play with one another because
yeah, y'all are cool with the Japanese
people who are Christian are also white, and like they also get conflated, like the values of like it just so happens that what are like Christian values just so happen to be white values, right?
Right.
But then like there's a group of people like what's his name, like Richard Spencer, like that guy's a white nationalist, right?
Yes,
I believe so.
He's literally a Nazi.
Yeah, I believe he's full ethno-nat. It's like it's not just, you know, Christianity. It's white Christianity. It's like black people don't count.
So like his group of people is actually really small. But then like not so far away from his group, and like he'll even have to agree with them and actually support their policies and their politicians. The group that you're talking about, which actually has members in Congress.
It's huge.
Like it's the Christian nationalists. It's just Christianity has such a tight hold on our politics, and like the way that they will bake Christianity into the policies when it comes to like schools and worship, prayer, and all this shit. Oh my god, yeah, that is actually terrifying. You're right.
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry,
Go
Jeff.
ahead, Corey. No,
I know you want to go. I just one last question. I'll let you go. But like, yeah. So, I don't know if you've ever said it before. But it seems like, you know, you recognize, let's say, some issues with, you know, Christian nationalism or like just being religious in general. And so like even though I think you sometimes joke like we need Jesus, but like are you religious or do you see
I'm
importance
not.
of?
I'm actually an atheist. I don't nearly cringe at religion as a lot of fellow seculars do. In fact, I'm pretty well convinced that most people need religion because it's basically like an ethics code book that you got to
Oh,
like throw at people.
stop. That's such a
I'm dead serious.
paternalistic view of like other people, like what you know that you can be without it, but you don't think other people can.
No, it's not that I don't believe other people can't. It's I believe that other people don't want to. Like having a
Okay,
highly
that's fair.
self-respected. Yeah, I believe that
Just
having
easier.
a. Yeah, it is. It's way easier
That's
because
fair.
one, thinking is hard, but being introspective to actually ask yourself like hard moral questions and hard identity questions is really fucking hard. Because you have to be honest with yourself and like I question myself every day how honest I am with myself. It's like, all right, do I have legitimate grievance here or am I just being a whiny cunt? Like I'm 100% ask myself
That's nice.
every damn day. So like that's why I separate a lot from like the right is that the right doesn't do that, and what really pisses me off is that I get the purity mechanic. Like there's a level where I'm like, hey, clean yourself, try to instill your values in a way
Wait,
that
but then why are you
can hold
center
on to them.
right? Why aren't you center left? I feel like
There's a debate
after
on-
talking to you a few times, like I get the sense kind of like you're more center left.
Okay, so there's a debate on this one, and some people act like I'm center left, some people act like I'm center right.
Well, I'm
I'll put
asking
it
you.
this way. Yeah. So I think I'm center right. Number one, I think capitalism's fucking based, and I'm sure you're gonna puke on that one, but yeah.
It's
I
useful
think
in its ways.
liberalism. Yeah, I think liberalism. In this is capital L liberalism, like more like libertarianism. Actually has a lot of values that permeate into a successful society.
It's a leftist
which
value,
is
by the way.
I don't.
No. Don't
leftists-
you? I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Liberalism is a
Alright.
leftist value.
I don't agree.
It's
with
been
that
co-opted.
whatsoever.
What do you? Oh my god, no, it is.
Okay, I will bridge this. Okay, so liberalism used to be a more libertarian, like what we count as libertarians. So like back in the Enlightenment, John Locke people and things like that, right?
Sure.
But liberalism has slowly over time evolved into something that is more I guess like leans leftist more.
It's light progressivism at this
Like
point.
Yeah.
Well, progressivism is a
Leftist.
part of liberalism.
Right.
And like another thing too is like hey, I don't know if this is like a shock. I guess it was to me when I found this out. Karl Marx was an Enlightenment thinker.
Of course.
Like, he was concerned about freedom.
Yeah.
And like freeing the workers from capitalism and things like that. Like, sure, he wasn't.
He was a hero of the proletariat.
He wasn't like a liberal, but he was
In some ways,
concerned about a lot of liberal values. Yeah.
It's weird because he saw the freedom aspect, and this is something where I kind of think that leftists aren't completely off the mark. But freedom is attained through an economic means because you need to actually be able to.
Sure, like you need to
purchase
be able to
your way-
decommodify, like sure, but like why do you not coincide with these concepts that seem very left leaning? But you're saying that you don't think that they are, or what?
I don't think they're I don't think it's not that I don't think they're left leaning. I don't think they're liberal, and that's the kicker. There is a blatant rejection to economic freedom from a lot of leftists. It goes into different categories. Some people are like sock dims, and they're pretty like kind of light touch. And there's some that are
Sure.
like damn near like I'm gonna give everybody a gunny sack kind of shit. I'm not gonna dissect all of that, but I largely do think that comes from the same.
But
moral ethos.
again, it just how we were talking with KOE, and like we were like the space kind of just got a lot of leftist values. I feel like we're having that moment for you right now, where I feel like you do actually coincide with a lot of leftist values.
So, yeah. Here's the fun thing. I can go across the entire political spectrum. Of course, the further you get from the center, the less I can ID with it. I am not a normal centrist where I'm like milquetoast as fuck. I'm actually kind of like a radical centrist to where I'm like.
I feel like that's an oxymoron.
Well, we'll see. I firmly believe we shouldn't have private schools.
Okay.
So like
I'm okay
there's
with
a hard
that.
left take. like a harder right take is like I'm a firm like hard militarist. If you cannot defend your liberties and freedoms as a
That's a
nation state,
That's a
you will-
leftist take.
some people have argued that. I think
It is.
leftism large. Wait, look, I'm just gonna say this. If you don't agree with it, it's fine. Leftism largely preaches a lot more dove lobby kind of
No,
things.
I think that's the misconception. I think that a lot of like severe leftism is incredibly aggressive. I think of like the Black Panther movement. Like for example, like they were like doing a lot of like very
More
aggressive.
about the political compass.
Yeah, well, yeah. So the
Have you
issue
taken
is
the
that-
test?
I have taken a test. I'm libertarian left.
So am I.
And then, like, and then I think what you're talking about is like the authoritarian left, right? Like
No,
guess
no,
what?
no,
They're
no, 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 no,
authoritarian.
no, no, no. No, it's not. It's more of a ends to a mean. I mean, to be fair, that political compass test not great in terms of like how it relates to the authoritarian side, but like of the left where it does become like more aggressive, like a bunch of like the Black Panther movement and stuff like that. But I would love to know, Tiberius, have you taken that test? Just, I mean, it's not like great, but I'm just curious.
I've taken the 8 values, although I think my last result was from like 2021. I'll have to double check that, but it's been a bit. Probably needs an update. And then last time I did the political compass test was probably about the same time. I generally lean literally somewhere like on the center economically and a little bit more towards the liberty side
So
politically.
you're center leftist then?
Maybe like
Respect his political pronouns. That's all that matters.
No, but he's a center leftist. He is.
Okay.
So I appreciate you having an open like thought process to be like, hey, you're part of the family, come join in, because most of the time, whether it's the right or the left,
Well, I don't think it's team sports.
I give my opinions out, and then sooner or later I start getting disowned pretty fucking quickly, where I'm just like,
Oh, the left is
I'm
really
not-
annoying about that. You're right. You are
the
correct.
left and the right,
to
the left and the
everybody.
right are bad, really bad about
Wait,
this.
does the right do that the same way the left? I feel like the left is way. I mean, I'm part of the left, so
They-
it's a little bit different for me. Obviously.
There's only one test. There's only one test of leftism, and that's your position on veganism. That's it.
Oh no, not that.
Veganism's bad. All right.
Speaking of,
that's
I'm
it.
gonna debate a vegan on Sunday. It'll be fun.
So the right does. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
No, go ahead,
the
Tyler.
right does do this. And it's weird because you can see the two major values and where they start clashing. They are far more order driven in their morality, and so like they like to close ranks, and they're like, all right, cool, we don't give a shit as long as you go by like certain tenets. And I'm so glad this is changing, because acceptance of Trump was a tenet for a while, and I just couldn't get on board with that shit.
Wait, is that changing?
It
'Cause
is
I don't think-
changing.
In the
Like,
leftist space?
No, in the right wing space.
Oh.
They're, like, to be to basically be a right winger, like the cult of Trump really was taking over, to where you could not call
Right, they're-
yourself a conservative or a right winger without saying you support Donald Trump. So
But then you have to
that-
say DeSantis.
DeSantis is kind of up in the air right now, especially since he won't announce if he's actually doing it or not. It's just
He's not
assumed.
going to.
I'm starting to think he isn't going to either.
Yeah.
Although I think he should, but that's a whole other conversation. So yeah, for me is I don't know where the fuck we were going.
Wait, can I tell you things about DeSantis?
I'm sure you could tell me 100 things about DeSantis.
You know,
I'll get
he
there
was at
later.
Guantanamo Bay. Sorry, go ahead.
I believe it. All right, like he's the kind of guy that shipped off a bunch of folks to Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah, he
It's like,
literally
he did.
oversaw torture and was like cool with it.
Okay. If you guys have any?
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just gonna say one last thing.
Yeah, I think Carter
just
was-
to get
Sorry.
get Nina on, because I'm assuming since you're debating a vegan, I know what your position is. So then I would ask you the question, and I won't say that sarcastically, of like that I would say there's gonna be a confrontation happening sooner or later, or it's happening in terms of like the left movement and the vegan eating animals movement of like. So are you a fan of Ben Shapiro, Nina?
Out of all the Daily Wire people, I think that he's the most reasonable one, but I am not personally a fan.
Okay. Are you a fan of Jordan Peterson?
Absolutely not.
Are you a fan of Steven Crowder?
Fuck no.
Are you a fan of Joe Rogan?
I don't really know enough about him. He seems mid.
Okay. Right. But do you know where you align?
Politically?
No, on the topic of eating animals.
Oh yeah, no. I actually grew up vegetarian.
Oh,
So
I see. Okay.
wait, what is this like? This be a trick or something?
Okay, no. So, look into the literature. I would encourage you. Eating animal. There's a reason why. Like, if I say, "Hey, this stranger happens to be a white supremacist," where would you put them on the political spectrum? If you were a betting person.
A white supremacist? Absolutely right wing.
Okay, do you think that's a coincidence? Okay,
No, not at
here's how
all.
generally. Exactly. So this is why, generally speaking, the left is all about diversity, equity, inclusion, and humans are not all that. They're complicated, not that complicated at all. Where it's like, generally speaking, people have their circle of compassion, and
Hold
just so
on,
happens.
Corey. I'm just saying, like, just like for like, I think you
You're
you
more
kind of said
like a
something to
right winger
Tiberius,
because
and I
you
think he
eat
needs to leave.
animals.
So I'm just curious if this is,
Oh no, I'm wrapping up.
or
But
does
like,
he
yeah,
need to?
look.
No, I mean, I'm definitely down to talk to you about this, but I think Tiberius wants to leave. I don't know if this is directly related to him.
I do need to leave, and the problem is like I adore conversations like this because I can just sit here forever. But the problem is my brain is melting.
I totally understand.
Okay.
The problem is I like most of y'all. Like or actually, I like all of
Most.
y'all. Yeah, most of y'all. Mask off. No, I actually I do like all y'all. I probably am gonna fight Nina at some point in the future.
We love that.
We'll see where that goes. But yeah, we'll definitely have that chat. Corey is always such a nice dude, but you need to talk a little more.
It depends on the panel, really. Like that panel.
I get it, dude.
No,
There was a
I
bit
think he
there where I
knows
was-
his fights. You know.
True. There was a bit where during that panel where I'm just like, look, I'm like Prime pissed me off twice in a row, and I was just like, like did
Again,
actually wanna
I
just
kind of
participate?
wish they were a little bit smaller. Like I think like a 6-member panel is, you know.
8-person panels are just cancer, and it's not anything against Prime, but I just wish people would stop doing them because like there's a reason I do 6, and if
Yeah.
somebody shows up,
I think 6 is a
low,
good
then
number.
yeah. And then we have Jay Chow, which is like my political other guru, which I love chatting with Jay Chow. It's great.
Yeah, our geopolitical armchair analysts.
Yep.
We're still on like opposite sides. It was really interesting. I remember you talking about like how you would separate us. Like you focus on like empires, but like I focus on like the nation state, and I think largely, yeah, that is correct. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
I can't remember that off the top of my head. Like, so my thing's
Empires?
geopolitics, right? Okay, so for me, it's or I would describe it as this: Jay Chow works a lot more on like political theory and political institutions, where I do a lot more like geopolitics. It's like, all right, cool. How much does the rain fuck you over every year? Because it's a real thing. And then I go from there. So my whole thesis statement in a nutshell is that you have geography, which is like your hard limiting factor. You have the demography, which is the people who make it up. And then when you combine the two, you get economics and political science. You get politics, right? What can we expect from those two combinations? What are basically on board things that we think you can do, and what are things that we think you can't do? So where can you generate wealth? Where can you not generate wealth? Yada yada yada. That seems to be something that Jay Chow doesn't do a lot of, but he does like institutions where it's like, why are we going to have a borders based order to where we don't move borders? And he was getting that into the particular conversation.
Like more normative.
Yeah, I would probably put it that way if you wanted to, but
Just like more legal.
I think we start at different starting points because you're going from, all right, this is political theory, and what does political theory look like in practice? And I'm looking at this from, this is geography, and this is the people who live on it. What can we say these people have the options of doing? And then we meet in the middle because there's a lot where how we work at this overlaps.
Fair.
Yeah.
So, great. 2 questions for you, and then I'll back out because this is a big question in what's going to determine the difference between you and me. Can Russia actually function as a democracy? Because a lot of people from my end say no.
Yes, it could.
I want to. Well,
Go ahead, because he's thinking about it, and I love it.
I want to say, as an optimist, yes, but there's larger question of do I think anyone should operate as a democracy? But that's a different story.
I think in the like interconnectivity of the world that we have now, like it's really hard to like not have a democracy. You have to basically cut off all sort of social media type of things, because like when you realize that like you are as equal as the one above you, then you kind of run into like issues with that. If you're gonna try and make like an authoritarian type of thing without democracy, you know what I mean? But like I think that like people like just inherently want to have that type of world, because I think it's, you know, it's a somewhat a preschool-esque brain of like it's kind of just fair.
I wish I agreed with you. I
Yeah,
really do.
yeah, because you think that you're gonna be the one at the top, where it's not gonna happen.
No, no. I have firmly accepted the fact that I'm probably going to be a nobody. And that has actually been something that I've really had to swallow.
Oh yeah, you love the boot.
I do. I really love the
It
boot.
tastes
The
good. It's
leather.
got leather.
Yeah, like you cook it down a little bit, it's good to go. But no, it's not about the boot. It's that I think there are a lot of things that some leftists will find absolutely abhorrent, which I kind of look as it's a lot better
Like
than
what?
any other point in history. Like I get where like wealth accumulation in modern capitalism is horrendous. I get that. But I'm still looking at the modern like standard of living for people over the last 100 years. It's been fucking amazing.
Yeah, leftists don't dispute that.
Okay, well, a lot of them seem to, or they don't
Yeah,
seem to have
because
that
you're
picture
thinking
in
of
their
the
head.
woke schools on Twitter, bro. Like, no, like actual leftists like understand that, like, of course, like as much as like you can hate America, like it's not an ideology, number one, and number two, like Americans have like one of the highest standards of living. If you're gonna say like in the grand scheme of like the entire world, it's fucked in a lot of ways. Obviously, education being a huge part of that. But like the standard of living in America is way higher than something like in Russia or something like that. You know, like it just objectively is.
Right. All right, Chow, you got an answer for me?
Yeah, democracy thrives under certain conditions, and Russia right now does not exhibit those conditions. So, my answer would be no.
Oh.
Gotcha. Cal, I was just about to leave. The second question I had for you, because I was going to ask you on the panel, was do you think the Chinese have a lot to play with the Saudi-Iran like normalization?
Is that to me?
Yes, that's you.
Yeah, of course they do. I think like somebody brought up energy. I think it was iCal Rich. Yeah. Energy is.
I always look at
a
everything
really
in
big
terms
deal.
of energy.
You're from Texas.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating that like if
Found
it's
it.
true that China is like capturing an energy market of like 70%, like yeah, they need that
Yeah.
for their own domestic purposes because
Yeah.
they just need to.
Oh,
It's the only way to
American.
maintain the GDP growth that they've, that they need.
Exactly. I think China obviously like wants to gravitate a coalition of authoritarians against the Western coalition of democracy. Iran and Saudi Arabia fit that bill. I think they have a vested interest in developing the Middle East because of the Belt and Road Initiative. Getting that connected to Africa, it needs to go through the Middle East. So that includes, having a stable region, not just like they have dealings in Afghanistan and other things. I think just like in general, aside from China, like a lot of people are seeing this as like, oh, this is really bad for the United States, but I don't think that is the case because I don't like Trump, but he did normalize relations with a number of Middle Eastern countries, and that on top of what China has done is like leading the Middle East to being a more peaceful region. I hope so. So it's not like a zero-sum game. Like a lot of people will see the global affairs between China and the United States as like zero sum of like their gain is our loss and vice versa. But that kind of thinking could really cloud what could be the reality that like we could actually just like work together on a number of things.
Oh yeah,
that's not the
like
case for Ukraine though.
no, I 100% get that, and like I am very anti-Chinese, but I will admit that if the Americans and the Chinese want to work together on some projects, like it would be akin to the Americans and the Soviets working on something.
Why are you
Shit gets done.
anti-Chinese?
The PRC
Because
is
he's racist.
Yes,
I
I'm
mean,
racist.
it kind of sounds like.
Fuck you, Chow. No, I'm kidding. No,
Are
I'm
you even
anti-PRC.
Chinese?
Yeah, he's Han.
I'm Taiwanese, but yeah, sure.
So he's not Chinese. Double racist.
Taiwanese.
Well,
is
historically, they do claim to
Chinese.
be the legitimately China.
Oh, I'm Japanese, so I'm sorry.
No, I'm anti-PRC. Like they are a fascist state in modern iteration. Like don't know why anyone would really ever like simp for China in this current iteration.
Yeah, and Taiwan evolved out of fascism, so
Most this is like half of the democracies in the world evolved out
Yeah.
of fascism.
Yeah.
Which is quite
Yeah, because
interesting.
fascism is like barbarian.
Fascism was the starting point.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Yeah, it
very
was,
barbarian,
really.
you know? Like, it's not, it doesn't make any sense now, like, where we have enough commodities and stuff like that. Like, that's where, like, socialism and, like, let's say capitalism comes to connection with, like, it's not really, like, it's something that we can do easily that makes the lives of every fucking citizen in this country better. Where, like, I understand at some point, like, being, like, a barbaric, like, hyper capitalist, like mercantilism type of shit, like, was valuable, but we don't live in that world.
Oh, okay. I
one
get to some
last
degree
thing
where
to
you're going, but yeah, like fascism is a very different thing than what you're describing to me.
No, sorry, yes, and also the fascism of like they think of like the zombie like apocalypse, right? Like that you need to maybe like have that for a little while, like a military like crackdown type of thing. But then like as time goes on, and the time that we're at now, we don't need that shit anymore. Does that make sense, or am I still being a little
I'm
obtuse?
so fucking lost, but maybe it's because my brain's cooked. All right,
Fair enough.
if y'all
Take
need
care,
me,
Tiberius.
Well,
Yeah,
Yeah,
if y'all need
have
me-
a
last
good
thing,
night.
Tiberius, because I think
Yeah.
it's really impactful. So I agree largely with what Blinken said about like U.S. relationship with China. He said that our relationship with China will be competitive when it should be, collaborative when it can be, and adversarial when it must be. So like right now, like U.S.-China relations is at a really tense point because China just like recently started talking about like, oh my God, the United States is like containing us, and you know what, we kind of are with what we're doing with the Quad and the AUKUS and like and
and
things
now
like
they
that.
doubled their nuclear stockpile.
They doubled their nuclear stockpile. They're modernizing the military and things like that. Like we're at a really tense moment, but the power keg doesn't have to explode. Like it's growing bigger.
Yeah,
So, like,
I'm not
hopefully-
expecting a knockdown, drag-out fight between the Americans and the Chinese, but I do expect, to a large degree, that if China continues to rise, which I no longer believe it will for much longer, that
Demographic time bomb.
not just
True.
demographics. I think the leadership is spiraling out of control, and believe it or not, the thing that convinced me of this was the balloon thing, because when it came to the military launching the balloons and then the diplomatic corps having like some kind of like response, it was very, very clear the diplomatic corps had no fucking idea that the military was even doing it. Like they found out through CNN that China was launching balloons over US airspace.
Hey,
My
well,
understanding is they were trying to spy on like places like Guam and shit. Like they didn't intend it to go over North America.
the wind.
But you can't control these things, you know.
I've heard a
entirely.
lot of different like theories and whatnot, but from
Like
what
it was
I
still
can,
intended to spy in the United States, just not so overtly.
yeah. So long story short, and I will absolutely back out on this one, is simply saying that one, I firmly believe that China has been showing me since COVID really began that the leadership abilities are just going to hell, where they're doing shit that just doesn't make sense, like welding people into their apartments, but moreover spraying spraying disinfectant on tarmacs to stop COVID. Like that doesn't make any sense. You're just trying to keep people busy at that point. Then you had Evergrande, and now you have the balloon thing. I think the rubber's coming off the wheels for the PRC, and I don't expect it to go very well.
Talking about the real estate crisis.
Yeah, because remind you that this is a state capitalist entity. When you have consumer confidence go down at any point because it's a demand-driven economy, that's a political loss. It's not just an economic loss. That's a big deal. And the fact that the Chinese actually allowed that to happen tells me something, but it tells me too many things to speculate on to actually know exactly what it is.
It seems to me countries get like this less tenable when there's not enough turnover at the top. You know, when you've got the same person who's in charge for decades, you don't get like people don't have it. Better people with better ideas don't have a chance to rise to the top.
Democracies and monarchies have a really big problem with decadence because their leadership cadre doesn't rotate.
Those are not the same though.
The problem is that the way that they actually establish their administrations usually is because a lot of democracies came out of monarchies. This is the whole like, you know, does power come from the parliament or does it come from the executive? But that's a whole other fucking conversation.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's
That's
really
Caesar versus Pompey right there.
It actually is, yeah. Anyway, I'm out. If you guys need me, just message me.
Good night.
Take care, Ty.
Take care.
Always a pleasure.
Always.
Be well.
Oh, it was nice to see you again.
There was a topic that I was hoping to do in the open, and now I'm hoping that I can get Ty to do it.
I was gonna say, like you got bored with the open and returned to the class.
Well, no, it was fine. I just they're retreading a lot of the ideas from the last panel, so I felt like I didn't want to like step over people who
religious.
I've already had my chance to talk, so on that topic, so I didn't want to like. There were other people that needed to talk on it, and they don't need me like taking up their time. But the topic I wanted to talk about were those French protests, because they're getting a little bit crazy over there. Like there's unions. Yeah, there's unions in France now cutting off the power to wealthy neighborhoods in the suburbs of Paris, as a way of sort of like, I guess, like class warfare, which I don't know. I mean, I know there's a tradition in France of these protests and like shutting down services and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily a new concept, but cutting off power to whole neighborhoods, like I wasn't aware that kind of shit went on.
The rich neighborhoods.
Yeah, neither was I.
Yeah, so I was
dude, the French fucking know how to protest, dude. These people probably because they got occupied by again, they know revolution. Yeah. Also, they were occupied by Germany. Like this is like not like an extreme idea. This is something that happened to them. They got occupied. Like they have like grandparents and like that literally went through this occupation. So it makes sense that they are so adamant on exercising their right. Like we are hyper privileged in America because we haven't gotten like fucked like that, I'll say, in a very long time. We're like,
I mean, we have a different political tradition here, you know, just like, well, until this year, like the State of the Unions were usually state affairs where nobody, you know, like politicians give speeches in Congress all the time and they're not supposed to heckle each other and all that kind of stuff. Not in Europe, man. Like it's insane. Now, I understand this State of the Union got a little bit more European, but that's like their tradition for sure. Like they're more confrontational.
Fist fights.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Oh, speaking of like
bring back dueling.
Taiwan, like the legislature in some of those like Pacific Rim countries, like the fist fights that get started, like the big sort of like mob attacks and stuff. That amazes me. That's something that I've never seen. Although in American history, like we've had that kind of stuff too. Just
we've had duels. People have died.
Yeah, or that guy that got hit by the caning of that one congressman, where he like took him out of commission for a couple of years. In fact,
bring back dueling, but they have to do it in like what is like the most competitive game? Fortnite.
Oh,
1v1 Fortnite.
Valorant.
Yeah.
Valorant. Yeah.
Sure.
It'll be like,
but I mean, I'd love to see Prime Minister's questions like brought over to America for sure.
Their questions? What?
Prime Minister's questions, where this is in the UK, where the Prime Minister goes once a week
and
to the House of Commons.
Question period. That's what it's called.
Oh, you have it in Canada?
Yeah, we have question period. Absolutely.
Is that where you guys get to yell at each other?
Yeah, basically, it would be as if imagine Biden going to Congress and then having to answer like hostile questions from all the members of Congress, including Marjorie Taylor Greene and people like that. Like he would really get confronted directly on his ideas. And I can't imagine Trump like doing well either in those scenarios. Like it I think one thing that it does, even though it's hard to imagine me saying this given where the UK is now, but I think it makes and politicians sort of the smarter ones, the more like rhetorically apt ones, the people who can answer quickly in a debate are the ones that rise to the top over there because they have to. That's the only way to survive in the parliament over there.
I want the
Now,
parliament where
admittedly,
everyone's
So the reason
yelling
why,
at each other.
The reason why the United
yeah,
States
but
doesn't do that is
yeah,
because there are parliamentary system, so the
yeah,
parliament like they vote on who is going to be their PM, whereas
right,
for us it's the people who vote, not the members of Congress. So
right,
for Biden to like go to Congress and kind of just like get questioned by Congress, like
yeah,
there's little meaning to that.
right.
Mhm. That's what
Yeah,
I
no, I
thought instantly.
understand that that's the reason. Although, if we tried to do that here, if we had a parliamentary system here, I'm not sure that would work because, like, all these politicians are so bought off by lobbyists that it really wouldn't be the members of Congress deciding who their PM would be. It would be, whoever the lobbyists that support them want. And I feel like we just don't have the kinds of rules in place that they have in a lot of like European democracies
Yeah.
that would prevent that sort of thing from happening.
Or
Well,
Canada.
So,
I
yeah.
like that in the United States we have a popular vote for the president.
Yeah.
Definitely some reforms need to be made for the electoral college so that the electoral count is actually fair and that like it's not just winner take all. I think that's so fucking antiquated.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
We also switched to a proportional system for better representation in Congress. That
Right.
probably also means getting rid of the Senate. And like as for the lobbying accountability, I don't think lobbying is like as big of a problem as people make it out to be. Like the knee jerk reaction seems to be that like, oh, if there's money then it has to be corrupt. But like there's money, of course, is going to be involved, wealth as well, but like special interests.
I'll meet
something
you
have to be
halfway there.
bridged
Like
too.
we have a First Amendment right to petition the government. So lobbying is constitutionally protected. It's in our very biggest and most important amendment. So for sure, I would never eliminate lobbying. But I think the sheer amounts of money that are involved in lobbying in the United States is a big problem, and it's to the point where politicians now they're not even bothered. Like they're not even trying to hide it anymore. Like they make it very open.
Yeah, I feel like there
who
should
it
be like
is.
some sort of like system that like regulates the lobbying because I feel like there's just nothing there for that.
Okay, we have the FEC, but it's broken. The Federal Election Commission, it's broken because it's always two Democrats and two Republicans. It's always a tie vote, so they can never do anything. So they can't enforce the laws that are on the books
It's
as
all
it is.
transparent.
And it's not independent. It's controlled by the two parties.
Yeah, but we're talking about financial
and it's not
transparent.
We have dark money, and there are no laws
that.
preventing like dark money organizations from collecting money, and we never know who those donors are, and then they get like donated.
Yeah,
like,
well, why should we, right?
Because
you just said it's all transparent.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so any
what our
like
lawmakers
direct contribution to the politician, that's all transparent. But dark money, on the other hand, that's not transparent.
And that's
But,
good
like, used to be,
in your
but
mind?
Why should we?
Because
But it used to be
wait,
that dark
hold
money,
on.
like-
Why would we not want that?
Well, why,
no.
why
It's
should
what
we?
That's not the way it is now. Like right now, you can through dark money give money directly to a politician. Now that wasn't true before the Citizens United ruling. It used to be that you could do issue advocacy with dark money, but you couldn't give directly to a candidate that way. But when Citizens United ruling happened, the Supreme Court like mandated it so that you can give to whoever you want through dark money. You just have to have
You're
a
not
super
giving
PAC.
you're not giving it to the candidate. You're giving it to a independent organization that
is
they're not independent, and they don't even have to. They don't have to prove that they're independent.
Yeah,
like they can.
They're a 501c.
No, they organize
essentially
through a
a
different
charity.
number, but Yeah, no, super PACs are different. Super PACs don't have to follow any of the normal rules, so they can be dark. You can have a super PAC that only donates to Lindsey Graham, for instance, and that's all that it does. And so
Well, they don't
you route your
donate
money
to
through the
Lindsey
super
Graham.
PAC, then it stays dark,
They don't.
and
They
it's
don't
unlimited.
donate
All right, peace
they
and
don't
love, my
donate to Lindsey
friends. It
Graham.
has been a pleasure talking to you all.
care.
Corey, Aikau, and Zhao. I don't know why I said that. Sorry, take out Zhao. It's been a pleasure talking to all you guys. I hope to see you again soon. But I need to go to bed, so I'm
Take
going
care.
to say
Take care.
goodbye. Have a good night, all of you. Not both of you, all three of you. And I hope you are successful in all your
Good night.
endeavors. Unfortunately, you're Canadian, but it is what it is.
I am Canadian.
All right, have a good night,
Proud.
guys. All right, I'm also gonna say goodbye to stream as well. We're gonna just raid into PrimeCayes. So hopefully we can get in there right now. As we all know, we all hate Canadians. No, he's still streaming, so I figured that's just good way of behaving, I guess. What is the word for that? Anyways, thank you all for being here so much, and we'll see you tomorrow around the same time, 7 to 8 p.m. As our normal time always is. And thank you all for being here and part of this. And be leftists.